The case of Frank Spencer. Frank Spencer was born on November 10, 1965, in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, to Cyrus and Mellon Spencer. Growing up, he enjoyed active games and sports, which helped him build a strong physique. During his high school years, Frank excelled as a member of the wrestling team and demonstrated exceptional leadership abilities. After graduating from high school in 1984, Frank continued his studies at a local university and completed them in 1988. After his father's death, Frank took over the family business, becoming the owner of Spencer's Auto Parts and used cars. An important moment in the young man's life occurred in 1997 when he met Maria through a mutual friend, Paul Siciliano. Frank, Spencer, and Maria quickly grew close, drawn to each other's dynamic personalities. Maria was known for her fiery temper, strong will, bold character, and deep affection. However, not everyone supported the relationship. Maria's father, Anthony Rocco, disapproved of Frank and even attempted to stop their marriage. Frank's family was also unhappy with his choice. Due to the resistance from both families, the couple decided to elope and rent an apartment. Eventually, their families were forced to accept their relationship. Maria and Frank married and began a family, having a son and a daughter. They moved into a new house, and Frank worked hard to provide for his family through his auto parts business and by sponsoring racing cars. As the head of the household, his children became his top priority and purpose. However, Maria's priorities differed. She did not care for her family and was distant toward the children. Unlike her husband, she lacked passion for the marriage. She enjoyed spending the money Frank earned, and her primary concern was wealth. Maria's behavior increasingly created problems in their marriage. Frank grew more frustrated with her selfish and eccentric actions. He felt that as a mother, she should mature and consider others. However, Maria did not change. In 2006, he filed for divorce, exhausted by his wife's inappropriate behavior. At times, she acted so irrationally that Frank feared for the children's well-being. Divorce seemed like the only reasonable solution at that point. However, tensions escalated when Frank sought full custody of the children. He did not trust his ex-wife Maria and believed she was incapable of providing proper care for them. However, not everyone agreed with his perspective. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. His friend Ron argued that both parents were essential for the healthy development of the children and encouraged Frank to negotiate a joint custody arrangement with Maria. Despite this, Frank remained determined to pursue sole custody, believing he understood what was best. In response, Maria also pushed for sole custody and expected to receive a substantial child support payment. Their conflict intensified over time. On multiple occasions, Maria's erratic behavior led her to attack him and the children. Frank was forced to call the police. However, some people did not believe Frank, and an incident in 2008 confirmed the truth of his claims. An argument erupted between Maria and her ex-mother-in-law near her children's school, resulting in Maria's arrest. The problem began when Maria went to pick up her daughter, but Frank's mother intervened, attempting to stop her. It was later revealed that there had been an agreement between the two. Frank's mother would pick up the children that day. However, Maria changed her mind at the last moment, deliberately taking the children herself. During the confrontation, Maria placed the child in the car but did not secure her with a seatbelt. The police stopped the vehicle and determined that Maria's actions endangered the child's life and well-being. As a result, Maria faced charges of disorderly conduct. Furthermore, her ex-husband, Frank, accused her of stalking, claiming she had followed him on multiple occasions. However, the prosecution could not conclusively prove that the child's life had been endangered, so the police offered Maria a deal. The deal proposed that the child endangerment charges would be dropped if Maria pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct and stalking. Maria accepted the arrangement, pleading guilty and being fined $600. Despite this, her behavior did not improve. Instead, she became even more outrageous following the incident. Frank's friends and relatives grew increasingly concerned as he shared his complaints about Maria. She continued to threaten him, and her stalking behavior persisted. Several of Maria's coworkers later revealed that she frequently expressed deep hatred for Frank, even stating that she was willing to end his life, leading one coworker to jokingly nickname her the Black Widow. Despite the escalating tension, Frank attempted to remain calm and resolve matters amicably. He tried reasoning with Maria multiple times, but she refused to curb her behavior. As a precaution, Frank began recording their conflicts. His goal was not to get Maria into legal trouble, but to gather evidence in case the situation worsened. Frank only wanted to live and work in peace, yet Maria repeatedly crossed boundaries. By 2009, the divorce proceedings had dragged on, with the children living with Frank. Meanwhile, Frank had begun dating a woman named Julie Dent. Although Maria claimed she did not mind Frank's new relationship, she reportedly became upset by Julie's closeness to the children. Frank believed Maria's jealousy was the root cause of the continuing troubles. Maria's anger intensified, and in February 2009, she left a voicemail warning Julie to stay away from her children. However, the situation escalated further when Maria's father, Rocco, was released from prison after serving 5 years for fraud. Frank was aware of his ex-father-in-law's reputation and feared additional problems, believing that Maria had inherited her father's volatile temperament. Those around Frank noticed that he was becoming increasingly anxious. Shortly after Rocco's release, a robbery occurred at Frank's office, during which important documents related to the divorce proceedings were stolen. The next day, Maria contacted Frank, claiming she had discovered a trash bag containing interesting items on the porch. Frank understood the implication and advised her to return the stolen items. He also reported the break-in to the police, but despite their efforts, they were unable to identify any suspects. According to the authorities, no evidence of the perpetrators was found. Nonetheless, it was clear that Maria and her father had a potential motive for the crime. Maria was considered a suspect during the investigation, but the case was ultimately dropped due to insufficient evidence. The police's efforts led Maria to return the documents she had taken from Frank, as the papers contained no important information that could be used as evidence in court. The situation, however, continued to deteriorate until it reached a breaking point. Maria began sending threats to Frank's new girlfriend, Julie, on social media. She remained upset that the children were still in contact with Julie. Unlike Maria, Julie stayed calm and enjoyed spending time with Frank and the children. She tried to avoid getting involved in the complicated relationship between Frank and his ex-wife, but she was deeply troubled by Maria's vindictive focus, as Maria prioritized revenge over parental responsibility. The disputes between Frank and Maria persisted until 2010, when Frank finally lost patience. He went to the police and requested an evaluation of Maria's behavior, providing their correspondence as evidence. The correspondence contained indirect threats, but Maria claimed it was merely her way of communicating and that she had no intention of causing harm. Once again, Maria's guilt could not be proven because the warnings were vague. This time, she was not punished. In January 2010, Frank and Julie planned a romantic getaway to the Caribbean, but on the eve of the trip, a fire broke out at his mother's house. Although no one was injured, the house suffered extensive damage from flames and smoke. Witnesses reported that Maria had driven up to the scene with neighbors and acquaintances, smiled at the fire, and then left. After the firefighters extinguished the blaze, a dog belonging to one of Frank's children was found dead in the ashes. The incident became so serious that Frank had to contact the police again, as it was clear the fire was not accidental. Maria's actions had escalated to the point that it was obvious she would not stop until she achieved her goal. The police initially found no evidence of arson in the first fire, and it was officially ruled an accident. Later, Maria sent Frank a text message gloating about the incident, writing that karma had caught up with him and warning that since her life had been ruined, he could expect further consequences. When the police took no action, Maria grew bolder, openly threatening Frank and his new partner, Julie. A few months later, a fire broke out at Julie's house. Fortunately, she escaped by jumping from the porch, but the house was severely damaged and rendered uninhabitable. Frank invited Julie to move in with him. Although he feared this would further enrage Maria, they had no other choice. Meanwhile, an investigation into the cause of the fire was underway. Since Julie's home was in a different district, she and Frank hoped the police investigation would be impartial. However, the authorities were initially unable to provide assistance due to lack of evidence, and the fire was again ruled an accident. Despite this, Julie was determined to uncover the truth and appealed to her superiors, prompting a renewed investigation. Unexpectedly, flares were discovered in Julie's backyard. Further investigation revealed another flare that could have started the fire. Experts also determined that the steps on the roof of the house had been doused with a flammable mixture. Ultimately, after extensive testing and examination, the cause of the fire was confirmed to be arson. However, as in previous cases, no one was directly implicated in the crime due to lack of evidence, and those responsible were once again able to avoid punishment. In the summer of 2012, Frank and Julie devised a plan to pretend to break up to distract Maria. However, the expected peace was short-lived when Frank's body was discovered on July 3rd, just weeks after the couple had broken up. When Joe, a friend of Frank's, decided to visit him because he had not heard from him recently, he felt an increasing sense of worry upon arrival at the bungalow. The front door was slightly ajar, and stains were visible near the entrance. Upon entering the house, Joe saw Frank lying dead on the floor. Moving closer, he noticed dried blood in Frank's ear and immediately called emergency services. As news of the incident spread throughout the county, public speculation about the perpetrator intensified. Police discovered several key pieces of evidence at the scene, including large pools of blood, extensive drag marks, clear shoe prints on the floor, and bloody gloves in the kitchen. These items were sent for forensic analysis, which revealed that the shoe prints matched the size and style of shoes worn by Maria's father, Rocco. Additionally, skin particles from Maria were found inside the gloves, despite her not having lived with Frank for over a year, making it unlikely that the gloves had been left behind accidentally. The evidence connected Rocco and Maria to the crime, leading to their arrests. An autopsy and ballistics analysis revealed that Frank had been shot with two different types of guns. He was initially shot with a .30 caliber sniper rifle while standing near the front door. A sniper's nest was discovered approximately 115 feet from the house. The bullet passed through Frank's hand and into his chest, severing a vital artery and causing a fatal wound. Despite this, the attackers continued their assault. They dragged Frank into the house, where a second shot was fired into his head with a .357 Magnum revolver. By this time, Frank was already dead, so the final shot was considered an act of revenge. The violent nature of the crime suggested that the shooter harbored deep hatred for Frank. Based on the evidence, police suspected that Rocco fired the first shot from the sniper rifle while Maria fired the second shot. Additionally, police discovered that Frank's car and dog were missing from the house. Review of traffic camera footage showed that Frank's car had been driven away from his home onto an interstate, but the driver's identity could not be determined. The car was later found in Sunbury, Pennsylvania, 27 miles from Frank's home and 5 miles from Maria's residence. No fingerprints or other evidence were recovered inside the vehicle. 2 days after the incident, Frank's dog was found at a wedding in Dauphin. Attendees immediately recognized the dog as well-groomed and equipped with an electronic chip, and it was returned to Frank's mother. It was revealed that Frank had acquired a new pet for his children after the previous fire. This fortunate discovery helped clarify certain aspects of the case and effectively exposed part of the crime. According to the investigation, the perpetrators had taken the dog with them when fleeing the scene. On the way home, Rocco stopped, and during this time, attracted by the smell of food nearby, the dog escaped. It then wandered to a house where a wedding was taking place. This incident allowed the police to confirm that Rocco's phone had been near the wedding venue on the day of the murder, while his residence in Harrisburg was 12 miles away, contradicting his claim that he had been at home. It is likely that Maria was the one who suggested bringing the dog to the children, but this decision ultimately proved to be a mistake. During questioning, Rocco admitted that his son-in-law had asked for his assistance several times and had visited him the day before his death, which could explain traces found at the crime scene. However, Rocco could not account for the presence of the pool of blood. His testimony did not seem credible, and no one could verify whether he and Frank had been on good terms. Rocco confessed that Frank had given him the car on the same day, likely in an attempt to justify the discovery of his fingerprints in the victim's home. By making this statement, Rocco inadvertently admitted to having been present at the crime scene the day before. Searches were conducted at both Rocco's and Maria's homes for the murder weapon, but none was found, as it was likely that Rocco had disposed of it. Maria also denied any guilt, claiming that the glove had appeared in Frank's home by accident, possibly brought there by the children. Ultimately, the suspects were released to return home. However, the police continued gathering evidence for the case. A new lead emerged when Derek Reed, a friend of Frank's, spoke with Maria at a school football game, during which Maria revealed that the last thing her husband saw before he died was her face. This new information drew the attention of the state attorney general, who was already dissatisfied with how the police had handled Frank's complaints. Many people also expressed concern about the matter, prompting an internal investigation. However, proving police negligence proved difficult. The authorities claimed that much of the information Frank had provided lacked concrete evidence. The police sought to determine the suspect's guilt in the murder, as well as their involvement in previous crimes, including stalking. Major interrogations took place in 2013. Maria and Rocco maintained their innocence throughout the proceedings, denying all 12 charges against them. However, their unwillingness to cooperate with the investigation led to additional charges of providing false testimony. Prosecutors asserted that Maria and Rocco had arrived at Frank's house together, deliberately avoiding the use of their own car to evade attention, and had fled the scene in the victim's vehicle. In late 2014, Maria was arrested again, while Rocco evaded capture. After a final interrogation, he boarded a plane and flew to Colombia. Police considered this flight an escape attempt and a sign of his guilt. For nearly a year, Rocco remained at large, but he was eventually apprehended in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Local authorities arrested him, and although Rocco attempted to resist deportation back to the United States, his efforts failed, and he was returned to face justice. In the fall of 2015, Maria went to trial. Throughout the proceedings, she maintained her innocence and instead placed the blame on her father for the crimes. Maria insisted that she had loved Frank and never intended for him to die. However, many witnesses came forward to reveal Maria's true nature, providing accounts of persistent threats, stalking, and arson. The trial lasted more than a week, after which the jury returned a verdict, finding Maria Spencer guilty on all charges. These charges included murder, arson, burglary, conspiracy, and menacing. As a result, Maria was sentenced to life in prison without parole, plus an additional 50 years. Court observers noted that Maria smiled throughout the trial. In a later interview, she explained her behavior, saying that because she had not ended Frank's life, she had tried to stay positive. A few years later, Rocco's trial began. He was furious over his daughter's conviction. Rocco claimed that he had only tried to help his daughter and opposed any violence. He insisted that Maria had been the one who encouraged the crime. Despite his assertions, physical evidence demonstrated that Rocco had been more involved than he admitted. In the fall of 2018, Rocco Franklin was convicted of murder, robbery, and arson. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole, plus 45 years. At his sentencing, Rocco, aged 77, blew a kiss to the prosecutor and police and then cursed the judge. Years later, Rocco requested a retrial, claiming that his defense attorney had been ineffective during his conviction. Maria also attempted to appeal her case, but both father and daughter were unsuccessful. Moving on to the next case. The case of James Dale Ritchie. Summer 2016 in Anchorage, Alaska's largest city, which functions as the unofficial capital and is home to nearly 300,000 people. On July 3, 2016, at 7:40 a.m., a woman riding her bicycle was the first to make a disturbing report to 911. She had come across the bodies of two young individuals lying in the grass beside a road known as Ship Creek. From their clothing, it seemed that they were a young man and woman who had suffered severe head injuries with a significant amount of blood around them, causing people to assume they were dead. The cyclist quickly understood that something terrible had happened to these individuals and immediately called for assistance. Tragically, when paramedics and police reached the scene, the victims could not be helped, having died shortly before they were found, as shown by the warmth that still remained in their bodies. It was evident that their deaths resulted from a violent assault. Autopsies verified that both had been shot in the chest and head. Police identified the deceased as 41-year-old Jason Nett and 20-year-old Brianna Foys through their identification cards. Brianna, born in 1996, had endured a difficult childhood, which resulted in her and her sister being placed in a refugee camp. However, their lives improved when Brianna was 5 years old. Marcella Foy's family adopted the two sisters, forming a family with other children. Brianna struggled with attachment disorder, which made forming emotional bonds with her caregivers extremely difficult. This created trust issues and challenges adapting to new environments, as well as difficulties interacting socially with others. Despite these hardships, Brianna was an energetic and outgoing young woman with a deep passion for music, especially Broadway productions. She possessed a natural singing talent and frequently posted short videos showcasing her performances. Yet, beneath her upbeat personality and love for life, Brianna faced many struggles. Her adoptive mother, Marcella, explained that Brianna's developmental challenges affected her ability to make sound decisions, particularly regarding the people she chose to be around and the situations she entered. Consequently, she became involved with the wrong crowd. This pushed her toward experimenting with psychoactive substances and eventually developing a substance abuse issue. Her foster mother, Marcella, made efforts to help Brianna by urging her to seek treatment and support. However, once Brianna reached 18, she was legally an adult and free to make her own choices, even when those choices were not beneficial for her. Sadly, Brianna opted to prioritize her independence and chose to manage life on her own, resisting her mother's attempts to guide her toward a healthier path. She became homeless again due to family rules and her financial circumstances. Still, she maintained a close bond with her mother and stayed temporarily in homeless shelters. Jason Nett, the other victim in the case, also faced difficulties in putting his life together. Known for his gentle, helpful nature and his affection for nature and animals, he was well-liked by everyone. Unfortunately, Jason battled drug addiction and had several encounters with the law. His unemployment further complicated his situation, leaving him unable to provide child support for his 2 daughters. In the summer of 2016, he found temporary shelter at a landfill in Anchorage near the Ship Creek Bike Trail, the same area where both he and Brianna were eventually discovered dead. Despite their age difference, Jason and Brianna developed a strong friendship after spending a long time homeless. Jason became a protective figure in Brianna's life, especially since she was still a child. He attempted to shield her from harm, but tragically, he was unable to do so, as devastating circumstances resulted in both of them being shot and killed near a trail. When officers arrived, their first step was to carefully examine the victims and the surrounding crime scene. They quickly noticed that there were no shell casings near the bodies, leading them to conclude that the killer might have used a revolver, a type of firearm known for keeping the shell casings inside the cylinder when fired. Additionally, a bullet was found close to where Jason and Brianna lay, suggesting that the shooter had aimed at the pair but missed, striking a nearby wooden fence instead. The bullet was collected as evidence and sent for forensic testing. Expert analysis confirmed the initial suspicion that a revolver had been used and even pinpointed the exact model. It was identified as a CT Python 357, a high-precision 6-shot revolver known for its responsive trigger and outstanding accuracy, making it one of the top options in its category. This model is also relatively uncommon. As investigators pressed on, they chose to question the key witness who had first contacted emergency services about the gruesome discovery. Her statement introduced an unusual twist to the case. She explained that stumbling upon Jason and Brianna's bodies had not been accidental. She had been guided to them by a mysterious man. She told police that while she was biking across the bridge that morning, a man casually told her that the bodies of 2 people were lying on the trail below and advised her to stay alert before continuing. Motivated by the stranger's puzzling warning, she went down the trail, found the victims, and then called emergency services. Investigators were particularly fascinated by this man. He had not reported the bodies himself, and his oddly calm tone made it sound as though he was mentioning a minor issue rather than a horrific tragedy. This unsettling interaction led police to consider the possibility that he might have been connected to the murders of the 2 victims. Unfortunately, the witness could not provide a detailed description of the man, as she had been more focused on the horrifying scene ahead of her than on the person who directed her there. She was unable to remember any defining features, clothing details, or distinguishing characteristics. Police reviewed surveillance footage in hopes of uncovering clues. They concentrated on cameras in the industrial park near Ship Creek, since the trail itself had no cameras. After examining footage from around the time the emergency call was made, they spotted a man on the trail shortly before the incident. Unfortunately, he was walking away from the camera, making his face unidentifiable. The footage offered only a general outline of his appearance. He wore blue pants, possibly a hoodie or hat, a jacket, and a backpack. His height was the only detail that could be clearly determined. However, this information was still too limited to form any definite conclusions, so investigators continued searching. Police released the footage in hopes that someone might recognize the man based on his clothing. Their main objective was to identify the mysterious stranger and investigate further to determine whether he had any connection to the crime. However, the man did not come forward, and although police received some tips about his possible identity, none led to solid results, and the investigation was ultimately closed. While looking into Brianna's and Jason's backgrounds, investigators spoke with people who knew them and their families to uncover a potential motive for the murders. They examined several possibilities, including unpaid debts to drug dealers, disputes among homeless individuals over territory, or the chance that the victims had become unintended targets in a gang-related conflict. However, despite exploring various theories, detectives found no concrete evidence supporting any of them. In the end, the investigation indicated that Jason and Brianna were not specifically targeted, but were instead random victims present at the location of the shooting. This raised a disturbing concern in the community, the unpredictable danger that the killer could strike randomly again. In the early morning hours of July 29, 2016, a devastating shooting occurred in East Anchorage, taking the life of Tryon Kindle Thompson, 21, affectionately known as Trey. The incident took place less than a month after Jason Nett and Brianna Foy's bodies were found, deepening the community's fears. Tryon was known as a remarkable young man, admired for his kindness and willingness to help others. He often welcomed homeless individuals into his home and provided meals for them. That morning, Tryon was heading to his aunt's house to feed her dog while she was away. As he approached the house on his bicycle, an unidentified attacker shot and killed him. Police discovered Tryon's body on the street with gunshot wounds to the head and torso. Similar to the previous case, no shell casings were found at the scene, but a nearby surveillance camera captured the crime. The camera mounted at Tryon's aunt's home recorded the moments leading up to the shooting. Around 3 a.m., a man was seen walking along the street before suddenly pulling out a handgun and firing at Tryon. The footage shows that after Tryon fell, the attacker calmly walked over, placed the pistol in his pocket, took Tryon's bicycle, and rode off into the darkness. The surveillance recording was not the only evidence obtained. The killing was also witnessed by two young girls who were staying up late by a window in a nearby house, enthusiastically sharing scary stories. Their concern first arose when they noticed a tall figure lingering on the street. Their attention then shifted to another figure farther down the road, Tryon, moments before the fatal shot was fired. After briefly looking away, they glanced back to witness the heartbreaking aftermath. Trey lying motionless on the ground, and the assailant riding away on the bicycle, moving slowly past their view. The girls who witnessed the shooting gave police a detailed description of the suspect. They described him as an older man with distinctive traits, including wavy shoulder-length hair, heavy boots, a baseball cap, and a camouflage jacket. He was especially tall. After analyzing the surveillance footage, experts estimated the shooter's height to be about 6 feet 2 inches, possibly even taller. Based on the girls' statements, a composite sketch of the suspect was produced and released to the public, along with a photo of the stolen bicycle. Police urged the community to stay alert. Investigators quickly discovered a connection between Tryon's murder and the earlier killings on the Ship Creek Trail. The mystery grew deeper because Tryon, like Brianna and Jason, had no known enemies and no clear reason to be targeted, raising the unsettling possibility of random killings. A detailed forensic investigation confirmed that the same gun had been used in all 3 murders, indicating that a serial killer was operating in Anchorage. As the case progressed, the public's response to the composite sketch generated multiple leads. Tryon's mother, Manny Primo, was determined to find her son's killer. She actively shared the suspect's sketch and gathered information about the attacker. This led her to a critical discovery. She spotted a cyclist riding what appeared to be Tryon's stolen bicycle on the night of his murder. The individual was heading toward a local shelter, a remote area that provides temporary housing for people without stable homes. Understanding the significance of this discovery, Manny immediately contacted the police. A patrol unit was sent to the shelter, where officers located the bicycle and took it for further examination. Nearby, hidden inside a tree hollow, they also found a firearm. After speaking with residents of the shelter, police quickly identified the man believed to be the owner of both the bicycle and the gun. The suspect was brought to the station for questioning. However, as investigators continued speaking with him, they began to doubt that he was the correct suspect. Further investigation revealed that the homeless man had previously served as an officer in the New York Police Department. Yet surveillance footage of the shooter showed him firing the weapon with one hand, whereas police officers are typically trained to fire using both hands. This inconsistency made the homeless man an unlikely perpetrator. Additionally, the gun found in the tree was not a Colt Python .357, the model used in the earlier killings. A more careful inspection of the bicycle also showed that it only loosely resembled the one stolen from Tryon. Based on these findings, the homeless man was ruled out as a suspect, extinguishing initial hopes of progress in the case. 1 month after Tryon's death, Anchorage police received another report of a homicide in the same area. On the night of August 28, 2016, a woman walking through Moon Valley Park called 911 after discovering the body of a young man, later identified as 34-year-old Kevin Turner. Kevin, like Brianna and Jason, was homeless. Tragically, he suffered from schizophrenia and bipolar disorder and had tried to find a mental health facility that could meet his needs but had been unsuccessful. Now his life had been violently cut short. Kevin was found sitting on a picnic bench with his head resting on the table and a pair of socks in his hands. His shoes had been removed and placed beside him, suggesting he may have been shot while wearing only his socks. It seemed he had not noticed the attacker, as there was no sign he had attempted to hide or flee from the gunfire. Nearby, police discovered a second victim, 25-year-old Brian DeHaan, a local environmental activist who had been cycling through the area that night. Brian's body was found not far from the location where Kevin had been discovered in the park. Police noted that shell casings were missing from the scene, consistent with the prior 2 attacks. Ballistic analysis confirmed that the bullets that killed Brian and Kevin had been fired from the same Colt Python .357 revolver. This evidence led investigators to conclude that the same individual was responsible for all 3 assaults, raising the total victim count to 5. Despite this breakthrough, police were still unable to identify or apprehend the suspect. Following the 3rd attack, Anchorage authorities issued warnings to residents about a serial killer at large, urging them to remain vigilant and avoid public parks and bike trails, particularly at night. The perpetrator appeared to select victims at random, without prior planning or specific targets, which left the community in a state of fear and unease. To assist the investigation, police offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the killer. Although numerous tips were received, the case made little progress. The situation shifted dramatically in November 2016 when a completely unrelated incident inadvertently led officers to a suspect. On November 12, 2016, at approximately 4:30 a.m., Officer Arncilio of the Anchorage Police Department was patrolling downtown when he received a call regarding a nearby incident. A taxi driver reported that a passenger had fled without paying his fare. Officer Arncilio began searching the deserted streets for fare evaders. While patrolling, he noticed a man walking on the sidewalk and attempted to question him. From inside his patrol car, Arncilio instructed the man to stop, but the individual ignored him and continued walking. The encounter was recorded on the dashboard camera of the patrol car. Despite repeated orders to halt, the man refused to comply. Arncilio then used the vehicle's loudspeaker to give the command again. Moments later, the man turned and approached the patrol car. Rather than responding verbally, he suddenly attacked Arncilio, drew a pistol from his clothing, and fired at the officer. Arncilio exited the vehicle and returned fire. Nearby, Sergeant Mark Patuck intervened to assist, also firing at the assailant. Arncilio sustained 4 gunshot wounds, suffering serious injuries to his bones, liver, and intestines. Despite the severity of his injuries, he survived and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, undergoing a 7-hour surgery. The assailant, however, did not survive, having been fatally shot in the head, and was pronounced dead at the scene. It was only after the man's death that investigators, who had been examining a series of recent crimes in Anchorage, recognized a connection between him and their prime suspect. Police reviewed footage from the patrol car's dashboard camera and compared it with recordings from earlier incidents. Their investigation revealed that the deceased matched the profile of the serial killer, a tall man wearing a baseball cap and camouflage jacket who fired his weapon with one hand. Although evidence was limited, it was confirmed that the gun used by the man was a Colt Python .357, the same firearm involved in the 5 previous murders. Further investigation ultimately identified the gunman as James Dale Ritchie. James Dale Ritchie was born on November 4, 1976, in Anchorage, Alaska. During his high school years, James stood out not only because of his height, but also due to his exceptional intelligence. He participated in football and basketball, demonstrating potential for a professional sports career. After graduating in 1994, James' remarkable talent drew the attention of the West Virginia University football team, which recruited him. He attended college for only 1 semester before dropping out to pursue a different direction. Upon returning to Anchorage, James' life began to deteriorate. He developed a drug addiction and became involved in various criminal activities, including burglary and drug trafficking. His engagement in these crimes resulted in multiple arrests and a significant conviction in 2005 for burglary and attempted kidnapping, during which he used zip ties and 2 handguns. After serving 2 years in custody, James returned to Anchorage, where he may have acquired his Colt Python .357 revolver. In 2013, Ritchie moved to his parents' home in the small Virginia town of Broadway. Even his mother admitted fear of him, describing him as a potential danger and believing that his future would result either in a lifetime of imprisonment or a violent death. Despite these grim predictions, Ritchie appeared to pursue change. He began preparing for an associate's degree at a nearby college and attended classes. He was reportedly friendly to his neighbors, developed relationships, and even experienced love. Nevertheless, Ritchie's subsequent choices led him into a grim series of violent offenses, ultimately culminating in his death during a confrontation with law enforcement. Although he seemed to be realigning his life, this phase was short-lived. His romantic relationship ended in a way far from what he had hoped, causing significant distress for both parties involved. Struggling to cope with his emotions, Ritchie returned to Anchorage in March 2016. He sought mental health support and took antidepressants for a period. Law enforcement was unable to verify if Ritchie had a formal psychiatric diagnosis, but evidence suggests he may have genuinely struggled with schizophrenia. After his death, a former housemate disclosed that James Dale Ritchie frequently made bizarre claims, such as believing he could control the weather, summoning rain or sunlight at will. He also claimed the power to dictate life and death, choosing who would live and who would die. Even posthumously, James Dale Ritchie was identified as the prime suspect in multiple shootings. Although detectives lacked conclusive evidence directly linking him to the crimes, the consistency in physical description and the use of the same firearm in all 5 incidents provided a strong basis for suspicion. The next challenge was gathering further evidence to assure the public. During a search of Ritchie's residence, law enforcement discovered 18 shell casings hidden in his closet, matching precisely the number of rounds fired from the revolver in all 5 cases. Ballistic analysis confirmed that Ritchie's firearm was responsible for the victims' deaths. This evidence was deemed sufficient to officially declare, in April 2017, that James Dale Ritchie was the perpetrator behind the serial offenses that had terrorized Anchorage for months. Unfortunately, this revelation offered little comfort to the victims' families, who sought the perpetrator's arrest, trial, and a life sentence. The motive behind Ritchie's killings of these 5 individuals remains unclear and will likely never be fully understood. An intriguing detail emerged that may or may not hold relevance to the case. In his youth, James had maintained a close relationship with Bobby Thompson, the father of Trey Thompson. This long-standing friendship endured, and at the time of Trey's murder, Bobby was incarcerated for offenses related to drugs and firearms. This fact raises questions about whether Ritchie knew his target that night and whether memories of his friend influenced his actions. Evidently without remorse, Ritchie continued his criminal spree. His eventual apprehension was fortunate, implying that, had it not been for that chance encounter, the number of his victims could have exceeded 5. Moving on to the next case. The case of Jassy Correa. Jassy Correa was born in Praia, Cabo Verde, but her family relocated to the United States when she was only 3 years old. She grew up in Dorchester, Massachusetts, and Boston became her hometown. As she matured, Jassy became a devoted mother to her daughter, Gabriella. However, Jassy's personal life was fraught with challenges. Her husband, Miguel Castro, physically assaulted her. Despite her desire to leave him, Miguel refused and brutally beat her. Jassy eventually reported the incident to the police, and Miguel was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Jassy worked as a waitress at Del Frisco, a restaurant in Boston. In her free time, she enjoyed dancing and photography. She treasured moments spent with her family, friends, and daughter, Gabriella. One of her favorite pastimes was taking her young daughter to the park. On the evening of February 23, 2019, Jassy celebrated her birthday with friends at Venue, a nightclub in Boston's Theater District. Before going out, she left her 2-year-old daughter with family and got ready for the night, wearing a new orange jumpsuit. They spent the evening dancing and drinking champagne at the nightclub. When the club closed, Jassy and her 2 friends stepped outside, but eventually went their separate ways, leaving Jassy alone. She never made it home that night, and her phone was turned off, with all calls going straight to voicemail. For 2 days, Sunday and Monday, there was no news from Jassy. No one had seen her since she left the nightclub on Sunday morning. On Tuesday, February 26th, Jassy's father, Korea, and one of her friends went to the police station to report her missing. The police immediately launched an investigation. The detectives' first priority was to determine Jassy's movements after leaving the nightclub. Jassy's family and friends distributed flyers throughout the city, hoping someone might have information regarding her whereabouts. Detectives also interviewed the friends who had been with her that night, but they did not know where she went after leaving the club. According to them, Jassy had planned to head home after saying goodbye. To gather more information, police interviewed witnesses and reviewed CCTV footage from cameras inside and outside the nightclub. One recording showed Jassy on the sidewalk on Tremont Street, near the nightclub, talking to several people at 2:14 a.m. after leaving the club. The footage revealed that Jassy, who appeared intoxicated, mistakenly got into an Uber she had not ordered. The driver, frustrated by the mistake, argued with her and eventually forced her out of the vehicle. After being removed from the car, Jassy continued to argue with the driver. At that moment, an unknown man approached and took her hand, pulling her aside to talk. Despite possibly wanting to leave, Jassy was unable to free herself from his grasp. The CCTV footage showed the man still holding her hands, pulling her closer. Eventually, Jassy left the area with him. In retrospect, it became evident that she had fallen victim to a predator who exploited her vulnerable state. Subsequent camera footage showed Jassy jumping onto his back, and he carried her to his car. They drove away together. 14 minutes later, police were left with many questions. Who was this man, and where had he taken Jassy? Fortunately, authorities quickly identified the man and located his address. Louis Coleman, a 32-year-old man from a respectable family background, was with Jassy at the time of the incident. He held a master's degree in physics and had no prior criminal record. Notably, police databases contained no information indicating that Louis owned a car. However, his mother, a resident of California, owned a 2016 red Buick, which matched the type of vehicle involved in the incident with Jassy. Louis lived in Providence, Rhode Island, approximately 50 miles from the Venue nightclub where he was last seen with Jassy. When police arrived at his residence, they found that Louis was no longer there. Nevertheless, CCTV footage from inside and outside the building revealed disturbing evidence. It is worth noting that the drive from the nightclub to Louis's apartment typically takes about an hour. Since Louis returned to his apartment at 4:15 a.m. on Sunday, roughly 2 hours after he was seen leaving with Jassy, it is likely that he stopped somewhere along the way. The following day, Louis sent an email to a colleague stating that he would be taking a few additional days off. Based on the content of the email, it appears that Louis was attempting to buy time to cover his tracks. Over the next 2 days, Louis sought to conceal evidence of the crime. Further CCTV footage analysis sheds light on what happened to Jassy after she left with Louis. Although the police never released the initial footage due to ethical concerns, it showed Louis entering his apartment building with Jassy. FBI Special Agent Thomas Zucas described the footage, stating that Louis was seen walking from a red sedan toward the front of the building carrying a body with long hair and wearing orange pants. Agent Zucas believes the footage depicts Louis carrying Jassy's body into his apartment building. Security footage from the building's lobby shows that at approximately 4:27 a.m., Louis entered the building carrying an unconscious or already deceased Jassy in his arms. He then proceeded to the elevator and took it to the 6th floor. Notably, on February 26th, the same day Jassy's father reported her disappearance to the police, Lewis made a suspicious purchase at Walmart. His receipt showed that he bought multiple items raising red flags, including protective suits, duct tape, electrical tape, candles, gloves, safety goggles, a mask, and Clorox bleach. The following day, while friends and family distributed flyers with Jassie's picture, Lewis made another concerning Walmart purchase, captured on camera at 9:22 p.m. This time, he bought a large suitcase and a canister. On February 27, 2019, at around 9:58 p.m., Lewis returned to the apartment building, and video footage appeared to show him carrying the newly purchased large suitcase. Further footage documented Lewis transporting the suitcase from his apartment to his vehicle in the parking lot, as evidenced by a recording at 2:15 a.m. on February 28. A video shows a man, later identified as Lewis, struggling to lift a suitcase into the trunk of his car. This footage is part of a broader investigation into the disappearance of Jassie Correa, who was last seen on February 24th and was believed to be at Lewis's apartment. During their search, police discovered several suspicious items, including 2 packages of hooded coveralls and 2 respirator masks. They also inspected a sofa in the apartment, which was missing one of its 4 large cushions. Outside the apartment complex, in a dumpster, authorities found additional items that raised further concerns. These included white trash bags, a bag containing plastic sheets, men's jeans with bleach stains, and a belt. Other items recovered from the dumpster included a white nylon hooded coverall, an unfilled box of baking soda, clear safety goggles, duct tape packaging, rubbing alcohol, Walmart bags, used plastic gloves, an empty package from a car air freshener, 3 used packages of purifying charcoal, and a sponge. Between 2:44 a.m. and 4:02 a.m., Lewis was observed leaving the building multiple times carrying various items, including cardboard boxes, trash bags, a bottle of bleach, a computer tower, a laptop case, and a small duffel bag. On February 28, 2019, police obtained a search warrant for Lewis's apartment. On the afternoon of February 28, 2019, police stopped a car driven by Lewis near Wilmington, Delaware. Officers instructed Lewis to exit the vehicle and asked if he was alone. Lewis reportedly replied, "She's in the trunk." Upon inspection, police found Jassie's body wrapped in a sofa cushion cover inside a black trash bag, which was placed in a large suitcase matching the one Lewis had brought into his apartment the previous day. Experts examining the vehicle discovered 2 cracks on the passenger side windshield, leading authorities to suspect that Lewis had assaulted Jassie inside the car. Consequently, Lewis was arrested and taken to a Delaware State Police barracks. During questioning, Lewis had a large bandage on the right side of his face, which he claimed was from a mishap when asked about it. A forensic examination determined that Jassie had died from a combination of strangulation and blunt force trauma. Seminal fluid was also found on her body, and DNA analysis matched Lewis's DNA. Prosecutors noted that Lewis's DNA was additionally found under Jassie's fingernails. Although the exact location of her death could not be confirmed, it is believed to have occurred either in the car or at Lewis's apartment. On Saturday, March 9, 2019, family members and community supporters gathered at St. Peter's Parish in Dorchester to pay tribute to Jassie Correa. Many attendees wore white or displayed buttons, shirts, and sweatshirts featuring Jassie's face and the phrase, "Justice for Jassie." Maka DeAndrade, Jassie's cousin and best friend, delivered the first eulogy, expressing the community's grief and acknowledgement of her passing. DeAndrade stated, "We may not understand why Jassie's life was cut short, but I have faith that her death was not in vain. I trust that God has a plan, and I have faith in that." Boston Mayor Marty Walsh addressed the crowd, pledging to work toward creating a safer world for women. He stressed that young women should be able to go out and celebrate without fear and return home safely to their loved ones. He acknowledged the profound pain endured by Jassie Correa's family and expressed his condolences. When Correa expressed gratitude to the city and law enforcement agencies for their tireless efforts in investigating Jassie's disappearance and death, he also paid a heartfelt tribute to his daughter, saying, "Rest in paradise, my dear Jassie. Rest in peace, my dear child." Lewis Coleman, the suspect, has been charged with kidnapping resulting in death, a crime that could carry either the death penalty or a life sentence. However, prosecutors have announced that they will not pursue capital punishment. During the trial, they presented evidence, including video footage showing Coleman dragging Jassie's body into his apartment and his online search history following her disappearance. FBI agents reported on Lewis's internet activity in the days after the alleged kidnapping. He had searched for topics such as whether a person can fit inside a suitcase and how to remove a tooth that is not loose. Lewis's defense team, however, has contested the relevance of this evidence to the kidnapping charge. They argue that the prosecution has focused on Lewis's actions after the alleged victim's death, rather than on the kidnapping itself. Attorney David stated that the case is not about how Lewis behaved after her death, or whether he did anything illegal or inappropriate. The government's evidence has primarily centered on these issues, but the defense maintains that they are not central to determining whether a kidnapping occurred. Court documents filed by both the prosecution and defense provide a detailed account of the events surrounding Jassy Correa's disappearance and death. Although each side presents different versions of what happened, the documents reveal disturbing details about the circumstances leading up to Jassy's death. Prosecutors established that the defendant, Lewis, was at the same nightclub as Jassy and her friends on the night she disappeared. However, Lewis was interacting with a different woman he had just met, not Jassy. They exchanged phone numbers and texted each other both at the club and after it closed. Prosecution and defense have offered conflicting narratives regarding the events that followed. Prosecutors contend that Jassy was not the aggressor and that Lewis deceived her into entering his car by offering a ride to her friend's apartment, ultimately taking her life. In contrast, the defense claims that Jassy became aggressive after being forced out of an Uber by the driver and that she initiated a fight with Lewis. They argue that the incident was a spontaneous altercation rather than a premeditated act of stalking, kidnapping, and murder. Prosecutors highlighted that the defendant's main argument relied on the victim, who weighed 119 pounds, attacking him, despite him weighing 200 pounds. This claim was not persuasive, particularly given that the victim's autopsy revealed the presence of multiple prohibited substances in her system, in addition to alcohol. The defense team attempted to downplay their client's involvement in the crime. Despite this, in June 2022, Lewis was found guilty of one count of kidnapping resulting in death. The defense then filed a motion contending that the evidence was insufficient to support the conviction, but the motion did not alter the trial's outcome. In October 2022, Lewis Coleman, 36, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for kidnapping and killing Jassy Correa. The court also ordered him to pay $60,000 in compensation to the victim's family. Moving on to the next case. Julie Minogue. Milford is a picturesque coastal city located in Connecticut, United States. Positioned on the Long Island Sound, it provides scenic views and a vibrant community. Covering slightly over 25 square miles, it has a population exceeding 50,000 people. Renowned for its beautiful beaches, Milford draws both visitors and residents who appreciate its natural landscapes and waterfront activities. The city features a rich history dating back to colonial times, combining historic architecture with modern amenities. The residents of Milford could not have anticipated that a tragedy would strike in 2022. But first, let us explore the layers of her past. Julie Minogue was born on July 19, 1982, in the charming town of Goshen, New York. She was blessed with loving parents, Gerald J. Minogue and Sandra Barish Dopper, who nurtured her alongside her two siblings, sister Allison Barati Corcoran and brother Peter Gerald Minogue. As she grew up, Julie excelled academically, attending the respected Monroe-Woodbury schools and later graduating from Monroe-Woodbury High School. She continued her education at Orange County Community College, broadening her knowledge and embracing new experiences along the way. After college, Julie Minogue became a dedicated medical assistant at Connecticut Coastal Obstetrics Gynecology and found fulfillment in various aspects of her life. She maintained an active lifestyle, regularly running and walking to stay energized. However, her true passion was being a mother to her two sons, Nicholas Keith Turner and Sean Michael Turner. Details regarding her marriage and husband remain unknown at this point. Julie's commitment and love as a single mother were remarkable, shaping the strong bond she shared with her children. Julie Minogue found love again in 2017, entering a relationship with a man from Roxbury named Ewan Anthony DeWitt. Together, they welcomed a son in 2019 named Luke Anthony Minogue into their lives. Over time, difficulties arose in their relationship, prompting Julie to leave Ewan in 2021. She relocated with her sons to a condo on Salem Walk in Milford, prioritizing their well-being above all else. By 2022, Nicholas, the eldest son, was 21 years old and had bravely served his country in the Coast Guard, while Sean, at 17, was a vibrant young man thriving as a high school senior. Her son with Ewan, Luke, was 3 and a bright light in their household. Julie herself was 40, and all appeared well for her and her 3 boys. Yet, tragedy loomed just around the corner. Late at night on December 6, 2022, 17-year-old Nicholas Minogue was abruptly awakened by chilling screams. At first, he did not respond to the initial noise, dismissing it as echoes from the neighborhood. But the cries grew louder and more urgent, and he realized that something was terribly wrong. Concerned for his mother's safety, Nicholas rushed downstairs. Amidst the darkness, he glimpsed a horrifying scene. A man wielding an axe and his mother lying on the floor, her body drenched in blood. Amid the chaos, Nicholas heard the haunting words, "You didn't believe me," ringing in his ears. Panicked, the teenager raced upstairs and quickly locked the door, determined to protect himself. He dialed 911 and urgently reported the horrifying scene that had just unfolded before him. Determined to add an extra layer of protection, he quickly placed a sturdy chair behind the locked door. With his heart racing, he opened his window, desperately reaching out for help. Within minutes, police officers arrived and entered the house, but the teenager, gripped by fear, leapt out of the window. That was when he heard the shouts of the Milford PD and realized it was not the intruder. Eventually, the authorities located the courageous teen and ensured his safety. In a devastating discovery, the police entered the kitchen to find Julie Minogue lying in a pool of blood on the floor. Her face and skull bore multiple deep cuts. A chilling sight awaited them as they spotted a large axe resting on the stove nearby, providing evidence of the horrific crime. Meanwhile, in the living room, Julie's young son Luke, aged 3, sat on the couch completely stunned and unresponsive. Not a tear nor a word escaped him, as if frozen in shock. An officer remained by his side, offering comfort and support until additional officers arrived at the scene. Following her tragic death, Julie's body was carefully transported to the Connecticut office of the Chief Medical Examiner for a thorough examination. After performing a meticulous autopsy, the medical examiner determined the cause of her death to be chop wounds and blood impact injuries to the head, torso, and extremities. The detailed findings provided crucial evidence about the nature of the attack, shedding light on the tragic circumstances of her untimely demise. As the police took custody of the axe found on the gas stove, they meticulously combed through every inch of the area, determined to uncover any potential evidence that could lead them closer to the perpetrator. Inside the house, they conducted an extensive search, carefully examining each room for any clues that might explain the heinous crime. The commotion drew the attention of concerned neighbors who gathered nearby. The atmosphere was tense, as the community was eager to support the investigation in any way possible. Amid the growing crowd, a helpful neighbor came forward with an unexpected piece of evidence: ring camera footage from outside his house at Long Meadow Complex. The police eagerly seized the opportunity, hoping the footage might contain a crucial clue. As they reviewed it, they witnessed a disturbing sight: an individual walking with an axe in hand, closely matching the description provided by Nicholas. The discovery sent a wave of anticipation through investigators as they realized they might have found a significant lead. The police began to investigate the identity of the man with the axe. That very day, on December 6, 2022, a crucial breakthrough occurred when a concerned woman called the police reporting a chilling phone call from her son. In her trembling voice, she revealed the shocking news that her son had just called her and confessed that he had killed his girlfriend. The urgency in her words prompted an immediate response from law enforcement. Determined to uncover the truth, the authorities quickly located the woman and spoke with her. It was revealed that the man responsible for this chilling confession was none other than Ewan DeWitt, the 42-year-old who had once been in a relationship with Julie. Armed with this crucial information, the police dialed Ewan's number, hoping to engage him in an important conversation. However, their efforts were met with resistance, as Ewan abruptly hung up. Investigators then focused on Ewan's background, believing it could provide vital information needed to move the case forward. Born in Roxbury in 1979, Ewan Anthony DeWitt had a wide range of interests and pursuits. As a talented athlete, he pursued ice hockey and even reached the semi-professional level. Ewan's curiosity for knowledge led him to earn a bachelor's degree in history from Siena College, demonstrating his intellectual ambition. He was not content with a single vocation, so he also pursued a career as a firefighter. Additionally, Yuen shared his expertise as a personal trainer. In 2006, he was arrested in Connecticut for driving under the influence and traffic offenses. He pleaded guilty, receiving a suspended prison sentence and probation. Following this, Yuen DeWitt's life took a notable turn when he joined the U.S. Marine Corps in 2009, where he trained as a skilled weapons specialist and non-commissioned officer. He served his country for 5 years, attaining the rank of Lance Corporal in 2011. In a striking photo from his time in the Marines, Lance Corporal Yuen DeWitt is pictured in action as a machine gunner. The image captures him bravely operating an M2.50 caliber machine gun on a vehicle during an amphibious task and forced naval exercise on December 3, 2011, aboard the USS Chima. With his leadership and skill, he became a machine gun section leader in the distinguished 1st Reconnaissance Battalion. He dedicated himself to his duties, serving multiple tours in Afghanistan, the Middle East, and other classified locations alongside his fellow Marines. Yuen and his comrades' efforts were highlighted in a 2015 article in the Registered Citizen, showcasing their collective work to restore a piece of history. However, Yuen's life later took a darker path when he encountered legal troubles. In November 2019, Milford police arrested him for assaulting a victim, which resulted in a protective order being issued by the court. The case remained unresolved, as court records indicated it was still pending. With his next court date scheduled for April 14, 2023, Yuen maintained his innocence, pleading not guilty. He was released on a $20,000 bond while awaiting the judicial process. Yuen's troubled past also included a disturbing incident shortly after the birth of Julie's son, in which he allegedly threw a large object at her and destroyed her phone to prevent her from calling for help. Fearing for her safety, Julie sought refuge at a neighbor's house while contacting authorities. The incident underscored the alarming nature of Yuen's behavior and its impact on those around him, adding another layer of intensity to the unfolding events. In 2021, he faced charges for assaulting emergency personnel and a female in Wake County, North Carolina. Court records indicated that he pled guilty and received a combined jail sentence of 95 days, though the exact duration of his incarceration remained unclear. These encounters with the law demonstrated a pattern of troubling behavior, raising further questions about Yuen's character and past actions. Behind Yuen's troubled history, a darker pattern of violence emerged, specifically directed at Julie Minogue. Several protective orders had been filed against him due to prior instances of domestic violence. These orders were issued in November 2019 and January 2021 and were intended to protect not only Julie, but also the children who were present during those incidents. One such episode involved Yuen being intoxicated and engaging in a heated argument with Julie. According to a statement provided by the victim's son, Yuen had thrown a playpen at Julie's head, causing a distressing injury. While Yuen was in rehabilitation, Julie filed a restraining order to safeguard herself from his harmful actions. Despite this, Yuen was granted visitation rights, leaving a lingering sense of unease and concern for the safety of those involved. In addition to their troubled relationship, Julie and Yuen DeWitt became entangled in family court proceedings beginning in 2021. The conflict began when Julie filed a petition for child support for their son Luke in August 2021. In October 2021, a judge ruled in her favor, ordering Yuen to provide financial support. As tensions escalated, Yuen brought Julie to court in December 2021 to seek resolution regarding visitation rights. The court intervened and granted supervised visitation for Yuen in April 2022, with a further hearing scheduled for April 2023 to address the matter. These legal battles highlighted the complexities and challenges Julie and Yuen faced while navigating post-relationship dynamics. As the investigation progressed, new details emerged. On November 14, 2022, just 3 weeks before her death, Julie took decisive action by visiting the Milford Police Department to file a complaint against Yuen. She alleged that he had sent her over 200 text messages within just 2 days, despite an existing protective order explicitly forbidding him from contacting her. Officer Scott Nablin listened to Julie's concerns and diligently collected evidence of the text messages from her phone, further strengthening the case against Yuen. In a heartfelt plea for protection, Julie Minogue expressed her deep concern for her own safety and the well-being of her children in a sworn affidavit submitted on November 17, 2022. Determined to end the ongoing abuse, she stated that she should no longer endure this mistreatment. Fearful of the consequences, she detailed the relentless harassment she had experienced. Julie Minogue also wrote in the document that, "I'm scared he's going to kill me." Officer Nablin, resolute in his pursuit of justice, meticulously prepared an arrest warrant, alleging Ewan's violation of the protective order. The document, containing critical details, was reviewed by his supervisor to ensure accuracy and validity. They confirmed that the arrest warrant application included the necessary probable cause to support the charge that the text messages sent by Ewan DeWitt violated the modified protective order issued on January 15, 2021. On November 21, 2022, the court reopened the warrant application, which was forwarded to the Milford State's Attorney's Office. However, the process took an unexpected turn when the Assistant State's Attorney, committed to thoroughness, returned the warrant application to Officer Nablin, requesting additional information before proceeding. In this careful navigation between law and justice, each step required meticulous attention to detail. On December 1, 2022, Julie Minogue successfully obtained a civil restraining order from a judge. During the hearing, which lasted approximately an hour, Julie presented evidence of the text messages, Ewan's struggles with substance abuse, mental health issues, and prior incidents of violence. She expressed concern for his well-being, describing his bipolar rage and erratic behavior, and stressed the importance of him receiving proper treatment and therapy. Julie firmly believed that Ewan should not be allowed near anyone until he received the necessary support. Recognizing the immediate danger she faced, a no-contact restraining order was swiftly issued on December 1, 2022, providing legal protection against further interaction with Ewan. Tragically, this order could not prevent the horror that followed. 5 days later, Ewan killed Julie with an axe in her condo. Following the murder, all evidence pointed to Ewan as the primary suspect, and the search for him intensified. Police tirelessly canvassed the area around the Salem Walk condominium, leaving no stone unturned. Their efforts eventually led them to a dive bar on Ocean Avenue in West Haven, where they enlisted the support of the local community. Officers approached patrons, informing them about the ongoing investigation and urging them to notify authorities if they saw the suspect. During this coordinated effort, 2 observant individuals spotted a person matching the suspect's description. Eager to assist, they immediately alerted the police, providing critical information about the suspect's whereabouts. Engaging with one of the witnesses, who wished to remain anonymous, police learned that the individual had seen someone resembling the suspect wandering in the parking lot for a brief period. Eventually, the suspect entered a food truck located there. Acting swiftly, the police converged on the scene and, without incident, apprehended Ewan DeWitt on December 6, 2022, taking him into custody and moving one step closer to uncovering the truth. The authorities then initiated a rigorous interrogation of Ewan regarding the early hours of December 6, 2022. Initially, he maintained a stoic silence, withholding vital information. However, after hours of intense questioning, a breakthrough occurred. Ewan finally confessed to the gruesome act of taking Julie's life with an axe. He revealed that he had silently entered the house through the kitchen window, concealing himself in anticipation of his victim's arrival. When Julie eventually entered the kitchen, he launched an attack, wielding the axe with deadly intent. It was during this horrifying moment that Nicholas, Julie's son, descended the stairs and confronted the scene. Overwhelmed with fear, Ewan fled, leaving the axe behind on the gas stove. His admission sent shockwaves through the investigation, providing a chilling account of the tragic events that unfolded that night. During Ewan's initial court appearance in State Superior Court in Milford on December 7, 2022, Assistant State Attorney Alana Paul informed the judge of new developments in the case. She revealed that Ewan had fully admitted to the incident, but even without that admission, she argued that the evidence against him was substantial. Attorney Paul highlighted the presence of surveillance footage and the testimony of Julie's son, Nicholas, who had observed part of the incident. Given the seriousness of the case, Paul contended that a significant bond was necessary. Emphasizing the gravity of the situation, Judge Arden Grogan set bond at $5 million, citing concerns about Ewan's history of disregarding court orders and the importance of public safety. In light of these circumstances, Ewan was placed on suicide watch, with a hearing scheduled for December 14, 2022, to further address the case. Finally, on December 14, 2022, in addition to the murder charge, Ewan DeWitt faced multiple other charges brought by the Milford police. These included criminal violation of a protective order, criminal violation of a restraining order, risk of injury to a minor, and reckless endangerment. By levying these charges, law enforcement sought to address the broader scope of Ewan's alleged actions and their impact. A hearing for Ewan DeWitt's pending criminal cases was scheduled for April 6, 2023, and he has yet to enter a plea. Prosecutors stated that Ewan had already confessed to the murder of Julie Minogue. However, no further information has been released by the police regarding the hearing. In a statement, the family expressed their determination to take action and ensure that those who failed in their responsibilities are held accountable. They also conveyed their hope that this case would serve as a catalyst for stronger protections for individuals facing domestic violence and abuse. With their unwavering commitment, the family aims to effect positive change and help prevent such tragic incidents from occurring in the future. This case involved both the diligent efforts of law enforcement and the heinous acts of a killer who took the life of his ex-girlfriend in a fit of rage and anger. Moving on to the next case. The case of Lauren Heike. Lauren Heike was born on November 20, 1993, in Seattle, Washington, to a financially comfortable family. Her father, Jeff, operated a plumbing manufacturing company, and her mother, Lana, worked in real estate. Lauren was close to her older brother, Ryan. She attended Central Kitsap High School in Silverdale, Washington. After graduating, Lauren relocated to Phoenix and enrolled at the Gary Manuel Lida Institute to study cosmetology and skincare. Lauren took excellent care of herself and had strong knowledge of cosmetics. She began her career at 18 years old and achieved notable success. She first spent 5 years starting in 2015 working as a customer support representative. She then became a leading manager at Benefit, a well-known cosmetics business. After that, she worked as a cosmetologist at a beauty salon for 9 months. In October 2020, Lauren obtained a job as a manager at an aesthetic medicine center. She also had goals to pursue a career in real estate, following in her mother's footsteps. At the time of the tragedy, Lauren was employed full-time as an instructor at a golf club. Lauren was a confident and responsible person who succeeded in multiple fields, including the beauty industry, sports, and real estate. She prioritized her physical health and maintained a healthy, active lifestyle. With a strong support network of friends and family, she was able to make the most of her free time by doing the things she enjoyed, such as traveling, hiking, and spending time with others. One of her favorite activities was walking alone, immersed in music and nature, savoring the fresh air, quietness, and tranquility. Her preferred route was a secluded trail in the northern part of Phoenix, close to her apartment. Lauren's parents were worried about her walking alone in isolated places, but she felt certain she was safe. Lauren began each day with a steady routine, waking up, drinking coffee, talking with loved ones and friends, and going on her daily walk. She believed these habits helped her start her day with a positive mindset. However, Lauren did not realize that her trusting and carefree manner would put her in danger. On April 28, 2023, Lauren started her morning routine as usual. She had coffee, spoke with family and friends on the phone, and went for a walk in a quiet area near her apartment in northern Phoenix. The scenic path required around 15 to 30 minutes to walk one way. Lauren left her apartment at about 10:30 a.m. Surveillance cameras last recorded her walking calmly on the trail at 10:52 a.m., dressed in a pink sports top, black leggings, and sneakers, carrying only her phone and keys. After that moment, she was not seen again. Lauren was expected at work at 11:30 a.m., but did not show up, which was unusual for someone so responsible. Her co-workers attempted to call her, but her phone was turned off. This alarmed Lauren's friends, who posted messages on social media and contacted each other, trying to gather information about Lauren's location. However, no one had any updates, and Lauren had not been seen after leaving her apartment that morning. At about 1 p.m., Lauren's worried parents went to her apartment because they had been unable to reach her. They thought she might not be feeling well, which could explain why she did not go to work. But Lauren was not there either. All her belongings remained in place, the doors were locked, and nothing indicated there had been a break-in or a struggle. It appeared she had gone out for a walk and simply had not returned. After that, Lauren's family immediately filed a missing person report with the police. The authorities responded quickly and launched a search, but unfortunately, they found no results. The park where Lauren had gone for a walk was nearly empty. If someone had been nearby when the attack happened, the tragedy might have been avoided. However, that was not the situation. Lauren was last observed walking alone toward the park, and then she vanished, no longer answering calls. Throughout the day, the police and volunteers thoroughly searched the nearby area and park, looking for possible witnesses. They carefully combed every corner and every bush, but discovered nothing. Lauren's loved ones clung to the hope that she might have simply wandered off, been delayed, or visited friends in another area of the city. Lauren's relatives kept calling and texting her, but still had no idea where she was. As the hours went by, their hopes faded, and their fear for Lauren's life intensified. Her parents, brother, and friends were consumed with worry. The next morning, April 29th, felt like a terrible nightmare. At around 11 o'clock, the worst occurred. A woman walking her dog came across Lauren's body. She recognized Lauren because she frequently walked her dog along that route and had seen Lauren before. The dog sensed something was wrong, and the woman noticed Lauren's bloody body. She immediately contacted the police. Police arrived at the scene immediately to a horrifying sight. Lauren's body was discovered 3 meters off the trail, hidden in thick bushes with multiple stab wounds. She lay on her back with her arms extended, her clothes ripped, and blood everywhere. Experts began working right away, with the forensic medical examiner determining that Lauren died on April 28th at approximately 11 a.m. from blood loss due to deep knife wounds. A total of 15 stab wounds were found on Lauren's body, likely inflicted with a pocket knife. The wound in her back area was fatal. The nature of the injuries indicated that the attack and murder lasted for some time, as they were located in different areas of her body and varied in depth and shape. The wounds on Lauren's hands showed she had fought back, with deep cuts on both sides of her hands from attempting to block the sharp knife. Police understood that Lauren fought until the end, but her attacker was forceful and strong. The assault was sudden, and scratches on her back, shoulders, along with her torn clothing, showed that the suspect attacked from behind, knocking her down and stabbing her with a knife. He then turned her over and continued to stab her. At the crime scene, investigators discovered a distinct footprint from a size 42 to 43 sneaker, likely belonging to the attacker. The area displayed signs of a struggle, with Lauren attempting to crawl away and hide in nearby bushes. However, she was unable to escape, and blood stains were found extending several meters from the scene, ending near her body. It appeared that Lauren fought for her life and cried out for help, but sadly, she was alone in the deserted park at that early hour with no one around to assist her. Near the body, a barbed wire fence was found, which Lauren seemed to have desperately tried to climb over. Torn clothing and blood were discovered on the wire, indicating that her attempt to get over the fence caused the many scratches and abrasions on her body. Lauren's phone and house keys were located nearby, having fallen from her pockets during the struggle. Her phone was damaged, and the last calls made on the evening of April 27th showed that no one had heard from her for more than a day. Further inspection of the area uncovered a bloody pocket knife among the branches a few meters from the crime scene, providing another vital piece of evidence. Experts quickly identified the knife as the probable murder weapon. Additional analysis of the blade and handle revealed fingerprints and DNA traces from an unidentified male. Investigators also gathered hair and skin cells from the killer at the crime scene. Lauren's body, along with all physical evidence, was promptly sent for forensic analysis. Meanwhile, investigators reviewed surveillance footage from the park. They found that one camera recorded Lauren entering the park at 10:52, walking alone and listening to music on her headphones, with nothing appearing unusual. However, only a minute later, a tall, slender man in dark clothing appeared on the footage, moving quickly past the camera as if attempting to hide his face. Despite the man's effort to conceal himself, experts were able to discern that he was a young African-American male wearing a cap. Importantly, his height, build, skin tone, and clothing matched the description of the person whose traces were discovered at the crime scene. Another camera, located at the park exit, captured the same man rushing out from around the corner at 10:59, looking around anxiously. He then attempted to climb over the fence, but got his clothes caught, eventually jumping over and losing his cap in the process. The investigation obtained its first lead from the footage, showing the suspect fleeing in an unknown direction. Although the perpetrator's identity could not be immediately confirmed, the police now had a clear description and distinct features to follow. Notably, the unidentified man appeared in the park around the same time Lauren was killed, according to preliminary findings. The cameras recorded footage of the attacker before and after the crime. A detailed review of the footage revealed additional information. The suspect moved with intention, looking around as though afraid of being noticed. He appeared in the park roughly 30 to 40 seconds after Lauren, indicating he had been following her. After committing the crime, the perpetrator escaped the scene by fleeing in the opposite direction of the park entrance, climbing over a fence to get away quickly. This behavior supports the idea that the murder was planned in advance and possibly not his first crime. The killer acted quickly and confidently, trying to avoid leaving any evidence. However, in his rush, he made mistakes that allowed parts of his actions to be captured on camera. Even after being shown the footage, Lauren's parents and friends could not identify the man in the video. The tragedy left everyone stunned and deeply heartbroken. Lauren's loved ones could not comprehend why someone would so brutally take the life of such a kind and energetic girl. Lauren had no enemies, was not involved in any disputes, and did not owe anyone money. She also did not possess anything of significant value. Her lifestyle was extremely healthy. Therefore, the possibilities of revenge or robbery were quickly excluded. A week after the murder, a press conference was held where police officers presented the evidence they had collected and asked the public for assistance in identifying the suspect. Lauren's father, clearly devastated, pleaded with anyone who had information to come forward and support law enforcement. In response, Lauren's relatives offered a sizable reward for any information that could help identify the killer. The case sent shockwaves through the city, prompting thousands of people to take action by sharing information on social media, organizing search efforts, and volunteering. Meanwhile, investigators continued analyzing physical evidence. Forensic experts carefully examined DNA, fingerprints, and other biological traces in the laboratory. Eventually, they made a breakthrough. The suspect's genetic profile matched a record in the police database, which identified Zion William Teasley, a 22-year-old African-American with a criminal history. Detectives immediately began looking into Teasley's past. Their investigation revealed that Teasley grew up in a troubled household. His parents battled addiction. Teasley had a criminal record from an early age, with offenses including theft, public disturbances, and intimidation. In 2020, he was convicted of committing several armed robberies. Because of this, Teasley spent nearly a year in prison, but his sentence was reduced for good behavior, leading to an early release. Teasley's most recent arrest occurred in January 2023 for a knife attack on a passerby, but the charges were dismissed when the victim withdrew their report, which resulted in Teasley receiving a suspended sentence. At the time of Lauren's murder, the suspect was under police supervision, requiring him to report regularly to the precinct. His last check-in took place on April 27th, the day before the tragic event in the park. After learning this, detectives began forming a plan to capture Teasley, placing him under round-the-clock surveillance. It was discovered that Teasley was unemployed and spent most of his time at home, occasionally going to the store or meeting with suspicious individuals. After obtaining an arrest warrant, police went to Teasley's apartment, breaking down the door to enter. However, they found no one inside. The search revealed a bucket of chlorine, gloves, and rags, indicating Teasley's likely plan to destroy evidence. His room also contained a packed suitcase and a new passport under a different name, along with bus tickets to Canada, suggesting he intended to flee the country. The investigation led detectives to believe that Teasley was aware of the search and was trying to avoid arrest. A large-scale search operation was initiated, and information about Teasley was sent to all states while border agents were instructed to apprehend him. Surveillance systems were strengthened at railway stations, airports, and highways. By tracking calls from Teasley's phone and examining cell tower data, detectives attempted to determine his location. At the same time, they gathered additional evidence, including testimony from witnesses who saw Teasley following Lauren the day before the murder. Another witness reported seeing him in the same park 2 days before the tragic event. A thorough investigation into Teasley's past uncovered a disturbing pattern of violent behavior toward women. Just a month before Lauren's murder, he had been detained for harassing a woman at a nightclub. Additionally, a former girlfriend had filed a complaint accusing him of physical abuse, although the case was eventually dismissed due to lack of evidence. It was clear that Teasley was an extremely unstable and aggressive individual with a deep hatred of women whom he viewed as inferior. Investigators also discovered Teasley's social media posts, where he used offensive language about women. Photos were found showing knives that looked very similar to the murder weapon found at the scene. Authorities suggested that Lauren might have been a random victim of Teasley's violent impulses. Lauren's family were devastated and could not comprehend why someone would behave so mercilessly and cruelly. Their daughter had simply gone for a walk and was viciously murdered for no reason. Lauren's father issued an emotional plea to the public, urging people not to seek revenge on their own. He wanted the police to handle the situation and bring the perpetrators to justice through the legal system rather than through mob violence. After a 3-day search, Teasley was captured in an abandoned garage on the outskirts of the city. During the arrest, he resisted and injured a police officer. While being questioned, Teasley was uncooperative, insisting he had committed no crime and had never seen Lauren before. He later denied being in the park that day, but became silent when shown the surveillance footage, and then asked for a lawyer. The prosecutor quickly charged Teasley with intentional murder and kidnapping, citing strong evidence, including surveillance footage, Lauren's belongings recovered from a garage, a knife, DNA, and fingerprints found at the crime scene. The court ordered that Teasley be held without bail. Teasley's trial began on June 5, 2023, and became one of the most widely publicized cases in the state's history, drawing extensive national attention. Journalists and members of the public who were concerned about the case gathered in front of the courthouse. Everyone in the courtroom was eager to catch a glimpse of the person responsible for the horrific murder. Teasley, the defendant, was brought in wearing handcuffs and an orange prison robe, his expression chillingly indifferent. In stark contrast, Lauren's family was overwhelmed with grief. Her mother cried uncontrollably, while her father stared at Teasley with anger and hatred. The prosecutor delivered a forceful and emotional speech, portraying Teasley as a ruthless killer who posed a serious threat to society. He emphasized the brutality of the crime and the compelling evidence against Teasley. Prosecutors depicted Teasley as a psychopath who took pleasure in harming women, driven by a deep-rooted hatred for them. Meanwhile, Teasley's defense attorney sought to prove his client's innocence. He challenged the evidence, asserting that it was possible someone else had been responsible for Lauren's death. The defense urged the jury to remain unbiased and to focus only on the facts rather than public sentiment or emotions. Teasley is currently charged with first-degree murder. In December 2023, the Maricopa County Prosecutor's Office requested the death penalty, the most severe punishment permitted by Arizona law for such a grave crime. The Phoenix Police Department has concluded its investigation, and the suspect will face prosecution. However, Teasley continues to claim he is innocent despite the charges. He remains in custody without bail. The trial is scheduled for October 2025 and is expected to be one of the most high-profile cases in Arizona's history. Lauren's tragic death shocked the nation and devastated her loved ones. Moving on to the next case. The case of Maria Ladenburger. Maria Ladenburger, a 19-year-old from Freiburg, sparked widespread outrage in German society and raised serious concerns about the local police and the German government as a whole. Born on December 6, 1996, to Clemens and Friederike Ladenburger, Maria's parents were both lawyers, with her father holding a high-ranking position in the European Union. At the time of her death, Maria was a medical student at the University of Freiburg. In addition to her studies, she volunteered part-time at a local center that provided aid to immigrants. On the night of October 15, 2016, Maria attended a party hosted by the medical faculty, where she socialized with friends until around 2:30 a.m. Since she lived on campus, approximately 3 miles from the university, she decided to ride her bike back to her dorm. Tragically, at 2:37 a.m., Maria was last seen riding her bike towards campus. Several hours later, at 8:20 a.m., a jogger discovered her lifeless body in the River Dreisam, about a mile away from where she was last seen. Despite an immediate call to the police and ambulance, medical professionals were unable to revive her. The incident raised numerous questions about the efficiency of the local authorities and the government's response to similar cases. During the forensic examination, investigators determined that Maria's death was caused by drowning. Additionally, they found evidence that someone had attempted to strangle her with a scarf, which was discovered at the scene. The scarf contained a sample of male DNA, believed to belong to the perpetrator. Near the crime scene, police found several black hairs, 7 inches long, with bleached ends in the bushes. The hairs had roots, allowing authorities to obtain another sample of male DNA. This sample matched the one found on the scarf used to strangle Maria. Despite this evidence, the police were unable to identify the owner of the DNA samples, as no matching information existed in their databases. On November 8th, the authorities offered a €6,000 reward for information that could help solve the case. Thanks to several individuals, the reward amount was soon increased to €35,000. The police conducted an extensive investigation into Maria's death, questioning over 1,000 people, including those who attended her last party. Additionally, more than 100 individuals voluntarily submitted DNA samples for comparison. However, none of the DNA samples from party attendees matched the DNA evidence found at the crime scene, leaving the police without a DNA match. The public was shocked and alarmed when the details of Maria's death were published in the press, and as a result, residents of Freiburg rushed to buy pepper sprays, fearing for their safety since the perpetrator was still at large. There was also an increase in reports of women being harassed in the city, with 2 similar incidents occurring in the same area, one just days before Maria's death and another 2 weeks prior. As a consequence, self-defense classes became extremely popular in Freiburg, with many people enrolling in local sports centers to learn how to protect themselves. Meanwhile, to boost security, 25 extra police officers were deployed to patrol the city streets. Due to the high crime rate, many people were too intimidated to venture out alone at night. Police pursued all potential clues, but the breakthrough in identifying the perpetrator came from the hair and scarf found at the crime scene. With the description of the sought-after individual being a male with long black hair featuring bleached ends, the authorities began scrutinizing footage from numerous city cameras. Upon reviewing the CCTV recordings from the city tram, they spotted a man with a similar hair color and length. The individual in question sported an undercut hairstyle, characterized by short hair on the sides and back and longer hair on top. This particular footage was captured on the night of October 16th at 7 a.m., approximately 40 minutes prior to Maria's departure from the party. The suspect boarded a tram near the university and, after a 20-minute ride, disembarked at the final stop, which was less than a mile from the location where a jogger subsequently discovered Maria's body. Notably, the suspect had harassed 2 girls on the tram, though they eventually managed to extricate themselves from his unwanted attention. On December 3, 2016, nearly 7 weeks after Maria's death, the police arrested 17-year-old Hussein Kavari as a suspect. Initially, authorities believed him to be an immigrant from Afghanistan. However, during the investigation, it emerged that he was not 17 and not from Afghanistan. Kavari had entered Germany in November 2015 without an ID card, claiming to be from Afghanistan and born in 1999. Kavari said he was 16 when he arrived, but he lacked documents to support or disprove this. Due to his claimed age, Germany granted him asylum as an underage unaccompanied refugee. He was placed with a foster family in a scenic town near the Black Forest, where he attended school, learned German, and received government benefits. It turned out that fabricating his age was a common tactic, which provided advantages not only when applying for asylum, but also in case of committing crimes, as juvenile offenders face less severe punishment. The suspect's age would be revisited later, as it was just one aspect of his troubled biography. After the police arrested Hussein Kavari as the prime suspect in the Maria Leidenberger case, his image was published in the media. Although German media outlets blurred his face, TV channels and newspapers in other European countries did not, publishing unobstructed pictures of him. A Greek lawyer, Maria Eleni Nenkop, recognized Kavari after seeing his photos in the media. She had previously defended him in court in the spring of 2013, when he was charged and found guilty of a life-threatening attack on a young student on the Greek island of Corfu. Kavari claimed his father had died many years ago in Afghanistan, but the police discovered his father was actually alive and living in Iran. The court was able to determine Kavari's age more accurately after the prosecutor contacted his father by phone. According to his father, Kavari was born in Iran on January 29, 1984, which made him 32 years old at the time of Maria's death. As a result, he was tried as an adult. During the trial, Cavari stated that a few hours before the attack, he and his friends had consumed a large amount of alcohol and taken prohibited substances. After partying, he took a tram to the area where he later attacked Maria. In her free time, Maria worked part-time at the Immigrant Assistance Center in Freiburg, where she tried to help people in difficult life situations. Ironically, she was killed by one of the people she was trying to help. The crime sparked widespread public outrage and disgust, prompting social media users to post sarcastic thank you messages to Chancellor Angela Merkel, criticizing her liberal policy that allowed over 1 million refugees and immigrants into the country. During the trial, prosecutor Ertberger emphasized to the 2 jurors and 3 judges that the focus was on the criminal offender, not Germany's refugee policy. Cavari broke down in court as he read a heartfelt apology to the victim's family. He claimed to be haunted by nightmares of Maria's death every day. "I offer my sincerest apologies to Maria's family," he said. "I wish I could turn back time and undo the harm I've caused. I'm deeply remorseful for my actions, and the guilt is consuming me from the inside out. The agony of what I've done is destroying my life, piece by piece." Hussein Cavari shared his harrowing journey from Iran to Germany, highlighting struggles in Greece and Slovenia. He spoke candidly about scavenging for food, engaging in illegal activities, and living with a foster family in Germany, where he turned to substances and alcohol. Cavari revealed psychological issues, including nightmares and insomnia stemming from concerns about his homeland. Cavari recalled killing Maria Leidenberger after a night of heavy drinking and drug use. He harassed girls on a tram, then stole a bike, but fell off due to intoxication. That's when he saw Maria, pushed her off the bike, and strangled her with a scarf until she lost consciousness. He was attracted to her beauty and took advantage of her state. He carried her into the water where she drowned. Cavari claimed he was too intoxicated to control his actions, but prosecutors argued his actions were deliberate and premeditated. A psychiatric expert told the court that in their professional opinion, Cavari's display of remorse was not genuine. They testified that Cavari had consistently shown a strong tendency towards violence and warned that there was a high risk of him committing another offense. The expert also stated that Cavari had a fascination with aggressive sexual practices and held hostile views towards women. Furthermore, they noted that Cavari lacked remorse and compassion for the harm and suffering he had caused to others. Maria's parents hired a lawyer to represent them at the trial, opting out of attending due to concerns about emotional statements from victims' families influencing the outcome. They also wanted to avoid media hype and politics. They considered meeting the perpetrator but decided against it, believing Maria wouldn't want them to, and that it wouldn't achieve anything positive. On September 22, 2018, Judge Catherine Schenk found Hussein Cavari guilty. Before sentencing, Cavari was handcuffed and wore a black hooded jumper, showing a lack of empathy that drew applause. He received a life imprisonment sentence, but under German law, he's eligible for early release after 15 years if deemed no longer a threat. However, Judge Schenk emphasized the severity of his guilt, making early release unlikely. Moving on to the next case. The case of Nicole van der Hayden. Nicole met Douglas in January 2015. At that time, she had already experienced a marriage, had 2 children, and gone through a divorce. After they began dating, Nicole and Douglas moved in together, and within a few months, Nicole discovered she was pregnant. Both were excited at the prospect of raising children together. By May 2016, Nicole, Douglas, and their 3 children, the youngest being 6 months old, were living in Green Bay, Wisconsin. On Friday night, May 20th, the couple decided to attend a concert for a night out. They arranged for a babysitter to watch the children while they were away. A photograph captured Nicole happily talking with Douglas and his friends. As the concert ended, Nicole and her friends decided to go to another bar to continue the night. Douglas said he would join them at the bar after finishing a conversation with a friend. Surveillance footage showed Nicole enjoying herself at the bar while Douglas had not yet arrived. After some time, Nicole became upset and sent him a text accusing him of infidelity. Around 12:30 a.m., she attempted to call Douglas, but he did not answer. Frustrated, Nicole asked a friend to call him from their phone, and he eventually picked up. Upset that Douglas had ignored her, Nicole got up and walked toward the exit, despite her friend's attempts to stop her. Annoyed, she ran out into the street, turned the corner of the building, and disappeared into the dark night. When Douglas and his friends realized she was gone, they began searching for her, driving through nearby streets, but they could not locate her. They eventually returned to the bar, had a few more drinks, and then went home. At approximately 5:30 a.m., Douglas called the police to report that his girlfriend, Nicole Vanderheiden, was missing, providing a description of her appearance. That same day, a local farmer contacted authorities after discovering the body of a woman in tall grass near his farm in Brown County. Initially, he thought it might be an animal, but on closer inspection, he noticed her blonde hair. The woman was found naked except for socks and a pink bracelet on her wrist. The area contained a large amount of blood, and she had severe facial injuries. Police confirmed that the body matched Douglas' description, identifying the deceased as Nicole. The location where she was found was only 3 miles from Nicole's family home. Douglas was called in for questioning. He explained that he and a friend had left a bar that night around 2:30 a.m., and his friend had dropped him off at approximately 3 a.m. After entering the house, Douglas went to sleep and woke up around 5:30 a.m., realizing Nicole had not returned home, and immediately contacted the police to report her missing. Douglas maintained his innocence, denying any involvement in Nicole's disappearance or death. He was shocked when police informed him that Nicole's body had been found on the farm. Simultaneously, police obtained a search warrant for Douglas' home. During the search, they discovered blood on the garage floor and in the back seat of their car. Additionally, a pair of Air Jordan sneakers were found in the garage, matching the shoe prints discovered at the scene where Nicole died. Blood stains were also present on the soles of the sneakers. In the early morning hours of May 21st, a patrol officer located several items belonging to Nicole along a freeway approximately 2 miles from where her body had been found. These items included her purse, cell phone, and clothing, and were discovered near a building across the street from her home. At this site, police also found numerous bloodstains and several locks of blonde hair, as well as a phone charger. Police collected over 70 pieces of evidence and sent them for forensic analysis. They worked to reconstruct the events of the tragic night that led to Nicole Vanderheiden's death. Initially, police believed a confrontation had occurred between Douglas and Nicole as she returned home that night, leading to the crime taking place outside. They believed Nicole had been killed about 120 feet from her front door. As a result, Douglas was arrested and taken into custody. However, after 18 days, forensic analysis revealed that the blood found in the garage, car, and near the neighbor's house did not belong to Nicole. In fact, it was not human blood at all. Furthermore, the stains on his sneakers were not blood. On the night of the incident, Douglas wore a fitness tracker on his wrist that recorded his movements. This data corroborated his statement to the police. He drove home that night, checked on his children, and then went to bed. As a result, Douglas was cleared of all suspicion and released from custody. The investigation team wanted to understand why Nicole had come so close to her home, especially since her body was discovered just 3 miles away. They reviewed surveillance footage from a bridge in Green Bay and hypothesized that if Nicole had been walking, she would have crossed that bridge. However, they found no useful clues. A key discovery was that blood samples taken from Nicole's clothing, garage, car, and neighbor's yard did not match her DNA. Instead, they belonged to an unidentified man. This created a major obstacle for forensic experts, who were unable to definitively identify him. However, a breakthrough came in August, nearly 3 months after the traumatic incident. The forensic lab informed police that they had successfully isolated DNA material from one of Nicole's socks. The DNA sample was comprehensive and reliable. When the results were entered into the national database, they found the name of George Stephen Birch, a man who had lived in Virginia. George moved to Green Bay, Wisconsin, on March 1, 2016, seeking a fresh start. A longtime friend provided him a place to stay and helped him find employment. The friend also lent George a red Chevrolet Blazer, which was later involved in an accident and caught fire. A few weeks after Nicole Vanderheiden's death, police ran a background check on George in the local police database and found a report of a car accident involving him. The report led them to his address. Police then went to George's neighborhood and saw him on his porch. Police confiscated his cell phone. The team working on the Nicole case requested a copy of the data from George's phone. By analyzing cell tower records, local Wi-Fi networks, and GPS data, Police determined that on the night of Nicole's disappearance, George was at a bar just half a mile from where Nicole was staying with friends. GPS data indicated that at 2:30 a.m., he left the bar and drove to Nicole's house, remaining there for about an hour before going to the farmhouse where Nicole's body was eventually found. He then proceeded to the location where her clothes were discovered. By 4:22 a.m., George had returned to his home. For months following Nicole's death, George was arrested and charged with first-degree intentional homicide. On February 19, 2018, George went to trial. His defense team attempted to place blame on Nicole's boyfriend, Douglas. However, prosecutors argued that Douglas had no involvement in her death. They presented evidence from his health monitor, showing that he had been asleep during the time Nicole was brutally attacked near the farm. On the third day of the trial, Douglas testified, revealing that he and Nicole had planned to get married and had discussed it on the night of the tragic event. He said they had been enjoying the concert and had been drinking, although Nicole was not normally a heavy drinker. That night, however, she had consumed more alcohol than usual. When Nicole decided to go to another bar with friends first, Douglas and his friends opted to stay at the concert venue to continue partying, including drinking and drug use. Douglas admitted that he had spent some time with Nicole at the bar, and during that period, he had received angry messages from her accusing him of being unfaithful. Nicole had called him several times, and eventually her phone battery died. Douglas expressed confusion and concern regarding Nicole's anger toward him that night, and he firmly denied any connection to her disappearance and subsequent death. Shortly after Douglas testified, George's defense attorney presented a key piece of evidence: text messages Douglas had sent to his mother just 10 days before the incident. In one message, Douglas stated, "I'm actually thinking about telling Nicole and the kids that they have to move out." He later explained that the messages were not intended to be taken seriously. Additionally, George's attorney presented testimony from Douglas's former girlfriends, who described him as a jealous and controlling individual who often treated them poorly. One ex-girlfriend even claimed that he had installed a tracking device on her phone to monitor her movements on the night of Nicole's disappearance. After Nicole's tragic death, she confronted Douglas, accusing him not only of being unfaithful but also of cruelty. Douglas continued to deny all allegations, maintaining that he had never been unfaithful to Nicole, nor had he ever raised a hand against her. In court, the nanny who had been at Douglas and Nicole's home the night of the concert testified. She recalled asking Douglas where Nicole was upon his return. Douglas replied that he didn't know. She said she had hit her head and just wanted to walk home. On the 8th day of the trial, George Birch presented his account of the events that night. He began by describing himself as a hard-working and caring family man. On the evening of May 20th, he was at a bar where he met Nicole. George claimed that they had flirted and that he felt Nicole was receptive to his advances. He described their conversation as friendly, lasting until the bar closed at approximately 2:30 a.m. He then drove her home, parking near the driveway to continue their conversation for a few more minutes. George explained that they had consensual sex in his car, with Nicole participating. He said he could not sit comfortably in the back seat due to his size, so he stood by the open back door while Nicole remained inside. After their intimate encounter, he suddenly felt an attack from behind that rendered him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he was lying on the ground and saw Douglas nearby, pointing a gun at him. There was a lot of blood around, and George said he was unsure if Nicole was still alive at that time. When Douglas arrived at the farm, he was armed and carried Nicole's body into the tall grass. George later described a sudden confrontation with Douglas. He used force to push Douglas to the ground, and then said he was able to escape from him and return to his car. George then fled the scene and threw Nicole's belongings out of the car window. The following day, he went fishing with friends, including a photo taken on May 21st. Notably, he did not report the incident to the police or tell his friends what had occurred that night. The prosecutor argued that George's testimony was highly suspect. Nicole would not have willingly agreed to satisfy a man she barely knew, particularly by exposing herself out of the car window at her own home. The prosecutor contended that George intended to have sex with Nicole in his car, but she refused. When she attempted to leave the car, George became angry. He grabbed a phone charger and used it to strangle her, then stripped her down to her socks. He subsequently dumped her body in clothing and went home, hoping to avoid detection. The prosecutor asserted that George's story was full of contradictions. After the attack, dumping of the body, and escape, George went fishing with friends the next day and appeared to be enjoying himself. Additionally, the prosecutor presented Nicole's soiled clothes to the court. If George's testimony had been accurate, her clothes would have been clean, since he had claimed she had removed them in his car. In reality, Nicole's clothes were covered in blood and dirt, indicating that she had resisted while wearing them on the ground. Throughout the trial, 2 women were present, closely observing George and listening to everything he said. These women were identified as the sister and fiancée of Joey White, who died in 1997. The suspect in White's death was George Birch, White's neighbor. Although George was acquitted and released at the time, White's fiancée and sister continued to believe he was responsible for their loved one's death. After 19 days of testimony and jury deliberations, the judge announced his verdict. George Birch was found guilty of attempted murder. Although the judge believed George deserved the death penalty, state law mandated a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Douglas was relieved, having feared facing new charges in Nicole's death. Without the evidence from the fitness bracelet, he would still have faced prison time. George Birch was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring he would never harm anyone again. Nicole's children are now being raised by their biological fathers. Moving on to the next case. The case of Sierra Lamar. Sierra was born on October 19, 1996, with an older sister, Danielle, who was roughly 4 years older. Despite their comfortable upbringing, the sisters went through a traumatic event when they were young. Their father, Steve, engaged in inappropriate sexual conduct with a classmate during a sleepover. When the truth came out, Steve pleaded no contest to indecent actions with a minor and was given a 1-year prison sentence. This revelation shattered the family, ultimately causing Steve and Sierra's mother, Marlene, to end their relationship. After the separation, Marlene began seeing a new partner. Meanwhile, Sierra and Danielle attended Washington High School, where they were socially active and performed reasonably well in their studies. Sierra was recognized for her cheerful personality, being fun-loving, lively, and compassionate. She enjoyed taking part in dance competitions and cheerleading. Marlene moved from Fremont to Morgan Hill, a city 40 miles southwest, with Sierra and her boyfriend Rick Gardner in October 2011. They rented a rural, ranch-style house on Pito Hispanic Court, surrounded by farmland. Rick worked in construction, but despite his business improving, finances were still tight. Sierra felt unhappy about leaving behind her friends and hobbies, having to start over in a place where she knew no one. At Washington High, she was well-liked, but at SA High School, she didn't receive the same warm reception. However, over time, she settled in, made friends, gained the respect of her peers, and even returned to the cheerleading squad. By March 2012, Sierra had adjusted to her new environment. On March 11th, she called her parents in Fremont to give them an update. The conversation was mostly positive. She was excited about an upcoming school project, wanted to dye her hair on her next visit to Fremont, and talked about her homework with her sister. Sierra was doing well academically and finished her conversation with Danielle and Steve on Thursday evening, promising to speak to them again soon, not realizing it would be their final conversation. The following morning, February 16, 2012, began like any other day in Morgan Hill. Sierra's family got ready around 6 a.m. Her parents, Rick and Marlene, left for work, and Sierra got ready for school. Before heading out, she tweeted a friend at 6:29 a.m. Sierra lived far from her school, SA High School, and needed to cross a deserted road between Palm and Dury Avenues to reach the bus stop. As she walked, she texted a friend at 7:11 a.m. to plan a quick meetup before classes. However, when the bus arrived at 7:11 and 15 seconds a.m., Sierra was not there. Sierra's friend did not show up to meet her, so Sierra missed class and possibly skipped school entirely. Her friends found this strange, but they didn't consider it serious enough to inform the school. The day continued normally. When the school day ended, Marlene, Sierra's mother, called Sierra as she usually did to check on her. However, Sierra's phone immediately went to voicemail, which was unusual. Marlene didn't panic right away, but when she arrived home and found Sierra's room still empty, she knew something was wrong. Marlene contacted Steve, Sierra's father, to check whether Sierra might have been planning to visit him in Fremont, which would have been inconvenient but not alarming. Unfortunately, that wasn't the situation. When Sierra's friends, including Danielle, couldn't reach her, they left similarly worried messages. Marlene eventually called SA High School and learned that Sierra had missed all her classes. Marlene was frantic, remembering their goodbye that morning. She said Sierra had spoken to her, said goodbye, and given her a hug. Everything had seemed normal, and Sierra had told her she loved her. Marlene couldn't believe she wouldn't reach out to her friends to reassure them she was safe and spare them such distress. Officers were immediately dispatched to Pedo Hispanic Court once authorities were alerted, but because Sierra could have disappeared at any point, investigators had no specific place to begin their search. They started by interviewing those closest to Sierra, including her friends, who were honest about the difficult circumstances Sierra and her family were experiencing. Although Sierra was normally cheerful, her mother's recent divorce had forced her to leave her family and longtime friends just months earlier. Authorities suspected she might have left voluntarily, since she often made both joking and serious remarks about returning to Fremont. Despite the police initially downplaying her disappearance, other signs indicated otherwise. Sierra's sudden vanishing was marked by a total absence of activity. She stopped posting on social media and didn't answer calls, which went straight to voicemail. Her phone was turned off, leaving her loved ones with no way to reach her. As a result, an extensive search effort was launched to find her. The investigation began 2 days after Sierra disappeared, on a Sunday morning. During this period, digital forensics specialists examined her phone's past activity and uncovered a surprising detail. In the middle of the night, the phone had briefly powered on, sending a single electrical ping before shutting down again. The coordinates at that moment traced back to a field near Sierra's home at dawn, giving the case an important lead. A search team thoroughly examined the area where her phone had last been located and soon found it near the road. The Samsung Galaxy was severely damaged and had clearly been thrown from a vehicle. Investigators concluded that Sierra hadn't turned on her phone that night. Instead, rain had momentarily charged the device, causing it to send a false signal. A critical piece of evidence had been uncovered purely by chance. The progress of the investigation depended on authorities locating the girl's phone, which was only possible because a raindrop had triggered a short circuit. Given the situation, detectives were particularly troubled by the fact that the phone appeared to have been tossed from a moving car, with no footprints, tire marks, or other physical evidence nearby. The following day, a search team made a chilling discovery 2 kilometers from Sierra's home. They found her backpack abandoned outside a barn, containing her schoolwork, inhaler, and money, items she would have needed for school. It suggested she had been forced to leave behind her essential possessions. Additionally, a full set of clothing, possibly what she had been wearing the morning she vanished, was found in her belongings. This included her pullover pants, socks, shoes, and undergarments. The outfit was sent for DNA testing, which produced promising results. The analysis revealed male DNA on her pants, indicating that she had likely been assaulted. After Sierra's disappearance, the search efforts intensified dramatically, with a surge of local and international support after her phone and clothing were recovered. Authorities received over 1,000 new leads and dedicated more than 7,000 hours to the investigation. A massive search operation was organized, involving over 800 people divided into multiple teams. These teams thoroughly searched every lake, reservoir, and field in the region and also examined abandoned buildings. Sierra's name became widely known, with posters displayed throughout the community. Her parents even offered a $10,000 reward for credible information leading to her discovery. Despite the extensive efforts, only a golf ball and a flip-flop were found. 12 days after Sierra vanished, investigators achieved a breakthrough. A DNA sample taken from her pants matched a local man, Antolin Garcia Torres, who lived in the Morgan Hill area. This discovery was made after authorities compared the DNA to that of all 57 registered sex offenders in the same zip code. It is worth mentioning that Sierra's father, a registered offender himself, voluntarily reported his prior criminal history to the police shortly after she went missing. He was quickly cleared as a suspect, allowing investigators to pursue other leads. Antolin Garcia Torres, a 21-year-old man, became a person of interest due to the DNA match. At the time, he lived with his mother, his pregnant wife, and his young daughter at the Maple Leaf RV Park, about 7 miles from Sierra's home. Antolin's background was troubling, shaped by a difficult childhood filled with abuse and neglect. His father had been violent, and had even threatened to kill both Antolin and his mother before being imprisoned for molesting a family member. Sadly, Antolin appeared to have followed in his father's footsteps. In 2009, he was accused of having sex with a minor, but those charges were dropped. However, his DNA had been collected during that investigation. The next year, he was detained for interfering with police operations. The concerning connection between Sierra and Antolin raised suspicions, prompting detectives to watch him closely. Since Antolin was the most likely person to know Sierra's location, police began monitoring his movements and communication. They tapped his phone, placed a GPS tracker on his car, and even stationed 2 undercover investigators in an RV beside his residence to keep him under constant surveillance. While checking Antolin's alibi, detectives examined security footage from the RV park and nearby areas on the day Sierra disappeared. The footage showed that Antolin left the campground in his red Volkswagen Jetta at 7 a.m., which aligned with the time frame of Sierra's abduction, considering the short 7-mile distance between the 2 homes. Although Antolin claimed he went to work, Safeway records revealed he never showed up on March 16th. Further review by his management uncovered disturbing details. 3 attempted kidnappings had taken place in the same Safeway parking lot just 3 years earlier, although the perpetrators had never been identified. The only evidence from these earlier incidents was a dropped taser with a partial fingerprint on one of its batteries. However, a complete match required a direct 1-to-1 comparison. The idea of Antolin being the suspect seemed plausible, but when his fingerprints were compared with those on the taser, investigators were shocked to confirm that he was indeed the person they were looking for. The evidence against him continued to grow. His DNA was found on Sierra's pants, and he had a prior history of involvement in kidnappings. This was sufficient to detain him and seize his car for further DNA testing. During the interview, Antolin appeared arrogant, but the test results were incriminating. He claimed to have gone fishing on the day Sierra disappeared and insisted he had no knowledge of her. Investigators, however, were highly skeptical of his explanation. Additionally, Antolin made a bizarre admission. He had a disturbing habit of strangling snakes while driving and throwing them out the window. He also confessed to tossing a used tissue out of the car window in the same area where Sierra's bag was later discovered on the morning of her disappearance. This, combined with the extraordinary circumstance of rain activating Sierra's phone, made his story even less believable. Consequently, Antolin Garcia Torres was formally arrested on May 21, 2012, in connection with Sierra Lamar's disappearance, outside his workplace in a Safeway parking lot. Clear evidence linked Sierra to Antolin's vehicle. DNA testing confirmed that Sierra's DNA was present on the interior door handle of the rear door. Moreover, fibers from Sierra's clothing matched those found on Antolin's car seats, and a piece of rope in his car contained a strand of Sierra's hair. This evidence conclusively proved that Sierra had been inside Antolin's car at some point. Despite his arrest, a major issue remained. Sierra's body had not been recovered, and her death had not been officially confirmed. This raised the question of whether Antolin could be charged with first-degree murder without a body or verified death. Santa Clara County District Attorney Jeff Rawson announced on May 19, 2014, that he would seek the death penalty against Antolin. Although Antolin pleaded not guilty to Sierra's murder, the overwhelming evidence against him left little room for doubt. After several delays, Antolin's trial finally commenced on January 30, 2017. Moving on to the next case. Anna Alexieva Repkina. Anna Alexieva Repkina, a lively and sociable woman from Chelyabinsk, Russia, came from a respectable family. With a strong work ethic and a love for travel, rock music, and cats, of which she owned several, Anna was a vibrant personality. She enjoyed capturing special moments through photography and placed deep value on romantic relationships. Her ultimate aspiration was to find true love, settle down, have children, and create a joyful family. Anna's exceptional sense of humor made her delightful company, something her friends and acquaintances often emphasized. However, her life changed dramatically in 2016 when a high school sweetheart of 7 years ended their relationship, leaving her heartbroken. Despite this emotional blow, Anna refused to abandon her dreams. She took the initiative to try online dating, determined to find the ideal partner she longed for. On a Russian dating website, she found a promising match who seemed to possess all the qualities she desired. Anna met a charming young man named William Hargrove, a 26-year-old from Oregon who worked as both a bouncer and mechanic. What initially attracted her was his enthusiasm for Russian culture, but even more, his admiration for her. William consistently treated Anna with kindness, regularly complimenting her and making an effort to be there for her whenever she needed him, despite the distance between them. Those who knew him described William as charismatic and passionate, with a strong sense of humor that encouraged others to pursue their dreams. As they continued building their online relationship over several months, their connection grew stronger. They appeared perfectly matched, sharing similar tastes in music and a mutual appreciation for live performances, along with a compatible sense of humor. Friends who knew them commented that Anna and William complemented one another incredibly well. William's caring personality showed through his thoughtful gestures, including sending Anna flowers even from across the world. Their online chemistry was undeniable, but they wanted to affirm their bond in person. So in December 2016, they decided to advance their relationship. Anna booked a flight to Oregon to spend the Christmas holidays with William. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. However, she initially made an error and booked a ticket to Portland, Maine instead of Portland, Oregon. Before realizing her mistake, she had already flown to Maine, but she was determined to continue. After resolving her travel issues, Anna finally reached Oregon. William picked her up at the airport, and they spent the next 10 days together. He took her to various sightseeing spots, and they enjoyed activities such as visiting the seaside, playing in the snow, and cuddling by the fire. William also introduced her to his friends, and they celebrated New Year's Eve together, ending the night with a romantic kiss at midnight. For Anna, it was the perfect Christmas holiday. After a whirlwind 10-day visit, William proposed to Anna with his grandmother's emerald ring, and she joyfully accepted. However, what Anna did not realize was that William was living a double life. During their time together, he had also been secretly involved with his 33-year-old landlady, Michelle Chavez. William rented a room in Michelle's home, and it appeared he also held a special place in her heart. Michelle was married with 2 children, but this did not stop her from becoming romantically involved with William. Their affair had lasted for more than a year when Anna, William's girlfriend, visited Michelle's home. Without knowing it, Anna was meeting her rival, since Michelle was her boyfriend's landlady. Michelle appeared understanding when William brought Anna to the house, perhaps assuming William would never leave her or believing Anna was unimportant, much like her own husband. Whatever the reason might have been, Michelle chose not to reveal their secret. It was only after Michelle discovered the engagement ring that her husband's position on the matter became obvious to everyone involved. Meanwhile, Anna had returned to Russia, unaware of the chaos she had left behind. After she shared a photo of her engagement ring on Facebook, the platform's algorithm brought the post to Michelle's attention. Michelle's anger was not solely due to William becoming engaged to another woman. Michelle intended to leave her husband to be with William and, as a sign of her commitment, had removed her wedding ring and given it to him. However, she soon realized that the ring was identical to the engagement ring William had presented to Anna. It turned out William had given Anna Michelle's own wedding ring, simply repurposed. Michelle confronted William about this, and he attempted to calm her, insisting Anna meant nothing to him and promising he would end the engagement on March 1st, 2017. Meanwhile, Anna had packed her belongings, including her wedding dress, and quit her job, prepared to start a new life with William in another part of the world. Michelle was displeased with this development. Anna's mother, Yelena, also harbored doubts about her daughter's rushed decision. She felt uncertain about William, whom Anna barely knew, and believed her daughter was moving too quickly. Anna, however, was certain she was in love and saw no need to delay. Yelena finally let Michelle go. Michelle, realizing Anna's visit was not merely social, became upset. She demanded that William find another place to live, refusing to allow the engaged couple to stay in her home. William agreed, renting an apartment for himself and Anna. However, he continued secretly meeting Michelle, slipping away to visit her and assuring her of his devotion, minimizing Anna's significance. Michelle grew increasingly anxious about William's deepening relationship with Anna, so she acted. She reached out to Anna on Facebook, revealing everything about her and William's ongoing affair. Anna informed William about the conversation, but he dismissed it as Michelle being jealous. Anna believed him, and the pair chose to disregard Michelle's warnings and concentrate on their shared future. They set a wedding date for March 23rd and planned a ceremony on the beach. Anna wore the wedding dress she had brought from Russia, and together they went to the beach. However, the officiant never appeared. After waiting what felt like an unbearably long time, they returned home. They decided to make another attempt to marry in April. On that same day, surveillance footage recorded the couple buying food at a McDonald's drive-thru. Anna sat in the passenger seat, still wearing her wedding dress. William had told her the officiant was sick, which was untrue. Despite insisting he did not love Anna, William continued keeping her convinced that he was not truly committed to their relationship. However, she had grown tired of William's manipulation. On April 15th, Michelle gave William an ultimatum, forcing him to choose between her and Anna. Michelle made it clear that if Anna wasn't gone by April 20th, she would take drastic action, build a snowman, a sinister phrase meaning to kill someone, and hide their body in a snowy area where it would never be found. After issuing her threat, Michelle lost contact with William and assumed he had chosen Anna over her. She left him voicemails to express her feelings. On Sunday, April 16th, William called Michelle to share the news that he was single again, having just ended his tumultuous relationship with Anna, who was now supposedly heading back to Russia. Coincidentally, William had struck a deer with his car and was waiting at the Ailey Martile store for repairs. He asked Michelle to meet him there. Because it was Easter Sunday, Michelle was at a family gathering, but she excused herself to meet William. When she arrived, they reconnected by sharing an intimate moment in William's car, reaffirming their strong bond. On April 17th, Anna's body was found in the forest. Initially, investigators were unaware of her identity, as no identification was located with her body, and she had only been in the state for about a month. The crime scene lacked a murder weapon and was scattered with trash. However, among the debris, a clear plastic bag caught their eye. Inside it, they discovered a KFC receipt, an empty Pepsi cup, and a KFC chicken paper bag. The KFC receipt would become the key to solving the case. It contained a date, time, and debit card number that led investigators to Kevin Thomas. When interviewed, Kevin stated that he was William's best friend and had been getting to know Anna. He also explained a weekly tradition he and William shared of eating lunch at KFC every Friday. The receipt, it turned out, was from a purchase made about a week prior to Kevin's interview. The investigation into Anna's death uncovered William's deceitful actions. During questioning, Kevin revealed that William had borrowed his shotgun, claiming he needed to go to the woods to clear his head. However, William never returned the firearm. Police began to suspect William and Michelle after hearing Kevin's statements. Following Anna's death, William's behavior grew increasingly strange and suspicious. He withdrew money from Anna's bank account to settle his debts and was caught on surveillance buying cigars and Star Wars Legos at several stores. William also confided in Kevin that he was impulsively spending money to cope with his emotions. Additionally, he began researching time travel and even contacted strangers on WhatsApp, offering to trade his soul for the chance to go back in time. William hoped to return to April 16th to prevent a situation caused by his best friend's mistake. However, on that day, William was seen crying in the arms of a store employee, claiming his girlfriend had just broken up with him. He had moved back in with Michelle, but was picked up by the police and questioned. Officers asked William where he had been on April 16th, and he claimed he was out driving with Michelle. When asked about Anna, he denied having a romantic relationship with her, insisting they had only gone on 2 dates and he had ended things. According to William, their final interaction occurred in mid-March, when Anna accidentally posted their engagement on Facebook, which caused problems with Michelle. When he was questioned about the trash found near his late fiancée, or the woman he had been dating, William admitted to littering, but insisted it was only KFC trash and a can from the general store, not something connected to Anna's death. About 40 miles separated the Alp General Store from the logging road. However, the investigators did not accept William's alibi. Lieutenant Chris Duffett, one of the investigators, quickly intensified the pressure by revealing that William's trash had been located near a murder victim at a separate site. At first, William reacted with shock and heartbreak, pretending disbelief that he was being questioned about a homicide. 2 days after Anna Repkina's body was discovered, her fiancé William Hargrove was arrested for her murder on April 19th. During the investigation, Michelle was also questioned about her whereabouts on April 16th, the date Anna was killed. Initially, Michelle stuck to a rehearsed alibi, asserting that she and William had spent the day together, with William picking her up from her mother's house and taking her on a drive. However, Michelle later altered her story, admitting she had lied earlier. She then claimed that she and William had arranged to meet, but he never called or appeared. When police informed her that William had been taken into custody for murder, Michelle's reaction was surprisingly calm, responding only with "okay." The investigator challenged Michelle on her lack of emotion, which eventually caused her to break down, and she tearfully attributed her earlier calmness to being in shock. William Hargrove was indicted on charges of murder, identity theft, and 2 counts of theft in June 2018. His trial began in October 2019, with the prosecution pursuing the maximum penalties for each charge, while the defense argued for a lighter sentence. William's defenders claimed he was innocent and that Melissa, the rejected lover, was the actual perpetrator. However, the prosecution presented a compelling case against William, supported by both motive and evidence. The evidence showed that William had been torn between 2 women, with Anna pressuring him to make a decision. There were records documenting William and Anna driving together in an alone car. On the day Anna was murdered, William's cell phone was tracked to the logging road at 4:30 p.m. The shotgun used to kill Anna was discovered in William's car, with only his fingerprints on the weapon. Despite denying any involvement in Anna's death, William was seen using her money to shop and pay his car insurance, and he was filmed withdrawing cash from an ATM using her card. The prosecution argued that William had driven Anna into the forest, gotten her out of the vehicle, and then executed her with his shotgun. They claimed that William, forced to choose between Anna and Michelle, made a deadly decision. In contrast, the defense insisted their client was innocent. According to the prosecution, the evidence implicated Melissa as the killer. A threat from Melissa to build a snowman with Anna, her cell phone found near the logging road, and Anna's phone discovered in Melissa's home suggested that Melissa had orchestrated the crime. Melissa, who was not charged with any offenses, testified as a witness for the prosecution. She disclosed that she worked as a late-night cab driver and was married to an Oregon State University instructor, but their marriage was loveless and open. She encountered William at a bar where he worked and, with her husband's consent, began a romantic involvement with him. As their bond grew stronger, William rented a room in her house. When Anna came into the picture, Melissa did not feel threatened, having a similar open relationship with William. Melissa stated that by her second visit, she could no longer tolerate the situation, particularly when she noticed her own wedding ring on Anna's finger. Although she had issued William an ultimatum, she played no part in William's actions that harmed Anna. Melissa clarified that she never intended for Anna to be hurt or killed. She denied the defense's claims, asserting that the threat about building a snowman was merely a joke, a light-hearted family remark, even if somewhat extreme. She acknowledged that her cell phone was discovered in the forest, but William was the one who drove her there. She did not know why or what he had planned. Moreover, William had given her Anna's cell phone the day before he was questioned. As his partner, she naturally kept it for him. Melissa's testimony lasted 14 hours, and she was not the only one. Approximately 70 other individuals testified, including Anna's mother, William's best friend and roommate, some of Melissa's family members, and others. Throughout the case, Melissa endured intense scrutiny, especially in her hometown in Oregon, where locals criticized and ostracized her. Melissa had reached a low point and attempted suicide, which fortunately was unsuccessful. The prosecutor commended Melissa's efforts to take responsibility, describing her actions as tough and extremely tough. After a month of court proceedings, the judge instructed the jury to deliver their verdict. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning a decision. Despite the defense's efforts, they could not prove Melissa guilty of Anna's death. No physical evidence linked Melissa to the crime scene or the weapon used. In fact, she had a solid alibi, celebrating Easter at her mother's house, with multiple witnesses able to confirm her presence. Meanwhile, William maintained his not guilty plea, but the overwhelming evidence against him resulted in his conviction on all charges. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Anna's attorney announced intentions to appeal the verdict. Notably, the jurors formed a strong bond during the trial. After its conclusion, they visited the logging trail where Anna's life was tragically ended to pay respects to her memory. Anna will be remembered as a brave young woman who left her home in Russia to build a new life in the United States. She was a loving individual who openly shared her affection with others. She was cherished by many during her life, and her memory will continue to be honored and loved. The prosecutor, Amy Matsuko, stated. Moving on to the next case. The case of Cassie Farrington. Cassie was born on December 22, 1990, in Virginia. She was the second of 4 children born to Chuck and Darlene Brooks. Cassie performed exceptionally well in school and was an active student, becoming a member of the National Honor Society and taking part in sports. Her original ambition was to pursue a career in medicine. However, when Cassie turned 16, her life changed drastically. She became pregnant, which forced her to alter her future plans and goals. Several major shifts in Cassie's life happened during the following month. Cassie finished high school, gave birth to a baby, married Bradley Farrington, and moved out of her parents' home, all within a short period of just 1 month. A few years later, she had another child. But as time passed, her family life began to fall apart. Eventually, the marriage ended in divorce. Despite this, she carried on, raising her 2 young children in Silver City, a small town with roughly 10,000 residents. At 22, she worked as a nurse at the local hospital and rented a home from a coworker. When she turned 23, Cassie began a new relationship with a man named David Barry. He quickly bonded with her children, and she felt thankful for how well things were going. Instead of rushing ahead, they concentrated on establishing a life together as a family unit. Cassie confided to her loved ones and coworkers that David had brought joy to both her and her children, and she felt hopeful that this new relationship would finally bring the peace and happiness she had been missing after her earlier failed marriage. On March 24, 2014, Cassie called her parents after completing her night shift at the Silver City Hospital. They talked for a few minutes, during which she mentioned her plan to drive home, collect her children, and take them to school. Afterward, she intended to come back home and rest for a couple of hours before picking her children up from school later that same day. School employees phoned Cassie's parents when they were unable to reach her. Her children had finished their classes, but Cassie had not appeared to pick them up. Cassie's mother attempted calling her, but there was no answer. Assuming Cassie might have overslept after working a night shift, her mother asked Cheryl, her landlord, to check whether Cassie was home and if she was all right. Cheryl went to the house and knocked on the door, but nobody responded. She then walked around the home and looked through the back door window, noticing water spilling from the bathroom into the kitchen. She knocked more forcefully on the door and called out Cassie's name, but still received no reply. Using her own key, she unlocked the door and stepped inside. The noise of running water was louder and more noticeable. As she walked across the soaked floor toward the bathroom, Cheryl called for Cassie again, her voice trembling slightly. Then she saw Cassie. Cheryl, a co-worker and friend of Cassie's, found her lifeless body in the overflowing bathtub. She was lying face down, dressed in a house robe, while water continued flowing out. Despite Cheryl's first aid knowledge, she recognized that Cassie had been dead for several hours, as rigor mortis had already developed. This made CPR impossible. Cheryl immediately dialed 911 to report what had happened. She then delivered the heartbreaking news to Cassie's parents over the phone, informing them of their daughter's death. As Cheryl waited for the paramedics and police to arrive, she paused to look around the house. She noticed that the second bathroom, located in another part of the home, also had a running faucet. However, that tub had an overflow safeguard, so the extra water was not spilling onto the floor but draining away. Cheryl also saw that the towel rack in the bathroom had been ripped from the wall and was lying on the floor. After hearing the news, Chuck and Darlene, Cassie's parents, were heartbroken. They stopped everything they were doing and traveled from Arizona to Silver City. Within a few hours, they reached the house where their daughter's body had been discovered. The police were already present, examining the circumstances surrounding Cassie's death. The officers noted that there was no sign of forced entry into the home since all the locks remained secure. The windows were shut, and the glass was unbroken. In addition, valuables inside the house were untouched, making robbery an unlikely motive. The local sheriff asked Chuck and Darlene whether Cassie had any thoughts of suicide or any reason she might have done something like that. However, Chuck and Darlene firmly rejected this idea and insisted there was no chance Cassie would ever do such a thing. The police chief kept telling Cassie's parents that she had probably taken her own life, almost as if he were trying to persuade them. However, Cassie's parents felt that the police investigation seemed rushed and unclear. Normally, a case scene is carefully inspected and processed, a procedure that can take several days. In Cassie's situation, the police left the scene only a few hours after her body was found. They even told Cheryl that she could go inside and use the house. This alarmed Cassie's parents, and they decided to examine the house themselves. After noticing water still in the bathtub, they drained it and found black streaks along the sides that looked like marks left by rubber-soled shoes. They also discovered Cassie's glasses, hairband, and a coat hanger scattered in different spots on the floor. Cassie's parents grew even more suspicious when the police failed to search the house for fingerprints. They suspected that the authorities might be trying to close the case quickly without conducting a proper investigation. It was only after they reached out to the district attorney's office that the police seemed to put in additional effort. However, they still could not close the case due to the medical examiner's findings. The autopsy report revealed that Cassie had multiple bruises on her body, especially around her neck. The examiner determined that her death was a homicide. However, the investigation was made more difficult by the property owner having cleaned and completed some repairs after the incident. This meant the original crime scene had been disrupted, which could affect the progress of the investigation. Cassie's parents were met with silence from law enforcement as the months continued to pass. The police did investigate David Berry, a man Cassie had been seeing before her death, but he was quickly dismissed as a suspect because he had a solid alibi. However, as time went on, Cassie's parents became increasingly upset with the local police, feeling they were not doing enough to solve the case. Their frustrations pushed Chuck and Darlene to request a meeting with the chief district attorney to express their dissatisfaction with how the investigation was being handled, especially regarding Detective Jose Sanchez. After examining the case file, the district attorney agreed with the parents, discovering that Jose had made several mistakes. Because of this, Jose was taken off the case, and a more seasoned detective took over. From the beginning, Cassie's family and friends believed that her ex-husband, Bradley Farrington, was responsible for her death. At the time Cassie died, she and Bradley were locked in a heated custody dispute over their children. And Bradley had the most to gain from Cassie's death, because he would win custody of the child. Bradley Farrington, a former Silver City police officer who had retired only a few months before Cassie's death, had a good relationship with investigators, which prevented him from being viewed as a suspect. However, Bradley clearly had a motive for the crime and possessed the knowledge needed to destroy evidence. He fully understood police procedures and how to erase his tracks. For instance, the bathwater would eliminate any remaining DNA evidence on the body, along with removing shoe prints on the floor. Since Cassie knew Bradley well, she likely would have opened the door for him. Sadly, because of the poor handling of the investigation by the local police, any evidence connecting Bradley to the crime scene was destroyed and could not be recovered. The only possible way to hold Bradley responsible was through eyewitness testimony. Cassie had told her parents about the abuse their family suffered from Bradley and that he often acted superior because of being a police officer. Cassie lived in constant fear, and Bradley's friends were officers as well, leaving her with no one she felt she could turn to for help. She had confided in co-workers about Bradley's threats, including his ominous claim that he would make her disappear without a trace. Tragically, her life was taken, and she was found dead on March 24, 2014. 19 months later, on October 23, 2015, 28-year-old Bradley Farrington was arrested in connection with Cassie's death. Although Bradley remained a suspect, the local police mishandled evidence, leaving nothing that directly connected him to the crime. Because of this, the judge ruled that previously recorded statements from Cassie could be used as testimony during the trial. During the trial, numerous witnesses testified, including Cassie's parents, friends, and co-workers, all of whom she had confided in about the abuse she experienced at Bradley's hands. Notable among the witnesses was Dr. Michael Hunter, a well-known forensic expert from San Francisco. With more than 20 years of experience, Michael showed the jury autopsy photographs and concluded that Cassie most likely died from strangulation. Cassie had injuries on her neck, which supported this conclusion. After a warrant had been issued for Bradley's arrest, Jose Sanchez, who had originally handled the case, appeared in court. Jose stated that he had never considered Bradley Farrington a suspect because he felt there was no reason to, and he also testified that no fingerprints belonging to Bradley were found in Cassie's home. The crime scene was unusually clean, Jose explained. He believed the area had been cleaned after the crime occurred, which would explain why no fingerprints were present. After 4.5 hours of deliberation, the jury found Bradley Farrington guilty on September 7th. In 2018, Bradley received a life sentence in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. He later submitted an appeal to the New Mexico Supreme Court in 2020. Bradley challenged his conviction, arguing that the trial court had made an error by allowing Cassie's co-workers, friends, and family members to testify in court. However, the state's highest court ruled that there was sufficient evidence to convict Bradley and denied his appeal. Moving on to the next case. Colin, Ireland. As the world welcomed 1993 with celebration and resolutions, one man in London set a chilling New Year's resolution of his own, a resolution to become a notorious killer. His chosen targets were unsuspecting men within the gay community. But who was Colin, Ireland, and what compelled him to make such a grim resolution? Why did he transform a symbol of new beginnings into a dark, twisted game of cat and mouse? Born in 1954 in Dartford, Kent, Ireland's early life was marked by turbulence, upheaval, and poverty. His childhood, spent in an unsettled home, represented the first chapter of a life characterized by discontent and emotional detachment. Raised by a single mother, Ireland's formative years were a revolving door of different men entering and leaving his life. This instability laid the foundation for a personality that craved control, a trait that would later manifest in the most sinister ways. His parents had been unmarried teenagers, only 17 years old. His father left soon after his birth, and Ireland never knew his identity. Due to his mother's financial difficulties, they were forced to move frequently. Despite these hardships, Ireland maintained a close relationship with his mother, remembering her as affectionate and caring. Ireland recounted that as a child, he was a thin, lanky little boy, often targeted by schoolyard bullies. This led him to miss school frequently. Consequently, he received a limited education, became withdrawn and melancholic, and chose his friends from among the least threatening children. As a teenager, Ireland found himself entangled with the law. Although his early offenses were petty, they revealed a deeper internal struggle, a struggle for identity and a desperate desire to assert significance in a world where he felt invisible. Repeatedly in trouble of his own making, Ireland was sent to borstalls and prisons for theft, robbery, blackmail, and burglary. At 16, he ran away to London and frequented an amusement arcade with a notorious reputation, where young boys were targeted by pedophiles. Ireland was approached by some of them. Additionally, one of his jobs was as a bouncer at a gay club, which is where he developed an understanding of gay subcultures. Reflecting on the 1970s, Ireland described it as the lost period, common among those who suffer from psychopathy. Much of the 1970s passed in a blur between periods of incarceration. "I spent my time detached and wandering," he later recalled. In 1982, Ireland married Virginia Zammit, who was confined to a wheelchair. A colleague who visited the couple witnessed a seemingly pleasant family life. The marriage ended in divorce 5 years later following Ireland's adultery. In 1989, he married Janet Young. The marriage was abusive, and after 4 months, he abruptly left while she was away for the weekend, stealing over £10,000 from her account and leaving her financially destitute. He relocated to Southend-on-Sea, Essex, approximately 60 kilometers east of London, initially living in a hostel before moving into his own flat. It was in this flat that Ireland resolved to become a serial killer as his New Year's resolution. Drifting through adulthood, Ireland's life became a patchwork of odd jobs and short-lived relationships. Yet beneath this surface of normalcy, a growing fascination with infamy and a desire to carve his name into criminal history steadily intensified. Ireland immersed himself in the dark world of serial killers, not with fear, but with analytical curiosity. What motivated them? How did they avoid capture? These were the questions that consumed him. He spent countless hours reading about serial killers and studying geographic profiling, which led him to decide that he would commit his murders far away from his home. Typically, a killer operates within a radius of about 7 miles from where he lives. That is why Ireland chose London as the site for his crimes. He also planned to have at least 5 victims because he had read that a killer needs that number to be considered a serial killer. The year 1993 saw a horrifying chain of crimes that shook the foundation of London's LGBTQ+ community. Colin Ireland, a man whose ordinary appearance concealed a sinister plan, launched a calculated campaign of terror, carefully planning and executing a series of murders with chilling precision. Ireland's hunting ground was London's vibrant gay scene. He frequented the Culhern pub, a well-known gay bar, seeking out potential victims. Here, amid the pulsing music and crowded floors, Ireland would select and watch his targets, plotting their fates with cold indifference. Ireland looked for men who preferred the passive role and enjoyed S&M, so he could restrain them easily while they believed it was part of a sexual encounter. Patrons of the pub wore color-coded handkerchiefs to signal their sexual interests. Ireland presented himself as a dominant partner. His first victim, Peter Walker, was a 45-year-old choreographer. Ireland met Walker at the Culhern, and what began as what seemed like an intimate night quickly descended into horror. Walker's body was later found in his apartment, unveiling the brutality of Ireland's actions. Bound, gagged, and suffocated with a plastic bag placed over his head, Walker's death was only the start of Ireland's gruesome series of murders. Ireland positioned 2 teddy bears in a sexual arrangement on Walker's body and burned some of his pubic hair, so he could smell it. While searching the apartment, he discovered that Walker was HIV positive. Furious, Ireland shoved a condom into Walker's mouth and another into his nostril. Each crime scene revealed a pattern of detailed planning and merciless execution. He carried a murder kit with him: rope, handcuffs, and a change of clothes. Ireland left almost no evidence, frustrating police efforts and spreading fear throughout the community. He was thorough, making sure each scene was cleaned meticulously, removing anything that could connect him to the crimes. He also stayed in the apartment until morning to avoid drawing suspicion that might arise from leaving late at night. Describing the nights after his murders, Ireland said, "I think that affected me mentally to quite a degree," recounting how he sat with the body for 5 to 6 hours, watching it gradually develop blotches and grow cold. "It wasn't something that I could cope with, to be honest," Ireland later admitted. He disposed of everything he had touched by throwing it out of a train window on his way back to Southend. When police discovered the body, they assumed it was the result of a sexual game gone wrong. 2 months later, Ireland returned to the pub, where he met 37-year-old librarian Christopher Dunn, who invited him to his flat. There, Ireland tied, handcuffed, and brutally beat and tortured his helpless victim before suffocating him by stuffing pieces of cloth into his mouth. After murdering Dunn, Ireland used his victim's PIN and bank card to withdraw $200 from his account. The police continued to view the death as an accident during a sexual encounter and did not connect it to Walker's murder. Ireland grew increasingly confident as his New Year's resolution progressed. He met 35-year-old businessman Perry Bradley III at the Culhern pub. Bradley, the son of Texas Democratic Party fundraiser Perry Bradley Jr., invited Ireland to his Kensington flat. Initially, Bradley refused to be tied up, but Ireland insisted he could not perform sexually without it. Bradley reluctantly agreed, after which Ireland demanded his money and PIN, claiming he was a thief. Once Bradley complied, Ireland told him to try to fall asleep, stating he would not leave the flat until morning. Bradley eventually fell asleep, and Ireland, realizing that Bradley could identify him, strangled him. He then placed a doll atop the body. The horrific crimes of Colin Ireland shocked the communities he targeted and captured the relentless attention of the media. The press labeled him the Gay Slayer, a sensational moniker that highlighted both his horrific acts and the homophobic undertones of the era. On June 7th, just 3 days later, Ireland returned to the Culhern and met 33-year-old housing warden Andrew Collier, inviting him to his home. Again, Ireland handcuffed and tied Collier to the bed, demanding his bank details. After killing Collier's cat, Ireland strangled Collier. He placed a condom on Collier's penis, fastened the dead cat's mouth over it, and inserted the cat's tail into Collier's mouth. On June 15th, Ireland targeted 41-year-old Met Maltese chef Emmanuel Spiteri. He handcuffed, bound, and strangled Spiteri, then stayed in the flat watching television and eating his victim's food. After cleaning the scene, Ireland set fire to the flat, though it caused only minor damage. As the body count rose, so did the alarm. The gay community, already marginalized, found itself terrorized by a predator who moved among them unseen and unknown. But what was the motive behind these heinous acts? Was it rooted in deep-seated animosity toward the gay community, or was it a cold, calculated plan? What critical mistakes did Ireland make, and how did they ultimately lead to his capture? As the death toll climbed, London's Metropolitan Police found themselves confronting a cunning predator. The investigation into Colin Ireland's crimes became a race against time, a complex puzzle that required not only diligence but innovation in the face of a killer who always seemed one step ahead. At the outset, the investigation faced major obstacles. Ireland's careful planning and meticulous cleaning of each crime scene left investigators with frustratingly few clues. The killer's methodical strategy of concealing his identity and movements added to the difficulty, turning the case into a labyrinthine challenge. Detectives noticed a disturbing pattern. All the victims were men from the gay community, discovered dead in their own homes, a sign of trust that had been brutally exploited. This realization narrowed the investigation to London's gay scene, especially around the Colquhoun pub, where Ireland selected his victims. The breakthrough arose from meticulous police work and a stroke of luck. A forgotten fingerprint at a crime scene, a chance appearance on one of London's earliest CCTV cameras. These were the pivotal moments that began to unravel Ireland's web of deception. While Ireland and Andrew Collier were in Collier's flat, they heard a noise outside and approached the window. Ireland grabbed a horizontal metal bar across the frame and forgot to wipe it clean. The police later recovered these fingerprints. Finally, Ireland was caught on CCTV. Some witnesses said Spiteri had left the Colquhoun with a man. Investigators then traced his route home. His train journey passed through Charing Cross Station, which had one of London's first CCTV systems. Every piece of evidence became a vital key, unlocking parts of a puzzle that Ireland believed he had perfectly concealed. But what ultimately led to Ireland's downfall? How did detectives connect the dots in a case that initially seemed unsolvable? The relentless pursuit of justice in the Colin Ireland case reached a turning point with a single, seemingly harmless phone call. Ireland, emboldened by his actions, telephoned the police, taunting them about his crimes. The day after Peter Walker's murder, when he heard no news reporting it, he anonymously called the Samaritans and the Sun, telling them that he had killed Walker and locked his dogs in another room. Later, police received another call from Dunn's killer, mocking them for failing to link his death to Walker's. In his next anonymous call to the police, he asked, "Are you still interested in the death of Peter Walker? Why have you stopped the investigation? Doesn't the death of a homosexual man mean anything? I will do another. I have always dreamed of doing the perfect murder." After Collier's death, Ireland phoned Kensington police and said that he had killed 4 men and they needed to stop him. He told them he had read many books on serial killers and warned that if they didn't stop him, it would become one a week. He said he had studied the FBI manual, Whoever Fights Monsters, by former FBI agent and serial killer specialist Robert Ressler. "I have got the book," he said. "I know how many you have to do." Ireland later admitted that the TV crime series The Bill had also provided him with many of his ideas and police evasion techniques. Forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks remarked that simply reading books about serial killers does not mean someone intends to become a serial killer themselves. But if that is your intention, then genuinely reading books can provide you with an understanding of the methods serial killers have used before. Equipped with this new information, the police increased their efforts. A suspect began emerging from the darkness. It was a pivotal moment in the inquiry, a clue they urgently required. On the 19th of July, 1993, Ireland visited his solicitor. He claimed that he appeared on the CCTV, but insisted he had not murdered Spiteri. He went to his apartment for sex, yet another man was present. He refused a threesome and departed. The investigation shifted dramatically as officers connected Ireland's fingerprint to the Collier crime scene. His capture became a moment of victory mixed with chilling horror as the full scope of his crimes was revealed. Ireland's arrogance, combined with sophisticated police methods and crucial clues, helped bring the murderer to justice. The arrest of Colin Ireland represented far more than the end of a manhunt. It marked a moment that offered a degree of closure to the victims' families and a community rattled by fear. It also sparked essential discussions regarding the protection of marginalized communities. The trial of Colin Ireland was poised to be a gripping segment of British legal history, raising issues about the essence of evil and the mind of a man who pursued notoriety through savagery. What disclosures would his trial uncover? A legal process that would expose the complete extent of his terrifying crimes had only started. The trial became a careful examination of Ireland's deeds, each day exposing more about the person behind the killings. The prosecutors presented a case supported by strong evidence. Ireland, confronted with overwhelming proof, made a choice that shocked everyone in the courtroom. He admitted to his crimes, describing them with a chilling detachment that sent chills through everyone present. His confession was more than a statement of guilt. It was a terrifying account of his deliberate and savage behaviors. Ironically, by pleading guilty to all the murders and confessing, Ireland sidestepped the publicity he craved so intensely. The core of the trial, however, rested in the narratives of the victims. Their lives, stolen so tragically, remind us of the human cost of hatred and bias. Were these 5 murders the only crimes Ireland committed, or had he killed others? Serial killers frequently conceal some of their murders from the authorities to maintain a feeling of power over them, even while imprisoned. In January 1993, shortly after Ireland's resolution, police discovered a dead gay man in his Soho residence. They suspected that Ireland might have been responsible. However, the gay slayer never acknowledged this killing. Along with his other intended victims, a dangerous shadow fell over Hollywood actor Tom Cruise. In a chilling stroke of fate, Cruise, then at the peak of his career and married to Nicole Kidman, barely avoided a potentially deadly encounter. As statements and later released police files indicated, Ireland had noticed Cruise in a London bar in 1993. Motivated by a dangerous and misguided assumption, Ireland wrongly believed Cruise was gay and planned to make him one of his targets. The killer's malevolent scheme was unexpectedly foiled. Cruise, perhaps sensing that something was wrong or merely coincidental in his timing, departed the bar abruptly, avoiding Ireland's grasp. Ireland's conviction was inevitable, yet the sentencing phase remained a critical moment. The judge, in a powerful statement, denounced Ireland, emphasizing the severity and premeditated nature of his crimes. The judge described Ireland as exceptionally terrifying and dangerous. He told him that taking 1 human life is an outrage, taking 5 is carnage, and in his view, it was absolutely clear that Ireland should never be released. Ireland received 5 life sentences for the murders. However, the narrative does not conclude with Ireland's conviction. Unconfirmed reports suggest that Ireland strangled his cellmate, a convicted child killer, at Wakefield Prison in Yorkshire. Subsequently, he was moved to maximum security accommodation at Whitemoor Prison in Cambridgeshire, placed in a private cell of his own. His pattern of victim selection, meticulous planning, and psychological manipulation of law enforcement are now analyzed in criminal psychology courses worldwide. Additionally, the investigation into Ireland's crimes underscored the significance of community involvement in criminal cases. The breakthroughs in this case resulted not only from police work, but also from the cooperation of a community terrorized by his actions. Ireland's case became a focal point for discussions on homophobia and hate crimes, highlighting the urgent need for societal change, not only in policy, but also in daily attitudes and understanding. Ireland passed away on February 21, 2012 from pulmonary fibrosis and complications from a previously sustained fractured hip. Vanessa Frake, a former prison governor who had encountered numerous hardened criminals, described Ireland as the most terrifying prisoner she had ever met. She stated, "I don't know what it was about him. He simply radiated evil. He was proud of his actions, like many other serial killers. What compels a man to commit such calculated and brutal acts of violence? To comprehend Ireland's psyche, one must navigate the intricate labyrinth of his mind, assembling a profile as disturbing as it is compelling." Experts analyzing Ireland's case point to multiple factors. His troubled childhood, characterized by instability and the absence of a father figure, may have planted the seeds for his later behavior. Yet it was his profound desire for recognition, a craving to leave a mark on the world, that propelled him into the depths of serial killing. Ireland's systematic approach to his crimes indicates a high degree of intelligence and careful planning. He studied serial killers, not with horror, but with the curiosity of a scholar. He learned from their errors, aiming not only to avoid capture but also to perfect the art of killing. His methodical approach provides a chilling insight into the mind of a serial killer. His drive for control and recognition, combined with his ability to integrate into society, challenges conventional understandings of criminal behavior. Forensic psychologists propose that Ireland's selection of victims from the gay community was strategic rather than personal. He perceived them as easy targets, vulnerable due to societal marginalization. This choice reflects not merely a cold-blooded strategy, but a terrifying disregard for human life. He remarked regarding his victim selection, "I thought to myself, if I wasn't approached, something wouldn't have happened. I would have continued on my way, and nothing would have occurred." Forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks explained that what Ireland does is minimize the risk of selecting an unsuitable victim, or someone unlikely to respond, by not choosing those who did not approach him. Perhaps the most frightening aspect of Ireland's psychology is his complete lack of remorse. His confessions were entirely devoid of emotion, his accounts of the crimes clinical and detached. This emotional detachment suggests a potentially psychopathic personality, in which empathy and conscience are strikingly absent. Detective Inspector Martin Finnegan stated that Ireland was extremely factual about his actions, as if describing someone else's activities. There was absolutely no compassion whatsoever. He detected very little hatred. It was simply matter of fact, like going to the shops to buy something, then entering the flat and killing someone. In many cases, murderers who kill gay individuals are themselves gay, and those overtly homophobic are frequently secretly gay. Was it truly a credible justification for Ireland to act on hidden emotions? Ireland likened the thrill of his first murder to the sensation of losing his virginity. Perhaps these concealed feelings prompted that comparison. Was Ireland merely being dishonest with himself and others, attempting to conceal what he could not control? Ireland claimed to be heterosexual and asserted that he neither touched nor had sexual relations with the men he murdered. Yet it is difficult to imagine that at least 5 individuals voluntarily went to his flat for sex, undressed, and allowed Ireland to restrain them without even a single kiss. Can a person truly decide to become a serial killer as a career solely for its own sake, without any hidden motives, and select the particulars of their crimes based purely on logic? Or does something deeper lie beneath? Or was theft the primary reason behind Ireland's murders, a calculated act to prevent his victims from identifying him later? There is inconsistency in Ireland's account of Perry Bradley's murder. He claimed to have promised Bradley that he would leave him alive, only to later decide that Bradley could identify him. This version sharply contradicts his overarching motive of selecting victims for murder in order to gain notoriety as a serial killer. Was Ireland merely exploiting homophobic sentiments in society to disguise the mercenary nature of his crimes, hoping it would garner public sympathy and reduce his sentence? Or was there more than one motive, perhaps all of them combined? Moving on to the next case. The case of Vera Pectoleva. Vera Pectoleva was born on September 24, 1997, in Kyslov, located in Kovo Oblast. As she grew up, Vera became a cheerful and creative individual with a strong passion for singing. Her talent allowed her to win first place in many singing competitions while she was still in school. Even though her parents, Oksana and Yevon, divorced during her school years, Vera kept a close relationship with both of them. She also got along well with her stepmother and stepfather. Those who knew her described Vera as a gentle, positive, and kind person. Her family was surprised when she chose to pursue a technical education rather than a creative path after graduating from high school. She enrolled at the State Technical University in Kovo. Although Vera lives in Kovo, she maintains a close bond with her mother, Oksana, who resides in Kyslov, about 110 miles away. During a visit to her mother in 2016, she met a man her age named Vladislav Canis. Known simply as Vladislav, he, unlike Vera, did not set goals for himself, was withdrawn, and had a volatile temperament. Vladislav left school after the 9th grade and grew up in a dysfunctional household. His mother left the home, leaving him to live with his father. However, the challenges he faced did not end there. His father struggled with legal issues, and it all ended with his suicide, which happened right before Vladislav's eyes. This left a lasting impression on him. Despite their very different upbringings, Vera developed deep feelings for Vladislav and loved him sincerely. Vera's parents knew Vladislav and opposed the relationship. Although they felt sympathy for Vladislav because of his difficult past, they envisioned a different future for Vera. "We did not approve of her choice, expecting her to eventually end the relationship," her mother, Oksana, said. When Vera's father learned about their relationship, he asked her to end things with Vladislav, but Vera refused. Instead, She simply stopped mentioning him to her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, recalls that Vladislav never attended family gatherings and never appeared in Vera's social media photos, almost as if Vera was intentionally trying to hide him. It is worth noting that in 2019, Vera and Vladislav started living together in Kovo. Vera's parents supported them financially by helping pay the apartment rent. At that time, Vladislav had no job and depended on Vera for financial support. She was not only intelligent and beautiful, but also financially stable. The relationship between Vladislav and Vera began to deteriorate because of Vladislav's excessive drinking, and he showed no intention of stopping. Vera's parents suspected that he was mistreating their daughter. In November 2019, Vera decided to end the relationship. However, Vladislav refused to accept this and did not want it to be over. Vladislav was expected to be the one to move out, but he had no intention of leaving. He wanted to continue enjoying the benefits of living off someone else. 3 minutes later, Vera sent another voice message to her friend, asking her to come help her move. But before Vera could complete her sentence, Vladislav cut her off, firmly saying, "No, no one is coming in here," implying that he did not approve of her friend entering the apartment to assist her. At about 5:15 p.m., Vera quietly asked her friend to come, presumably because she needed help. She spoke softly, likely to avoid Vladislav hearing her. 10 minutes later, at 5:25 p.m., Vera sent another voice message. This time, Vladislav replied loudly, telling Vera's friend not to come over and to wait for Vera to text her. Nearly 2 hours later, at 7:19 p.m., Vladislav took control of Vera's phone, sending a voice message himself. From that moment on, Vera no longer had access to her phone and was left alone with Vladislav. At 3 a.m., chaos erupted when neighbors on the same floor were awakened by horrifying screams coming from apartment 738. A witness described the scene as a massacre, vividly recounting the horrors unfolding before them. The screams were overwhelming, drawing a crowd of about 15 people into the hallway near the apartment. Among them was Vladislav's brother, who had heard Vladislav say he was going to kill Vera. Realizing the urgency, he understood that immediate action was necessary. However, the iron door of the apartment proved to be a major obstacle. The neighbors began searching for tools that could help them break down the door and put an end to the tragedy unfolding inside. Throughout this time, Vera's screams of agony continued to echo from the apartment. A serious issue arose when the police failed to respond quickly to the emergency calls. Around 3 a.m., multiple people contacted emergency services after witnessing a traumatic situation involving Vera and her ex-boyfriend, Vladislav. Despite receiving numerous calls, the police did not arrive until 6:30 a.m., a delay of 3.5 hours. Vera's neighbors, desperate for help, called emergency services 7 times. As Vera fought for her life, no one came. The final words the neighbors heard from Vladislav were, "Vera, forgive me, I love you very much." As the situation became more dire, the neighbors located a crowbar in a nearby parking lot and used it to break down Vera's door. Sadly, they were met with a devastating sight. Vera lay motionless, while Vladislav was found drunk in the bathroom. Meanwhile, the neighbors had tried repeatedly and unsuccessfully to get help from the police. Operators at 112 had been socializing, laughing, drinking tea, and chatting about their personal lives, appearing annoyed that they were being disturbed. Police arrived only after being informed that Vera had died. Initially, they blamed their late response on a lack of fuel in one of their vehicles and insufficient officers on duty due to other emergencies. The 112 operator and the police officer on duty that night were both brought to trial. Police station footage released during the investigation revealed their indifferent behavior. Vladislav's testimony confirmed that there had been no conflict between him and Vera until 5 a.m. He recalled an argument with Vera on December 15, 2019, which happened because he wanted to go to a nightclub and she refused. This event was not the beginning of their problems, since Vera had mentioned wanting to end their relationship a month earlier. She had also begun spending more time in Kaislav and less time with him. Vladislav also learned from a mutual friend that Vera had been involved with another man named Alexander from Kaislav. Although he did not know Alexander, Vladislav still wanted to discuss the matter with Vera. Despite the tension, they continued living in the same apartment and stayed in contact by phone. After an argument on December 15, 2019, Vera left the apartment, taking some of her belongings with her. On January 12, 2020, he contacted Vera to offer help in moving the rest of her things to a new apartment. She accepted, and they arranged to meet the following day to finish the move. Vera scheduled their meeting for the afternoon of January 13, 2020, so they could collect her belongings and transport them to her new place. However, his plan was not only to help her move. He also intended to move out himself, as he no longer wanted to stay in the apartment without her. When Vera arrived on January 13, 2020, between 4 and 6 p.m., they agreed to pack both of their belongings, turning it into a joint move. On January 14, 2020, they consumed a substantial amount of alcohol, including beer, spirits, and vodka, while packing. By around 5 a.m., both he and Vera were drunk. At first, there were no issues between them. However, things shifted when he brought up their previous relationship and told her he knew she was seeing someone else. Vera felt offended, and the conversation escalated into a heated argument. She became aggressive, used profanity, and physically attacked him. She kicked him multiple times in the groin and struck him several times in the face with her palm. The slaps did not hurt him much, but the kicks to the groin did. This sparked a fight, which angered him further. He was not only upset by her physical attacks, but also by her dishonesty about dating others and her accusations that he had crossed boundaries by discussing her personal life. During this time, Vladislav claimed that Vera continued to insult him, which was the account he gave to the police. However, the medical examination revealed that he was lying. Vera's fatal injuries did not occur at the moment of her death, but 6 hours earlier, around midnight. This timeline showed that Vladislav had repeatedly beaten and assaulted Vera during the 6 hours leading up to her death. The examination documented roughly 100 injuries on her body, including stab wounds, a broken nose, broken ribs, and signs of strangulation on her neck. After this horrific incident, Vera's funeral drew more than 1,000 mourners, though the church was too small to hold everyone. Vera's heartbroken mother, Oksana, shared that the funeral home spent 4 hours trying to reconstruct her daughter's severely damaged face using cosmetics. Despite their efforts, Oksana could hardly recognize her own child due to the extent of the injuries. Meanwhile, Vladislav was giving the police his version of events. Naturally, he attempted to minimize his involvement in the crime. Additionally, the presence of Vladislav's brother at the scene raised many questions, since he lived in another city. Vladislav provided an explanation for his brother's presence. According to him, after the incident, he contacted his brother and told him that Vera was no longer breathing. His brother advised him to call an ambulance and try performing artificial respiration and first aid on her. However, phone records showed that Vladislav had called his brother around midnight and told him he intended to kill Vera. During the interrogation, he was questioned about the injuries found on Vera's body. In response, he said it was likely that he had inflicted them, although he did not remember how many times he had struck her. The injuries documented by the expert could have been caused by him. He admitted to inflicting all the injuries listed in the report. During the altercation, his primary aim was to silence her, and he did not think about Vera's pain. Vera screamed and insulted him throughout the fight. He made it clear that he did not derive pleasure from hitting her. Instead, he wanted her to stop screaming. The investigation also revealed that the police and emergency service personnel had been negligent. Despite this, they were not suspended during the investigation and continued to justify their actions. The prosecutor sought actual prison terms for the 5 defendants, but the judge decided to reduce the sentences to between 1.5 and 2 years of suspended imprisonment. In addition to the sentence, the court ordered each police officer to pay about $350 to the victim. The police department was also required to pay about $111,000. Russia uses the ruble as its currency, but I converted the amounts to US dollars so everyone can understand them. The indictment stated that the police had access to gasoline, and even if they had not, they should have taken appropriate measures to address the situation. Moreover, the police refused to cooperate with the investigation and did not accept responsibility for their actions. According to their account, when witnesses reported hearing a woman's desperate cries for help, the police team was at another location investigating the discovery of a man's body. We will likely never know what truly happened that night. Vera had planned to move out of the apartment and had even asked a friend for help. Because of this, it can be assumed that Vladislav forced Vera to drink alcohol or poured alcohol into her mouth while she was unconscious. This allowed him time to create a story that portrayed the events as unintentional. In 2022, the court sentenced Vladislav Canis to 17 years in prison. Although Vladislav admitted partial guilt and was ordered to pay about $45,000 in compensation, Vera's parents were shocked by the decision. They believed that 17 years was far too lenient and intended to appeal. However, their efforts soon proved futile. Vladislav did not even serve a full year in prison. In April 2023, it became known that he had received a presidential pardon after 6 months of participating in the armed conflict. You all know which conflict Russia is currently involved in. He was also relieved of the obligation to pay any compensation to Vera's parents. In November 2023, photos of Vladislav in military uniform appeared on social media. Vera's case sparked widespread outrage in Russia. The news of Vladislav's pardon was equally shocking. Here is what the Russian presidential press secretary said on the matter. The pardon process involves several steps. First, the convicted person must publicly admit guilt. This initial decision is then made by the Federal Penitentiary Service, followed by reviews at the regional and federal levels, and then by the Central Committee. Only after passing these stages does the president consider the case. In addition, convicted individuals, including those who committed serious crimes, can be redeemed through acts of bravery on the battlefield, risking their lives under fire. This can be seen as a way for them to atone for past mistakes. Imagine the painful emotions Vera's parents must have felt when they learned that the person responsible for taking their daughter's life had been given a second chance. In sharp contrast, Vera will never have the opportunity to start anew, as her life was tragically cut short, leaving her with no chance of redemption. Moving on to the next case. The case of Vera Pektuleva. Vera Pektuleva was born on September 24, 1997, in Kyslov, located in Kovo Oblast. As she grew up, Vera became a cheerful and creative individual with a strong passion for singing. Her talent allowed her to win first place in many singing competitions while she was still in school. Even though her parents, Oksana and Yevhen, divorced during her school years, Vera kept a close relationship with both of them. She also got along well with her stepmother and stepfather. Those who knew her described Vera as a gentle, positive, and kind person. Her family was surprised when she chose to pursue a technical education rather than a creative path after graduating from high school. She enrolled at the State Technical University in Kovo. Although Vera lives in Kovo, she maintains a close bond with her mother, Oksana, who resides in Kyslov, about 110 miles away. During a visit to her mother in 2016, she met a man her age named Vladislav Canis. Known simply as Vladislav, he, unlike Vera, did not set goals for himself, was withdrawn, and had a volatile temperament. Vladislav left school after the 9th grade and grew up in a dysfunctional household. His mother left the home, leaving him to live with his father. However, the challenges he faced did not end there. His father struggled with legal issues, and it all ended with his suicide, which happened right before Vladislav's eyes. This left a lasting impression on him. Despite their very different upbringings, Vera developed deep feelings for Vladislav and loved him sincerely. Vera's parents knew Vladislav and opposed the relationship. Although they felt sympathy for Vladislav because of his difficult past, they envisioned a different future for Vera. "We did not approve of her choice, expecting her to eventually end the relationship," her mother, Oksana, said. When Vera's father learned about their relationship, he asked her to end things with Vladislav, but Vera refused. Instead, she simply stopped mentioning him to her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, recalls that Vladislav never attended family gatherings and never appeared in Vera's social media photos, almost as if Vera was intentionally trying to hide him. It is worth noting that in 2019, Vera and Vladislav started living together in Kovo. Vera's parents supported them financially by helping pay the apartment rent. At that time, Vladislav had no job and depended on Vera for financial support. She was not only intelligent and beautiful, but also financially stable. The relationship between Vladislav and Vera began to deteriorate because of Vladislav's excessive drinking, and he showed no intention of stopping. Vera's parents suspected that he was mistreating their daughter. In November 2019, Vera decided to end the relationship. However, Vladislav refused to accept this and did not want it to be over. Vladislav was expected to be the one to move out, but he had no intention of leaving. He wanted to continue enjoying the benefits of living off someone else. 3 minutes later, Vera sent another voice message to her friend, asking her to come help her move. But before Vera could complete her sentence, Vladislav cut her off, firmly saying, "No, no one is coming in here," implying that he did not approve of her friend entering the apartment to assist her. At about 5:15 p.m., Vera quietly asked her friend to come, presumably because she needed help. She spoke softly, likely to avoid Vladislav hearing her. 10 minutes later, at 5:25 p.m., Vera sent another voice message. This time, Vladislav replied loudly, telling Vera's friend not to come over and to wait for Vera to text her. Nearly 2 hours later, at 7:19 p.m., Vladislav took control of Vera's phone, sending a voice message himself. From that moment on, Vera no longer had access to her phone and was left alone with Vladislav. At 3 a.m., chaos erupted when neighbors on the same floor were awakened by horrifying screams coming from apartment 738. A witness described the scene as a massacre, vividly recounting the horrors unfolding before them. The screams were overwhelming, drawing a crowd of about 15 people into the hallway near the apartment. Among them was Vladislav's brother, who had heard Vladislav say he was going to kill Vera. Realizing the urgency, he understood that immediate action was necessary. However, the iron door of the apartment proved to be a major obstacle. The neighbors began searching for tools that could help them break down the door and put an end to the tragedy unfolding inside. Throughout this time, Vera's screams of agony continued to echo from the apartment. A serious issue arose when the police failed to respond quickly to the emergency calls. Around 3 a.m., multiple people contacted emergency services after witnessing a traumatic situation involving Vera and her ex-boyfriend, Vladislav. Despite receiving numerous calls, the police did not arrive until 6:30 a.m., a delay of 3.5 hours. Vera's neighbors, desperate for help, called emergency services 7 times. As Vera fought for her life, no one came. The final words the neighbors heard from Vladislav were, "Vera, forgive me, I love you very much." As the situation became more dire, the neighbors located a crowbar in a nearby parking lot and used it to break down Vera's door. Sadly, they were met with a devastating sight. Vera lay motionless, while Vladislav was found drunk in the bathroom. Meanwhile, the neighbors had tried repeatedly and unsuccessfully to get help from the police. Operators at 112 had been socializing, laughing, drinking tea, and chatting about their personal lives, appearing annoyed that they were being disturbed. Police arrived only after being informed that Vera had died. Initially, they blamed their late response on a lack of fuel in one of their vehicles and insufficient officers on duty due to other emergencies. The 112 operator and the police officer on duty that night were both brought to trial. Police station footage released during the investigation revealed their indifferent behavior. Vladislav's testimony confirmed that there had been no conflict between him and Vera until 5 a.m. He recalled an argument with Vera on December 15, 2019, which happened because he wanted to go to a nightclub and she refused. This event was not the beginning of their problems, since Vera had mentioned wanting to end their relationship a month earlier. She had also begun spending more time in Kaislav and less time with him. Vladislav also learned from a mutual friend that Vera had been involved with another man named Alexander from Kaislav. Although he did not know Alexander, Vladislav still wanted to discuss the matter with Vera. Despite the tension, they continued living in the same apartment and stayed in contact by phone. After an argument on December 15, 2019, Vera left the apartment, taking some of her belongings with her. On January 12, 2020, he contacted Vera to offer help in moving the rest of her things to a new apartment. She accepted, and they arranged to meet the following day to finish the move. Vera scheduled their meeting for the afternoon of January 13, 2020, so they could collect her belongings and transport them to her new place. However, his plan was not only to help her move. He also intended to move out himself, as he no longer wanted to stay in the apartment without her. When Vera arrived on January 13, 2020, between 4 and 6 p.m., they agreed to pack both of their belongings, turning it into a joint move. On January 14, 2020, they consumed a substantial amount of alcohol, including beer, spirits, and vodka, while packing. By around 5 a.m., both he and Vera were drunk. At first, there were no issues between them. However, Things shifted when he brought up their previous relationship and told her he knew she was seeing someone else. Vera felt offended, and the conversation escalated into a heated argument. She became aggressive, used profanity, and physically attacked him. She kicked him multiple times in the groin and struck him several times in the face with her palm. The slaps did not hurt him much, but the kicks to the groin did. This sparked a fight, which angered him further. He was not only upset by her physical attacks, but also by her dishonesty about dating others and her accusations that he had crossed boundaries by discussing her personal life. During this time, Vladislav claimed that Vera continued to insult him, which was the account he gave to the police. However, the medical examination revealed that he was lying. Vera's fatal injuries did not occur at the moment of her death, but 6 hours earlier, around midnight. This timeline showed that Vladislav had repeatedly beaten and assaulted Vera during the 6 hours leading up to her death. The examination documented roughly 100 injuries on her body, including stab wounds, a broken nose, broken ribs, and signs of strangulation on her neck. After this horrific incident, Vera's funeral drew more than 1,000 mourners, though the church was too small to hold everyone. Vera's heartbroken mother, Oksana, shared that the funeral home spent 4 hours trying to reconstruct her daughter's severely damaged face using cosmetics. Despite their efforts, Oksana could hardly recognize her own child due to the extent of the injuries. Meanwhile, Vladislav was giving the police his version of events. Naturally, he attempted to minimize his involvement in the crime. Additionally, the presence of Vladislav's brother at the scene raised many questions, since he lived in another city. Vladislav provided an explanation for his brother's presence. According to him, after the incident, he contacted his brother and told him that Vera was no longer breathing. His brother advised him to call an ambulance and try performing artificial respiration and first aid on her. However, phone records showed that Vladislav had called his brother around midnight and told him he intended to kill Vera. During the interrogation, he was questioned about the injuries found on Vera's body. In response, he said it was likely that he had inflicted them, although he did not remember how many times he had struck her. The injuries documented by the expert could have been caused by him. He admitted to inflicting all the injuries listed in the report. During the altercation, his primary aim was to silence her, and he did not think about Vera's pain. Vera screamed and insulted him throughout the fight. He made it clear that he did not derive pleasure from hitting her. Instead, he wanted her to stop screaming. The investigation also revealed that the police and emergency service personnel had been negligent. Despite this, they were not suspended during the investigation and continued to justify their actions. The prosecutor sought actual prison terms for the 5 defendants, but the judge decided to reduce the sentences to between 1.5 and 2 years of suspended imprisonment. In addition to the sentence, the court ordered each police officer to pay about $350 to the victim. The police department was also required to pay about $111,000. Russia uses the ruble as its currency, but I converted the amounts to US dollars so everyone can understand them. The indictment stated that the police had access to gasoline, and even if they had not, they should have taken appropriate measures to address the situation. Moreover, the police refused to cooperate with the investigation and did not accept responsibility for their actions. According to their account, when witnesses reported hearing a woman's desperate cries for help, the police team was at another location investigating the discovery of a man's body. We will likely never know what truly happened that night. Vera had planned to move out of the apartment and had even asked a friend for help. Because of this, it can be assumed that Vladislav forced Vera to drink alcohol or poured alcohol into her mouth while she was unconscious. This allowed him time to create a story that portrayed the events as unintentional. In 2022, the court sentenced Vladislav Canis to 17 years in prison. Although Vladislav admitted partial guilt and was ordered to pay about $45,000 in compensation, Vera's parents were shocked by the decision. They believed that 17 years was far too lenient and intended to appeal. However, their efforts soon proved futile. Vladislav did not even serve a full year in prison. In April 2023, it became known that he had received a presidential pardon after 6 months of participating in the armed conflict. You all know which conflict Russia is currently involved in. He was also relieved of the obligation to pay any compensation to Vera's parents. In November 2023, photos of Vladislav in military uniform appeared on social media. Vera's case sparked widespread outrage in Russia. The news of Vladislav's pardon was equally shocking. Here is what the Russian presidential press secretary said on the matter. The pardon process involves several steps. First, the convicted person must publicly admit guilt. This initial decision is then made by the Federal Penitentiary Service, followed by reviews at the regional and federal levels, and then by the Central Committee. Only after passing these stages does the president consider the case. In addition, convicted individuals, including those who committed serious crimes, can be redeemed through acts of bravery on the battlefield, risking their lives under fire. This can be seen as a way for them to atone for past mistakes. Imagine the painful emotions Vera's parents must have felt when they learned that the person responsible for taking their daughter's life had been given a second chance. In sharp contrast, Vera will never have the opportunity to start anew, as her life was tragically cut short, leaving her with no chance of redemption. Moving on to the next case. The case of Mary Catherine Higdon. Mary Catherine Higdon was born in 1994. Mary was a lively and cheerful child who loved making people laugh with her humor, impressions, and playful antics. She had a special bond with her pet frog, which she often took on walks around town. Mary enjoyed spending time outdoors, exploring nature, and appreciating its beauty. She was also passionate about performing, frequently putting on shows for her family that highlighted her creativity and imagination. Her family recognized her potential and believed she had a bright future ahead. As she grew older, Mary developed a strong interest in firearms. She learned to handle guns responsibly and respected their power. She became a skilled marksman and continued to refine her abilities. During her high school years, Mary met her partner, Stephen Freeman, who would become the love of her life. Stephen was born on January 1, 1995, in Griffin, Georgia, where he grew up with his parents and brother. He enjoyed a happy childhood surrounded by a loving family and many friends who described him as laid-back, kind, and helpful. Stephen loved spending time outdoors and exploring nature. He was particularly close to his parents and shared a special bond with his mother. When she graduated from college after returning to school, Stephen wrote her a heartfelt letter expressing his admiration for her achievement. In the letter, he praised her hard work and determination, saying he looked up to her every day and loved her more than words could express. Stephen had immense respect and appreciation for his mother, which was evident in the way he spoke about her. After meeting in high school, Stephen and Mary Catherine formed a strong bond, united by their shared passion for outdoor activities like hiking, camping, fishing, and hunting. Their mutual love of nature became the foundation of their strong relationship. After graduating from high school, the couple decided to take the next step by moving in together in Griffin, Georgia. Living together in their own space excited both Mary Catherine and Stephen. Furthermore, Stephen's mother welcomed Mary Catherine into their family, treating her like a daughter. Every Sunday, the couple would visit Stephen's parents for a large family dinner, a tradition that strengthened their bonds and cemented Mary Catherine's place within the family. Initially, Stephen's friends were skeptical about his relationship with Mary Catherine, but as they got to know her, they began to appreciate her positive impact on his life. They saw how happy and joyful she made him and admired her enthusiasm for the outdoors. Stephen and Mary Catherine had different occupations. Stephen worked as a metal worker, specializing in roof repairs. Mary Catherine, on the other hand, held two part-time jobs. She worked as a teacher's assistant at St. George's Episcopal School, a preschool in Milner, Georgia. Additionally, she was employed at a sporting goods store, where she sold firearms. Interestingly, one of Stephen's close friends, Thomas Skinner, also worked alongside Mary Catherine at the sporting goods shop. While working there, Mary Catherine learned the fundamentals of gun safety, including how to properly hold, load, and fire a gun. Similarly, Stephen was passionate about firearms and owned several shotguns and rifles that he used for hunting and target practice. He also kept a Glock 42 handgun at home for self-protection. By the summer of 2018, after 5 years together, Mary Catherine and Stephen were still living in their apartment in Griffin, Georgia. However, their relationship took a tragic turn on August 1st, when Mary Catherine made a distressing 911 call, marking the end of their high school romance. Mary Catherine frantically contacted the dispatcher, screaming that she had accidentally shot her boyfriend. The police promptly responded to the emergency call and arrived at the apartment shared by Mary Catherine and Stephen. They found Mary Catherine in a state of panic, crying and hyperventilating as she knelt beside Stephen's motionless body. She repeatedly wailed that she could not lose him, her voice filled with anguish and desperation. As the police carefully moved Mary Catherine away from Stephen, they were able to assess his condition. They discovered that he had been shot in the chest, but miraculously, he was still alive. The police immediately called for an ambulance to transport Stephen to the nearest hospital. At the emergency room, a team of skilled doctors worked to save Stephen's life. Despite their best efforts, his condition continued to deteriorate. Tragically, the severity of his injury ultimately proved fatal, and Stephen succumbed to his wounds. After Stephen was taken to the hospital, Mary Catherine accompanied the police to the station for a formal interview. She explained what had happened on the night she accidentally shot Stephen. She said she had been handing him the gun because he usually kept it beside his bed for safety. However, she clarified that they never loaded the chamber of their guns at home. During police questioning, officers detected the smell of alcohol on Mary Catherine's breath. As they pressed her for further details, her story changed. Initially, she said she had handed Stephen the gun, but later claimed that she tossed it to him. The police were skeptical of her changing account, knowing that a gun would not fire randomly simply because it was tossed. Someone had to pull the trigger. The investigation revealed that Mary Catherine must have been pointing the gun directly at Stephen's body for the bullet to strike where it did, given the location of his gunshot wound. During her interview, Mary Catherine admitted, "I did it out of anger." Unfortunately, the recording equipment malfunctioned at that exact moment, rendering her words inaudible. Despite the missing recording, the police still had strong evidence pointing to Mary Catherine's intention to harm Stephen. At the couple's apartment, they found signs of an intense argument, including scattered food throughout the house. Additionally, police records showed that officers had responded to 5 domestic disturbance calls at the couple's residence in the past year. The police also discovered that the gun used in the shooting had been loaded on the night of the incident, contradicting Mary Catherine's statements. These findings collectively led investigators to conclude that Mary Catherine had intentionally shot her boyfriend, Stephen. The police found cooking grease residue on the gun and magazine, leading them to believe that Mary Catherine, who had been cooking dinner at the time, had loaded the weapon. After Mary Catherine shot Stephen, officers questioned his friends to learn more about their relationship. According to his friends, Mary Catherine and Stephen's relationship was marked by constant fighting and toxicity. They reported that the couple frequently had intense, heated arguments. Mary Catherine was described as possessive and verbally abusive towards Stephen, with signs of mental instability that heightened the tension between them. Whenever Stephen tried to create distance by leaving their apartment, Mary Catherine would barrage him with relentless texts and calls, forcing him to block her. One of Stephen's friends revealed that Stephen had confided in him about Mary Catherine's history of threatening him with a gun. Specifically, she had pulled a firearm on him at least 3 times in the past. Despite this, Stephen chose not to report these incidents to authorities because he was worried about Mary Catherine getting into trouble. Stephen's friends emphasized that his top priority was always Mary Catherine's well-being, even when it put his own safety at risk. When Stephen's friends learned that Mary Catherine had accidentally shot him, they were skeptical, knowing she was knowledgeable about handling firearms. In fact, just 3 months before the shooting, Stephen had texted a friend saying that Mary Catherine was running wild outside, screaming and attempting to shoot both him and herself. Stephen told a friend that Mary Catherine had previously pointed a gun at him, but the most recent time, her eyes frightened him, making him fear she might actually pull the trigger. By July 2018, Stephen was exhausted by Mary Catherine's behavior and considered leaving her. That July, Stephen planned to secretly move to another town while Mary Catherine was out, without telling her. He feared how she might react if she learned he was leaving. Just 2 days before Mary Catherine fatally shot Stephen, police found a series of revealing text messages from July 30th. The conversation began with Stephen sending Mary Catherine a friendly message. "Don't forget." Mary Catherine responded, "A great day." Stephen replied, "You too, love you." However, on the night of July 31st, Stephen ignored Mary Catherine's texts and calls as they were in the middle of a fight and instead spent the evening at a friend's house. On the night of August 1st, Mary Catherine was at home preparing dinner when she realized Stephen wasn't there. She contacted Stephen's mother, who told her he was with his friend. Angry and feeling betrayed, Mary Catherine drove to his friend's house, determined to confront Stephen. When she arrived, she saw Stephen sitting in the passenger seat of his friend's truck. Mary Catherine pulled up alongside and began yelling at Stephen, who tried to calm her down by promising he would come home soon. Although Stephen's friends claimed that Mary Catherine had pointed a gun at Stephen on multiple occasions, Mary Catherine firmly denied these allegations. She maintained that she had never pulled a gun on Stephen. However, Mary Catherine did admit to having threatened to take her own life with a gun on several occasions. In a later interview, Stephen's mother shared her perspective, believing that one of the main reasons Stephen stayed with Mary Catherine for so long was because she frequently threatened to harm herself. Stephen feared that Mary Catherine would carry out her threats if he decided to leave her. However, on the night of the incident that led to Stephen's shooting, Mary Catherine claimed that Stephen was the one who became aggressive and violent. According to her, Stephen threw the dinner she had prepared in her face. Mary Catherine stated that she only picked up the gun to defend herself and scare Stephen away. She wanted him to leave the apartment, but Stephen allegedly lunged at her, which frightened her. As she backed away, the next thing she knew, Stephen was bleeding from the chest. At the time of the shooting, Mary Catherine did not tell the police her version of events because she was embarrassed to admit that Stephen had a history of violence toward her. She claimed that Stephen had hit her in the past and was controlling. She even recalled an incident where Stephen kicked her out of bed with such force that she hit her head on the door frame. However, Stephen's friends had a different perspective on their relationship. They claimed to have witnessed Mary Catherine being physically aggressive toward Stephen, stating that she had slapped him hard in the face. Mary Catherine's sister contradicted her account of their relationship, revealing that she had seen bruises on Mary Catherine's arm 2 weeks before Stephen was killed. When questioned, Mary Catherine confided in her sister that Stephen had grabbed her, causing the injuries. After investigating Stephen's death as a murder, the authorities charged Mary Catherine with murder, aggravated assault, and firearm possession during a felony. The prosecution offered her a plea deal, proposing a life sentence with possible parole if she pleaded guilty. However, Mary Catherine declined the offer, opting to stand trial and assert her innocence. At the trial, Mary Catherine maintained that she shot Stephen in self-defense, denying the charges against her. The trial, which began on June 17, 2019, nearly a year after Stephen's death, exposed the tumultuous relationship between Mary Catherine and Stephen. Mary Catherine's lawyers argued that she acted out of genuine fear, citing Stephen's history of violence and abuse. Mary Catherine testified that she was the victim of Stephen's controlling, manipulative, and dangerous behavior, which included physical, mental, emotional, verbal, and sexual abuse. She described being hit, humiliated, and degraded by Stephen on multiple occasions, and shared specific incidents where he smacked her around and verbally abused her. Mary Catherine explained that Stephen's constant threats and abuse left her feeling trapped, fearful for her life, and constantly walking on eggshells to avoid triggering his anger. She presented evidence in the form of text messages, including one in which Stephen threatened to punish her, which she said meant he would physically harm her. Another text message showed Stephen's explicit threat to hit Mary Catherine back twice as hard if she defended herself. Mary Catherine's defense team also presented messages that supported her allegations of sexual assault, including a text where Stephen mentioned his red room, which she described as a place where they engaged in violent and aggressive intercourse. Mary Catherine testified that Stephen sexually assaulted her on 2 occasions, including one after they returned from a vacation near Disney World, where he allegedly ignored her pleas to stop and intensified his efforts instead. The defense presented over 60 pages of text messages from Stephen, which showcased his pattern of verbal assaults and threatening behavior toward Mary Catherine. These messages included disturbing images and captions, such as one showing Stephen holding a dead fish, accompanied by the caption, "This is you." Another message showed Stephen's violent threats toward Mary Catherine after she cheated on him, where he wrote, "I'm going to wreck you for wrecking me." The defense also alleged that Stephen's drug and alcohol addiction contributed to his violent outbursts. Mary Catherine maintained that she was the one who ended the relationship, not Stephen, and that her actions on the night she shot him were a result of her desperation to escape the abuse. She claimed that Stephen had reacted violently to some news and had threatened to attack her, causing her to defend herself by grabbing a gun. She said the last thing she told him before shooting was to get out of her house. However, Stephen's friends and family disputed Mary Catherine's allegations, describing Stephen as a friendly and caring person. Stephen's mother said she was unaware of any threatening messages her son had sent Mary Catherine and did not condone such behavior. Although she acknowledged that Stephen may have said some angry things, she believed he did not mean them. In court, the prosecution questioned Mary Catherine about her story, pointing out that she had never reported any alleged abuse by Stephen. They also presented evidence that Mary Catherine had searched for violent and explicit content online just hours before the shooting, which she claimed was to find ways to make Stephen happy. The prosecution argued that Mary Catherine had changed her story about the shooting multiple times and that a text from Stephen suggested she had pointed a gun at him before. Additionally, Stephen's friends testified that they had witnessed Mary Catherine's violent behavior toward him. After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Mary Catherine not guilty of murder, assault, and other charges. The verdict surprised Stephen's loved ones, who felt that justice had not been served. Later, the jurors revealed that they believed Mary Catherine had intentionally killed Stephen, but there was not enough evidence to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. This lack of evidence made it difficult to determine whether the shooting was murder or self-defense. Moving on to the next case. The case of Schmidt family. Tyler Schmidt was born in Iowa, USA, on November 13, 1979. He grew up in Cedar Falls, a city that hosts the University of Northern Iowa. As a young boy, Tyler joined the Boy Scouts, where he achieved the distinguished rank of Eagle Scout. This experience ignited a lifelong passion for nature and camping within him. He particularly enjoyed the camps organized by the Lutheran Church, which emphasized family bonding. In his leisure time, he learned to play the trumpet. Tyler's true enthusiasm, however, lay in adventure and sports. He was a member of both the cross-country running team and the swim team at Northern Iowa High School in Cedar Falls. He also took pleasure in outdoor pursuits such as canoeing, hiking, and snowshoeing. Later, his fascination with computing led him to Truman State University in Missouri, where he studied computer science and earned his degree. It was there that he met Sarah, who would eventually become his wife. Sarah was born on March 27, 1980, in Kansas City. During her childhood, she spent time near St. Louis with her siblings Karen, Jane, and Adam. Sharing Tyler's passion for the outdoors, Sarah enjoyed bird watching and studying insects. Like Tyler, she was a devoted Girl Scout and attained the highest accolade, the Gold Award. Her adventurous nature was inspired by her mother, with whom she embarked on a backpacking trip through Central America. It was no surprise that Tyler recognized Sarah as his soulmate when they met as students. Sarah excelled academically and exhibited remarkable leadership skills, particularly in student projects aimed at improving school life. Her positive leadership qualities and initiative earned her the prestigious Truman Scholarship while she was still at Washington High School in Washington, Missouri. This scholarship took her to Truman State University, where she met Tyler. As they fell deeply in love, she willingly accepted his proposal of marriage. Both Tyler's and Sarah's families supported their union, acknowledging that they were perfectly suited for each other and destined to build a loving family together. On June 22, 2002, guests assembled at St. John Lutheran Church for Tyler and Sarah's wedding. Family members took their seats as Sarah waited outside with her father. At the age of 22, the couple exchanged vows, pledging to remain together until death separated them. They selected the Boundary Waters for their 10-day honeymoon, reflecting their shared love of nature. During the first 10 years of their marriage, Tyler and Sarah focused on securing financial stability and advancing their professional careers. After completing their undergraduate degrees in Missouri, the couple moved to Lawrence to pursue master's degrees at the University of Kansas. Sarah eventually established herself as a computer science specialist, while Tyler worked at a supermarket, a delivery company, and UPS. He also maintained a long-term career at a company specializing in business billing and payments, which spanned 18 years. Throughout this period, the Schmidts' marriage included many exciting experiences beyond their professional obligations. The couple made a conscious effort to spend quality time together, exploring new outdoor locations and participating in various activities. They regularly socialized with family and friends, bonding over their mutual love of board games. Occasionally, they attended events organized by the Lutheran Church. As devoted fans of the Kansas Jayhawks, they went to basketball tournaments held at Allen Field House. The year 2013 brought both sorrow and joy for the couple. They endured a significant loss when Sarah's father passed away from a heart attack, leaving his family in mourning. However, 2 years later, in 2015, they celebrated the joys of parenthood with the birth of their son, Arlo. In 2018, they welcomed their beautiful daughter, Lula Schmidt, into the family. When Arlo reached 6 and Lula was 3, the family decided to move to Cedar Falls to be closer to Tyler's relatives. The Cedar Falls community warmly embraced them, and they soon became active members. Tyler continued his career as a software engineer, while Sarah took on a position as an assistant at the city's public library. The children enrolled in the preschool program at Lincoln Elementary School. Tyler and Sarah were widely recognized for their kind-hearted nature and readiness to help others, making everyone around them feel valued and appreciated. This dedication earned them the admiration and affection of their neighbors and the broader community. Likewise, at the library, Sarah's warm and friendly personality quickly made her a well-known and respected figure among her colleagues and within the wider community. The couple passed on their love for nature and outdoor activities to their children, Arlo and Lula. In 2021, they began taking their children on camping trips, and despite their busy schedules, the children enjoyed these outings so much that the parents made time for them whenever possible. By mid-2022, Sarah's workload had increased considerably. She took a day off in June to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary and scheduled another day off in July for a family vacation. She had to complete a project for the library by July 26th, but was determined not to let it interfere with family plans. During the week of July 11th, Sarah informed her brother's wife that she would be taking the children camping at Makata Cave State Park in Jackson County, Iowa, a popular site renowned for its 13 impressive caves and stunning natural scenery. On Thursday, July 21st, the family packed their car and drove 140 miles to reach Makata Caves. The Schmidt family, Tyler and Sarah, both 42, along with their children Arlo, 9, and Lula, 7, arrived at the campsite before 5 p.m. Since the camping area was crowded, they set up near the park's entrance. A few hours later, around 7 p.m., another family parked their vehicle approximately 200 feet from the Schmidt's tent. This family consisted of Joe and Cecilia Sherwin and their 23-year-old son, Anthony, from Nebraska. The Sherwins proceeded to set up 2 separate tents, one for Joe and Cecilia and another for their son, Anthony. At that time, they were returning home after a week-and-a-half-long camping trip that had taken them to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. The journey had been enjoyable and had brought Joe, Cecilia, and Anthony closer together. Anthony was a devoted son, praised by his mother for his kind and sensitive nature. He was an excellent student and entrepreneur, working on a profitable business venture intended to financially support his parents. Although his mother, Cecilia, did not know the specifics, Anthony kept her informed, mentioning only that his project involved secure emails. At Makata Caves, the campers retired to their tents as night fell. However, their peaceful rest was shattered before dawn on July 22nd by the sudden sound of gunfire. Just before the commotion, a man dressed in black had entered the Schmidt's tent, attacking Tyler and then Sarah. Arlo, who had been asleep, was awakened by his sister Lula's screams. As he turned, he was confronted with a horrifying sight, blood inside the tent. Overcome with fear, he managed to escape and ran to seek help. As he fled, he heard one final gunshot. Meanwhile, Cecilia and Joe, camped nearby, rushed out of their tent amid the chaos. Joe frantically searched for his son among the campers, asking if anyone had seen him. Arlo, still in a panic, continued to run until he encountered the sheriffs. He screamed for help, explaining that his parents had been shot. Cecilia grabbed his hand and ran with him to the park entrance. Once there, terrified and unsure of what had occurred, she pulled out her phone and dialed 911. She was beside herself with worry, fearing that her son might be among the victims, as he had been sleeping near the tent where the gunfire originated. Cecilia called the Jackson County 911 operator to report hearing gunshots, but struggled to pronounce the name of the park, making it difficult to convey her location. She explained that she was with a boy who claimed his parents had been shot. The call between Cecilia and 911 lasted 23 minutes as she answered the operator's questions. The operator relayed the attack to police and park rangers, but the call was briefly disconnected. Cecilia persisted and called back, only to be placed on hold while the dispatcher contacted emergency responders. Despite the tense and frightening situation in the park, Cecilia remained calm, fueled by adrenaline. After providing details of their exact location, she handed the phone to Arlo, the boy. He told the dispatcher that he had been in a tent with his mom, sister, and dad, and when he woke up, he saw someone dressed in black holding a gun. When the 911 operator asked the child where his father was, he paused before responding that he thought his father was hurt. At 6:30 a.m., police officers and paramedics arrived at the campsite to discover a horrific scene. All occupants of the Schmidts' tent were dead. The once peaceful campsite had turned into a crime scene. Law enforcement immediately launched a search for the shooter, who could have been anywhere. The tactical team quickly evacuated Makata Cave State Park and Camp Shalom, a nearby Christian summer camp located 1.5 miles from the attack site. As officials evacuated visitors, they assembled them outside the park. Once everyone was accounted for, it was clear that only one person, Anthony Sherwin, was missing, and he was armed. During an aerial search at 11 a.m., police discovered a body. Upon reaching the site, authorities confirmed that the deceased was Anthony. Although a full investigation was required, police identified him as the prime suspect in the homicides, believing he had carried out the attack on the Schmidts family before taking his own life. The authorities closed the park following the incident, a restriction that remained in effect until July 28. The Iowa Department of Natural Resources expressed their condolences, with a spokesperson stating devastation on behalf of the entire team, noting that the event had shaken Iowa's tradition of enjoying its natural landscapes. However, the legacy would continue for the millions of families who recreate in Iowa's parks. In a mark of respect for Sarah's co-workers, the local authorities closed the library for the remainder of the day. The tragedy also drew responses from political leaders, including the Iowa governor, who expressed horror at the attack and sorrow over the unimaginable loss. A U.S. House representative from Iowa tweeted that it was a senseless and horrific crime. Sarah's family was devastated by her death. Her sister, in particular, was heartbroken, feeling as if her life had been upended. She could not accept that Sarah was gone and that she would no longer be able to pick up the phone to speak with her or watch her niece grow up. Family members traveled from as far as North Dakota, Texas, and Michigan to attend the private funeral service, which was held at Greenwood Cemetery on August 2nd. Meanwhile, as the Schmidts family's loved ones coped with their grief and sought to console and care for Arlo, authorities continued investigating the brutal crime. According to findings from the Iowa Department of Public Safety, based on autopsy results, Tyler died from a gunshot wound and multiple sharp force injuries. Sarah's death was caused solely by sharp force injuries, while their young daughter was both shot and strangled. In early August 2022, authorities officially identified Anthony Sherwin as the individual responsible for the murder of the Schmidt family. Sherwin, 23, had no prior criminal record and acted alone before committing suicide, according to police. The investigation failed to uncover any motive behind the attack. The assistant director of the Division of Criminal Investigation clarified that there was no established connection between Anthony and the Schmidt family prior to the incident, despite their proximity as neighboring campers. The Nebraska Police Department assisted in the investigation by searching the Sherwin family apartment, but found no suicide note or any indication explaining why Anthony targeted the Schmidt family and himself. His Facebook page yielded no clues, as it was completely blank. Regarding the weapon used in the attack, the assistant director of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation reported that a single hand-assembled firearm was recovered near Anthony's body. This type of weapon, commonly known as a ghost gun, is constructed by individuals using parts purchased online without restrictions, lacking serial numbers, and making them difficult to regulate and trace. Anthony's parents confirmed that their son had built the weapon himself using online instructions. However, they clarified that he had done this as a challenge, not because he desired to own a gun. They stressed that Anthony was responsible and had never harmed anyone or any animal. Cecilia and her husband stated that their family had never owned firearms before. Yet, due to rising crime rates in Nebraska, they decided to acquire some. Being inexperienced with guns, they even took classes to learn proper handling. They brought the homemade gun on their trip to protect themselves from crime and possible bear encounters, which they had faced previously while camping. They had intended to dispose of the gun afterward. Upon returning home, Anthony's parents were determined to prove their son's innocence, believing he was a victim of murder rather than the perpetrator. According to his mother, an independent autopsy revealed that Anthony had been shot twice, not once as police had claimed. She was puzzled as to how he could have shot himself a second time, which challenged the official suicide theory. They also questioned the description of the attacker's clothing. Cecilia recalled telling the 911 operator that the assailant was wearing black, which did not match what her son had on, green shorts she had given him the day before the tragedy. Furthermore, Cecilia and Joe stated that the police did not disclose where Anthony's body was found or whether the weapon he allegedly used to take his own life was the same one used in the attack on the Schmitz family. Cecilia sent an email to the media outlining her concerns about the investigation into her son Anthony's death. She emphasized that Anthony had too many reasons to live and would not have abandoned everything in such a manner. In her view, Anthony was incapable of killing and had no connection to the Schmidt family. They had seen no indication that he planned an attack. When she asked investigators if ballistic tests had been conducted to confirm weapon matches, they did not respond. Similarly, when Anthony's parents requested the final investigation report to commission an independent review, they received no reply. In January 2023, a media outlet submitted a public records request regarding the case under Iowa's Open Records Law and the Freedom of Information Act. The request included incident reports, investigation documents, crime scene summaries, and autopsy reports. However, Devin McClone, commissioner of the Iowa Department of Public Safety, responded that the requested records were not public and that the office could only share the immediate facts and circumstances of the case, as provided in the press release links. A few days after the tragedy, a media outlet emailed the office to ask whether the weapon Anthony used to take his own life was the same one used in the murders, but received no response. As it stands, police maintain that Anthony Sherwin was a random killer who brutally murdered 3 beloved members of a Cedar Falls family. However, Cecilia and Joe's family refused to accept that their kind and studious son was involved in the crime. They insist he was another innocent victim and are determined to prove his innocence. Arlo, the sole survivor of the massacre, was taken in by his aunt and uncle in Cedar Falls. In an interview with a local newspaper, Sarah's brother proudly described his nephew as brave and reported that he was doing well mentally. The GoFundMe page established after the tragedy continues to receive donations to support Arlo's care and education. Moving on to the next case. The case of Alex Murdaugh. Alex Murdaugh attempted to follow in his family's footsteps by pursuing a law degree from the University of North Carolina, where he met his future wife, Margaret Maggie Branton. They began dating in 1991 and were married 2 years later, on August 14, 1993, at the Second Presbyterian Church in South Carolina. Alex and Maggie had 2 sons, Richard Buster Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. Alex joined his family's law firm, PMPD, as a personal injury attorney, intending to continue his family's legacy. However, unlike his ancestors, Alex misused the power and influence his family's firm provided, covering up financial crimes, theft, and possibly even murder. For more than a decade, Alex's dishonest dealings went unnoticed until his youngest son, Paul, became involved in a fatal boating accident. This incident was the latest in a series of suspicious deaths surrounding the Murdaugh family, prompting speculation that these accidents were not coincidental but instead part of a larger cover-up, given the family's history and resources. Here is what happened on February 23, 2019. Paul Murdaugh, freshly graduated from high school, took his family's boat to Pucaw's Island for a party with friends. The group, including his girlfriend Morgan Dowie, Anthony Cook, and Miley Almond, sought an unsupervised night of fun. They planned a house party and an oyster roast on the island. To complete the night, Paul used his older brother's ID to purchase beer and hard liquor. They left the Myrtle River house around 7 p.m. and continued partying until midnight. Feeling restless, Paul suggested taking the boat to downtown Beaufort, where he and his friend Connor had 2 rounds of shots around 1 a.m. As they returned to the boat, a surveillance camera captured a tender moment between Anthony and Mallory. Paul, heavily intoxicated, began behaving erratically during the boat ride with friends. At 1:15 a.m., the group got back on the water, but events quickly spiraled out of control. Paul drove the boat in circles, showing signs of intoxication, and argued with the others. Anthony wanted to get out on a nearby rock, but Paul refused. GPS footage later revealed that the boat's speed increased at some point. Although Paul denied deliberately speeding up, he was in control of the wheel. The boat crashed into Oro Creek Bridge at 2:20 a.m., throwing Mallory into the water. The others suffered severe injuries. Connor broke his jaw, and Morgan sustained a badly injured hand. Connor called 911, and help arrived shortly thereafter. When the deputy sheriff arrived, he observed blood in the main compartment and a large split in the hull from the impact. All the teenagers involved were extremely intoxicated, and everyone except Anthony required hospital treatment. Paul refused medical treatment despite being extremely agitated and having a blood alcohol level of 0.243, far above the legal limit. The search for Mallory's body lasted 8 days, and she was ultimately found to have died from a combination of blunt force trauma to the head and drowning. Although multiple eyewitnesses confirmed that Paul had been out of control while driving the boat, he was not immediately arrested or charged, fueling rumors that Alex Murdaugh had used his influence to protect his son. In March 2019, the Murdaugh family faced a wrongful death lawsuit. Mallory's family alleged that Paul's mother, Maggie, knew her son was intoxicated during the boating trip, and that Buster had helped the group obtain fake IDs to purchase alcohol. Paul was eventually charged with 3 felonies on April 18, 2019, but he never went to court, as he died before the trial could take place. The Murdaugh family has been linked to several other mysterious deaths. One such case involved Stephen Smith, a gay teenager found dead on July 8, 2015. His official cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, and it was initially ruled a hit-and-run with no suspect identified. Stephen's mother, however, suspected a hate crime, and rumors circulated that Stephen had been involved with Buster Murdaugh, potentially implicating him in Stephen's death. Another case involved Gloria Satterfield, the family's longtime housekeeper, who died on February 26, 2018, from complications related to a severe head injury. Alex Murdaugh claimed that Gloria had tripped over his dogs, but no autopsy confirmed this account. The case was reopened on March 22, 2023, and investigators concluded that Gloria's death had been a murder, though no suspects were publicly named. Gloria's death also sparked a civil dispute. The family had secured a $4.3 million insurance settlement, but the money never reached Satterfield's sons. Allegedly, Alex conspired with his friend and godfather, Corey Fleming, to have one of Murdaugh's sons intercept the payout, diverting it to Murdaugh's bank account without notifying the Satterfield family. The sons filed a new civil lawsuit against Murdaugh in September 2021. On the same day, state investigators launched a criminal investigation into Gloria's death, citing inconsistencies in the coroner's report, and the family consented to exhumation for further examination. Concurrently, Murdaugh faced multiple financial and embezzlement charges, including alleged involvement in a money laundering and painkiller ring with his distant cousin Curtis Smith from 2013 to 2021. On September 4, 2021, Murdaugh orchestrated a scheme in which Smith shot him in an attempt to collect a $10 million life insurance policy. The bullet caused only superficial injuries, allowing Murdaugh to call 911. Days later, Murdaugh confessed to the plot and was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. He surrendered to authorities, was taken into custody, resigned from his family's law firm, and entered rehab. However, it was soon revealed that Murdaugh had misappropriated $792,000 from his law firm. His law license was suspended indefinitely in September 2021. Investigators continued to uncover numerous financial crimes, tax evasions, and embezzlements committed by Murdaugh. After leaving rehab, Murdaugh was arrested again and charged with 2 felony counts of obtaining property by false pretenses. He was denied bond and later indicted on 27 counts of financial misconduct, accused of stealing money from clients, lawyers, and the Satterfield family. Alex Murdaugh faced additional charges on December 9, 2021, with 21 new counts added to the existing 27, bringing the total to 48. The charges included forgery, money laundering, computer crimes, breach of trust, and obtaining signature or property by false pretenses. It was estimated that Murdaugh had stolen over $6.2 million from his victims. The state's investigation into his business dealings took months, with new charges emerging almost daily. By June 2022, the charges against him had risen to 81. By the time he was formally disbarred on July 13, 2022, He faced 84 criminal charges and 11 lawsuits. One of the victims' mothers filed a legal claim against the estates of Margaret and Paul Murdaugh, raising questions about the character of the once prominent attorney. Could he be hiding something even more sinister, such as the murder of his wife and son? What could have been his motive? The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLRD, revisited the double murder case, considering new information gathered during the investigation into Murdaugh's financial crimes. They discovered that Alex and Maggie Murdaugh's marriage was troubled, and Maggie was living apart from her husband at their beach home on Edisto Island. Maggie's sister, Marion Proctor, told law enforcement that Maggie had not planned to see Alex on the night of the murders. Alex had asked Maggie to meet him at the family's hunting lodge, where she and her younger son were later found shot dead near the dog kennels. Alex claimed to have taken a long nap before leaving to visit his ailing mother, who suffered from dementia. He stated that he was away for 45 minutes to an hour and a half and found his wife and son dead upon his return. However, law enforcement suspected that Alex's timeline was questionable and lacked a clear motive for the murders. The investigation revealed that weeks before the murder, the state grand jury had subpoenaed Alex Murdaugh's finances, which threatened to expose his financial wrongdoings. Additionally, his law firm had discovered his misappropriation of company funds, and he was confronted about it on June 7, 2021, the day of the murder. State authorities believed that the financial pressure had pushed Alex to hatch a plan to divert attention from his crimes and garner sympathy in the public eye. 13 months after the fatal shooting, Alex Murdaugh was charged with the murders of his wife and son. The prosecutor alleged that Murdaugh had shot and killed his wife and son at close range with a shotgun and an AR-style rifle. The murder weapons were never found. Murdaugh's defense team argued that two shooters were involved due to the different weapons used. Expert witness testimony suggested that the shooter was likely between 5 feet 2 inches and 5 feet 4 inches tall, which ruled out Alex Murdaugh as a suspect due to his 6 foot 4 inch height. However, under cross-examination, the expert admitted that there were other possible explanations for the bullet trajectory beyond the shooter's height. The investigation revealed that Maggie was shot with 300 blackout ammunition from an AR-style rifle, and a box of this ammo was found at the Murdaugh family estate. Prosecutors argued that Alex killed his wife and son to gain sympathy and avoid accountability for his financial crimes. Alex's lawyers countered that this didn't make sense, as it would only shift attention to himself and put him in the spotlight of a murder investigation. Alex was a person of interest from the start of the investigation, but his lawyer claimed he had an ironclad alibi for the night of the murders and no motive to kill his family. Prosecutors presented 2 videos taken on the night of the murder, which appeared to show Alex wearing different shirts. The Snapchat video taken from Paul's phone showed Alex wearing a blue shirt, while the body cam footage showed him wearing a different shirt. Investigators couldn't find the blue shirt, and prosecutors suggested Alex tried to influence a key witness's account of what he was wearing. Cell phone data and testimony from Alex's mother's caregiver confirmed that Alex was only at his mother's home for 15 to 20 minutes, contradicting his claim of staying for 45 minutes to an hour and a half. The most crucial piece of evidence was a video found on Paul's phone, recorded at 8:44 p.m., just minutes before the murders. The video featured the voices of Paul, Maggie, and Alex, placing Alex at the scene of the crime. This contradicted his previous alibi and confirmed his presence at the dog kennels where the murders occurred. Alex testified that he didn't shoot his wife or son, but admitted to lying about his alibi. Alex Murdaugh changed his story, claiming that his opioid addiction and resulting paranoia led him to lie to law enforcement. However, prosecutors argued that Murdaugh fabricated this excuse after murdering his wife and son. They believed he used his wife's phone to create an alibi by making calls and sending texts, including "Me, babe," at 9:47 p.m. Phone data showed that Murdaugh's and his wife's phones locked simultaneously, and Alex's phone recorded a sudden increase in steps around the time of the murder. Prosecutors suggested this was evidence of him trying to hide or dispose of evidence, but his lawyers disputed this, pointing out that the step patterns on Alex's phone did not match his wife's. The decisive evidence came from a video recorded at the dog kennels. After deliberating for just 3 hours, the jury found Murdaugh guilty on all counts on March 2, 2023. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences without parole. Additionally, he received a 5-year sentence for possession of a weapon during a violent crime. Murdaugh pleaded guilty to 22 financial crimes as part of a deal, but maintains his innocence in the murders. He appealed his conviction on March 9, 2023. In a surprise move, his lawyers filed a motion for a new trial, alleging that Rebecca Hill, a court clerk, had engaged in jury tampering. Hill denies the allegations, which include advising jurors to disregard Murdaugh's testimony and other defense evidence, pressuring them to reach a quick guilty verdict, and misrepresenting critical information to the trial judge. A hearing is scheduled for Murdaugh's lawyers to present evidence and witnesses to support their claim. However, a judge has not yet been assigned to preside over the hearing. With over 100 financial and drug crime charges pending, as well as multiple lawsuits, it is clear that the Alex Murdaugh case is far from over. Moving on to the next case. The case of Ana Rosa Barrera. Ana Rosa Barrera was a 40-year-old woman. She lived in a commune in the Santa Maria department near Córdoba City, in the province of Córdoba, Argentina. People close to her described Ana Rosa as courageous and adventurous, someone who was not afraid to start over and move forward with determination. Reports indicate that Ana Rosa lived in a tent for 4 years, although the reasons for this remain unclear. She worked at the Secretariat for Children, Adolescents, and Families in Córdoba, a job she truly enjoyed. Additionally, she and her partner, Marcelo Fabio Ferretto, ran an upholstery workshop together. They met when Ana Rosa began working for Marcelo's business. By 2017, Ana Rosa and Marcelo had been in a 10-year relationship. They shared a common interest in Reiki, a practice involving the use of the palms to promote physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Despite this shared interest, they still experienced problems in their relationship. Ana Rosa and Marcelo each had 4 children from previous relationships. Regarding Ana Rosa's family, her parents, brothers, and sisters all resided in Córdoba. Marcelo, on the other hand, was a wallpaper maker with a workshop near their home. People close to them described Marcelo as jealous and controlling, which annoyed Ana Rosa. On Sunday, May 28th, they visited relatives in Villa Lend, but the trip was marred by a heated argument sparked by Marcelo checking Ana Rosa's phone. The argument continued at their home, with neighbors hearing them shout and insult each other until the early hours of Monday morning. Later that day, Marcelo reported Ana Rosa missing to the police, although the exact timing of the report is disputed in media accounts. Most reports agree that Marcelo filed the report at the 18th police station on Tuesday, May 30th. According to Marcelo, he claimed to have woken up at 6 a.m. on Monday to find Ana Rosa already gone, which he found unusual since she typically rose early to feed their dogs before leaving the house. He repeated this account to both the police and the media. Marcelo stated that he last saw Ana Rosa on Sunday night and again Monday night before going to bed. According to some sources, Marcelo realized something was wrong when Ana Rosa's colleagues called him to ask about her absence, knowing she would never miss work without a valid reason. Marcelo recounted the events leading up to her disappearance, saying that on Monday he came across Ana Rosa's white Chevrolet while running an errand at the local pharmacy. Not long after, police discovered an abandoned car on Rainier Avenue outside a beauty salon in the Santa Isabel neighborhood. The location was about halfway between their home and Ana Rosa's workplace. Inside the car were her belongings and keys, but her cell phone was missing. According to Marcelo, he tried to contact her, and their friends and children also left messages, but no one received a response. The last message Ana Rosa sent via WhatsApp was at 10:40 p.m. on Sunday, May 28th. Ana Rosa's relatives all stated that the circumstances surrounding her disappearance were unclear. Marcelo has maintained regular contact with police since filing the report and has also attempted to locate Ana Rosa through social media and news outlets. In an interview with reporters, Marcelo shared Ana Rosa's plans on the day she went missing, which included an early morning swim at a gym and a scheduled appointment with a doctor. Marcelo emphasized that his primary concern was Ana Rosa's safe return home. Prosecutor Legendro Peralta Tinalo of Altagracia assumed control of the case, and the investigation commenced. Multiple theories were initially proposed, including the possibility that Ana Rosa was a victim of kidnapping, robbery, or revenge. The option that she had left voluntarily was also considered. As part of the investigation, Marcelo testified for over 14 hours on Wednesday, May 31st. However, his statements became increasingly inconsistent, raising suspicions among investigators. Marcelo's claims generated suspicion among detectives due to inconsistencies and his shifting demeanor. Initially, he was confident and gave frequent interviews, but later he emphasized his innocence, providing unsolicited details and justifying himself by discussing his relationship with Ana Rosa. As time passed, Ana Rosa's loved ones became increasingly desperate due to the lack of progress in the search. Meanwhile, the investigative authorities persisted in their efforts to solve the case. The prosecutor leading the investigation was convinced that Marcelo was withholding information and urged investigators to scrutinize him more thoroughly. On Friday, June 2nd, during another meeting with police officers, Marcelo's demeanor shifted. He became more composed. However, when detectives presented data from cell phone towers that contradicted his alibi, Marcelo became dismayed and ultimately revealed the truth. He admitted to killing Ana Rosa, running her over, and then dismembering her body to dispose of the evidence. After confessing to the brutal crime, Marcelo revealed the location of Ana Rosa's dismembered body. Following Marcelo's confession, police, aided by a canine unit, found Ana Rosa's remains at approximately 2:30 p.m. in a hole dug by Marcelo on a dirt road in the countryside near a factory. The location was familiar to Marcelo, as he frequently visited the area for work-related purposes. It became clear that Marcelo's previous statements were false, except for his mention of a quarrel that occurred early Monday morning. According to the reconstructed events, Marcelo and Ana Rosa had been arguing throughout the weekend before she went missing. Marcelo's intense jealousy sparked the violence. In the heat of the argument, Marcelo used a sledgehammer to strike Ana Rosa multiple times until she died. He then attempted to put her body in the car but failed. Instead, he used a knife to dismember her body. He placed Ana Rosa's remains in the car and began transporting them to her burial site. After pleading guilty, authorities conducted a search of the defendant's home on Friday, where they discovered various tools, including machetes and knives of different sizes. Marcelo was then arrested and faced charges of capital murder, a crime that could carry a sentence of life in prison. Prosecutor Peralta Adama explained that the defendant's statement, in which he took responsibility for the crime, was not considered a formal confession. Instead, the record shows that he admitted to the crime during an interview as a witness. A formal statement will be made in the coming days once sufficient evidence is gathered to support the charges. This evidence will include the final autopsy report, forensic analysis of vehicles and items recovered during searches, and the results of luminol tests. Marcelo's lawyer, Jose Luis Saca, stated that the police statement carried no legal weight and could not be used as evidence. Furthermore, the defense announced that the defendant would not testify. Over the weekend, investigations continued, and on June 5th, the preliminary autopsy report was released. The report concluded that Ana Rosa's cause of death was severe head trauma. On June 9th, it was discovered that luminol tests had been conducted at the home where Ana Rosa and Marcelo lived. The tests revealed that a large amount of blood had been cleaned up. Medical examiners also uncovered additional details during the autopsy, including knife cuts on the victim's extremities. A cut measuring 18 centimeters long and 7 centimeters deep was found on the victim's neck, reaching the cervical region. Based on these findings, the prosecutor's office charged Marcelo with double aggravated murder. Almost 2 years after Ana Rosa's murder, Marcelo's trial began. The prosecution explained the severity of the charges to the jury. According to the autopsy results, Ana Rosa suffered a severe initial blow to the face, which left her unconscious, followed by multiple blows to the head that crushed her skull. At the first hearing, Marcelo chose to remain silent. The court then heard testimony from witnesses. Deborah Territorios, Ana Rosa's daughter, testified that after her mother began dating Marcelo, she became increasingly distant from her children and other family members. Deborah stated that she and her father moved to a different city, followed by her older siblings, which made it more difficult to communicate with their mother. However, when Deborah spent time alone with her mother, Ana Rosa was loving and caring. Yet whenever Marcelo was present, her mother would pull away. Deborah even had to leave her mother's house quickly on occasion because Marcelo was expected to arrive soon. Ana Rosa's cousin, Roberto Enrique Reina, also testified. He witnessed their argument on May 28, 2017, which began at his house. According to Roberto, the argument started when Marcelo saw a message on Ana Rosa's phone. The prosecutor's indictment highlighted Marcelo's control over Ana Rosa, including a power imbalance in their relationship and objectifying her in front of others. Fernando, a co-worker and friend of the victim, Ana Rosa, explained that after she began dating Marcelo, she initially grew distant from everyone but later tried to reconnect. Fernando added that Marcelo seemed to imitate Ana Rosa's actions, even taking Reiki classes shortly after learning that she was also attending. According to the indictment, Ana Rosa told a friend that after beginning energy harmonization therapy, she felt better and was able to improve her relationships with family members. She had also planned to visit her son in Bolivia. However, as Ana Rosa's life improved, Marcelo became increasingly aggressive. Fernando reported that Marcelo once lashed out when Ana Rosa said women with positive attitudes could achieve their goals, calling women idiots who would end up dying in a ditch. On the second day of the hearing, Claudio Bustamante, the police officer who took Marcelo's statement, testified. He informed the jury that Marcelo had spontaneously confessed during the interrogation without any pressure from him. According to Bustamante, Marcelo stated that Ana Rosa had told him on Monday that she was no longer satisfied with him and was cheating on him, which angered Marcelo and prompted him to hit her, although he could not recall what he had used to strike her. On April 11th, the 11th Criminal Court's jury delivered its verdict, finding Marcelo Fabio Fair guilty of the murder of Ana Rosa Barrera. The sentence was life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 35 years, conditional on good behavior. Upon hearing the verdict, Ana Rosa's relatives burst into tears and shouted at Marcelo, labeling him a murderer and wishing him to spend the rest of his life in prison. The prosecutor in charge of the case stated that the jury's decision aligned with the prosecution's request. The evidence demonstrated that Marcelo Fabio Fair had acted with full awareness and premeditation in planning Ana Rosa's murder. According to the prosecution, Marcelo's attempt to appear mentally unstable at the time of the crime was a tactic to evade the maximum sentence. Moving on to the next case. The case of Andrea Lohegin. Andrea Lohegin was born on January 6, 1977, in Bad Belzig, Germany, into a close-knit family that included her mother, father, and sister. They lived in a newly constructed residential complex. As children, Andrea and her sister were regarded as obedient and hardworking in their studies, which made their parents deeply proud. By the time Andrea reached 16, she had become a striking young woman and an excellent student, attracting many admirers. Andrea and her sister primarily dedicated themselves to their schoolwork and spending time with friends at parties, steering clear of any improper or troubling behaviors. On October 7, 1993, during the autumn break, 16-year-old Andrea spent the day with her parents at a local shopping center. With just 1 year of high school remaining, Andrea stood on the verge of an important milestone, looking forward to finishing her exams and beginning her transition into adulthood. Andrea held aspirations of attending university, pursuing a career, and eventually starting a family of her own. The idea of entering this new chapter of her life filled her with tremendous excitement and anticipation. During their outing to the shopping center, Andrea purchased new shoes and jeans, eager to wear them to a party at the club that was approaching soon. That evening, Andrea, still a high school student, planned to attend a gathering at the local youth center, where her friends and acquaintances were waiting for her. The center was only a 15-minute walk from Andrea's home in the small town of Bad Belzig. Because the town was considered extremely safe, with no earlier incidents of attacks or crimes, Andrea's parents felt at ease allowing her to walk to the party alone. Andrea was supposed to be back home by 10 p.m. to watch a horror movie with her mother, as this was their usual evening routine. However, when Andrea did not return on time, her family assumed she would be home after a few hours. Andrea's friends who attended the party said she never arrived, which made them concerned. This was strange for Andrea, who was known for being reliable and punctual. She had never been late before, so her friends became increasingly uneasy. Unfortunately, contacting Andrea directly was difficult, as mobile phones were not widespread at the time, and the youth center didn't have a landline phone. Her friends would have had to leave the party and call her from another place. Still, the group decided not to make assumptions and stayed at the club. They believed Andrea might be dealing with family matters that kept her from attending the gathering. Even though the youth center was nearby, none of them attempted to check on her. The girls thought Andrea was either running late or possibly grounded at home, so they continued enjoying the party. However, when Andrea still had not returned home by midnight, her mother became increasingly worried. Typically, Andrea would have been home by that time, watching another horror movie. At first, Andrea's mother believed she was late because she had gone out with friends or visited someone's house. But as the hours continued to pass and Andrea did not come home, her mother grew more and more alarmed. She attempted to contact her daughter's friends, the ones Andrea was supposed to be meeting that evening, but none of them were at home. This left her without any way to learn where Andrea might be. Later, one of the girls finally answered the phone, but she had no information about Andrea. The mother grew increasingly anxious, realizing that her daughter could not stay out so late since she had school the following day. By 1 a.m., the mother's worry reached a critical point. She woke her husband, and at 1:30 a.m., they headed out in their car to search for Andrea. They spent hours looking around the area surrounding Bad Belzig, but found nothing. They stopped by the youth center, but Andrea wasn't there. Andrea's friends could not offer a clear explanation for her disappearance. It was also uncertain whether she went missing on her way to the club or after she had left it. Most party attendees had already gone home, and the remaining youths could not provide much information. Around 4 a.m., Andrea's distressed parents reported her missing to the local police. However, the police reacted slowly and did not conduct a prompt search for Andrea. The officers initially assumed that Andrea had simply gone out and would return home by herself in the morning once she had sobered up. However, her parents were convinced that something terrible had happened to her. They knew Andrea would not run away because she had no reason to do so. All of Andrea's belongings and money remained at home. She wasn't seeing anyone, and none of her friends had encountered her that night. A week passed before the police began investigating Andrea's disappearance. Until that point, her parents had been searching the town by themselves. They had contacted every local hospital, but none of them had any information about Andrea. As the search continued without progress, Andrea's parents grew increasingly suspicious of a plot of land that had once belonged to Andrea's ex-boyfriend's grandfather. Andrea and her ex-boyfriend had ended their relationship shortly before she vanished. There were claims that her ex-boyfriend was struggling to handle the breakup. The outside of the property looked deserted, except for a small, old shed that drew the attention of Andrea's parents. They suspected that Andrea's ex-boyfriend might be connected to her disappearance. They believed it was possible that he had ambushed her on her way to the club, harmed her, and taken her away. The parents quickly contacted Andrea's ex-boyfriend, but he denied any involvement. He claimed he had been at home the entire evening and night, and his family members were prepared to verify his alibi. However, Andrea's family did not believe him. Andrea's parents informed the police about the suspicious piece of land owned by her ex-boyfriend's grandfather, and the police agreed to investigate it. It was not until a full week after Andrea's disappearance that the police finally began to take the case seriously. Detectives started questioning the individuals who had been at the youth club on the night Andrea went missing. Many of the party attendees were friends and acquaintances of Andrea, but their statements did not provide any clarity on the situation. The teenagers who regularly visited the club often mixed up their dates and days, making their accounts confusing and unclear. Some individuals claimed they had seen Andrea at the party, while others denied it. At first, investigators believed Andrea might have arrived at the gathering, then become lost in the crowd, left with someone she knew, or possibly been attacked. This assumption seemed plausible, considering that parties with teenagers often involve alcohol, which can lead to incidents when people are leaving. However, after interviewing more witnesses, it became evident that Andrea never actually reached the party, a fact confirmed by her friends who had been waiting for her. Andrea, who was known for her beauty at school, did not appear to meet her friends. Detectives considered the statements from Andrea's closest friends the most reliable. Police meticulously examined all possible routes Andrea could have taken to get to the club. They organized a large-scale search operation with trained dogs and numerous volunteers. Despite their extensive efforts, they were unable to uncover any trace of Andrea. Numerous press conferences and television reports were held to urge citizens to help find Andrea and to warn them of potential danger. Andrea's parents and law enforcement collaborated closely in investigating her disappearance. They issued public appeals for negotiation in case Andrea had been abducted, set up hotlines for witness tips, and offered monetary rewards. However, all attempts failed due to a lack of evidence or leads. Many tips were investigated but proved to be false. Detectives could only reconstruct a rough timeline of events leading to Andrea's disappearance. On the evening of Thursday, October 7th, 1993, Andrea arrived home from a shopping center with her parents at around 6 p.m. She went to her room, listened to music, and looked over her new clothes. The family had dinner together, and Andrea planned to attend a party at the youth club afterward. She tried calling a friend to go with her, but the friend was already at the club and could not be reached. Andrea chose to go alone, and her parents were unaware of what she did afterward. Investigators suspected that Andrea might have been the victim of a sexual assault. They believed that her attractive appearance could have drawn the interest of a predator, resulting in a crime. To investigate this possibility, detectives compiled a list of Andrea's ex-boyfriends and admirers and checked their alibis. The investigation found that every suspect had a solid alibi for the time of the incident, making their involvement unlikely. Unfortunately, the surveillance system at the time was not well developed, which made the investigation more challenging. Detectives began seeking witnesses who might have seen what happened to Andrea. They learned that she had taken a shortcut to the club that evening, and several people had seen her along the route. According to their statements, Andrea had walked past a group of young people and a pair of teenagers. But she did not know any of them, so she simply continued walking. The last individuals to see Andrea alive were two boys, 13-year-old Robin and 14-year-old David. By law, their identities and photographs were kept confidential, but detectives managed to locate them and obtain their statements. The boys said they had merely nodded at Andrea and then gone their separate ways. After that, Andrea seemed to vanish. It became evident that Andrea never reached the meeting point with her friends, which meant something terrible must have occurred to her along the way. The route she took was a little-known shortcut familiar mostly to local residents. Because of this, the search for suspects centered on people living in nearby houses. Immediately, the police focused their investigation on Robin and David, the two teenagers who were the last to see Andrea alive. Both boys came from troubled home situations and lived close to the Andrea family's residence. They were familiar with the path Andrea had used. Although they were young, Robin and David had a record of minor offenses, including thefts and break-ins. However, there was not enough evidence to accuse them of a serious crime such as assault or abduction. Because of Robin and David's young age, the suspicions against them were eventually dismissed. The case came to a halt, and for the next 7 years, no new developments emerged. Then, on July 7, 2000, a local resident made a horrifying discovery while out walking. His dog found a human skull and brought it to him, placing it on the ground. At first, the man assumed the skull was a ball, but he soon realized it was actually a human skull stripped of its flesh. The skull had a hole in the occipital bone. Initially, the resident believed the dog had discovered old remains from World War II, as burials from that period were often found in the region. To be cautious, he reported it to the police. When detectives received the information, they quickly arrived at the location with search dogs. The place where the skull was found belonged to Andrea's former boyfriend. After a long and detailed search, a full human skeleton was discovered behind the door of a partially collapsed shed, hidden under a pile of construction debris. The skeleton's deteriorated condition made early identification impossible. Searching the nearby utility building uncovered no clues, personal belongings, clothing fragments, or other evidence. In recent years, the only person to have disappeared without a trace in the area was Andrea Lohegan. As a result, most people immediately assumed the remains were hers. Andrea's parents described the clothing she had worn on the day she went missing, including the new black platform shoes and jeans she had bought that same day. However, none of these clothing items were found in the shed, suggesting that the perpetrators had likely disposed of them. It was also possible that Andrea's clothes had been torn off shortly before her death, perhaps during an attempted assault. The remains were identified as Andrea's only after a thorough forensic examination, including a comparison of dental records. This allowed Andrea's family to finally learn the truth about her fate and give her a proper burial. However, it also raised questions about how thorough the initial search efforts had been, since her body was recovered in an area that had already been examined before. A review of the search operation reports indicated that investigators had indeed searched the area, including the abandoned shed filled with debris, but they had not noticed anything unusual at the time. It is possible that the body was placed there later, but no evidence exists to confirm this. The investigation initially focused on the statements of witnesses who claimed to have seen Andrea in the company of two teenagers, Robin and David, aged 13 and 14, shortly before she vanished. Andrea's disappearance after being seen with Robin and David appeared suspicious. The boys were questioned again and repeated that they had seen Andrea on the night she disappeared, but had only greeted her and had no involvement in what happened to her. Despite the lack of evidence, the investigation still pointed toward their possible involvement in Andrea's disappearance. It seemed unlikely that boys so young could be responsible for her murder, but their involvement could not be entirely dismissed. Further investigation revealed that the boys had a connection to the place where Andrea's remains were found. Witnesses had seen Robin and David near the shed on multiple occasions, and it was learned that they had access to the inside of the abandoned structure. Additionally, eyewitnesses reported seeing the boys at the entrance of the shed on the evening Andrea disappeared, raising more questions and increasing suspicions about Robin and David's involvement in the crime. The investigation into the boys' potential role in Andrea's disappearance was eventually dropped due to a lack of evidence and their young age. At the time, detectives did not believe it was plausible for schoolboys to be responsible. The search for Andrea continued, but authorities, the media, and her family were unable to uncover any meaningful information. The case reached a dead end and was eventually shelved as unsolved. Without direct evidence pointing to the killer, detectives stopped their efforts. It was not until 2012, when new leadership took over the regional police department, that the case was reopened. Although new leads and evidence surfaced, there was still not enough proof to charge anyone. At this stage, detectives did not have a prime suspect. In May 2016, the case took a significant turn when David, now 37, died in Berlin from severe pancreatic disease caused by years of drug addiction and an unstable lifestyle. He had been one of the teenagers who last saw Andrea alive. During a train journey, David suffered a fatal internal hemorrhage, and his death certificate cited natural causes despite his extensive criminal background. After David's death, a witness came forward to authorities claiming to possess information that could solve Andrea's murder. David's mother was the witness, but she had hidden the disturbing truth about her son's involvement in the case. She revealed that on the evening of the murder in 1993, David, then 14, and his 13-year-old friend Robin encountered Andrea while walking along the same path. The two boys, attracted to Andrea's fashionable clothing, decided to attack and rob her. When Andrea recognized them in the darkness, and realizing they might be identified, Robin and David brutally killed her. Investigators were stunned by this sudden development. They had previously suspected Robin and David of wrongdoing, but lacked evidence to charge them. Their involvement had also seemed doubtful due to their young age. Until then, the boys had only been involved in minor legal troubles and had avoided punishment because of their youth. No one suspected that this lack of punishment would embolden them to commit more serious crimes. Years later, 36-year-old Robin was brought in for questioning. His former accomplice, David, had since passed away, so the police had to rely on Robin's testimony. Robin confessed to everything, including the gruesome details of the crime. He asked to speak with his family first to confess to them, before providing a final statement to the investigators. The detectives agreed to give Robin 48 hours to meet with his family, appreciating his willingness to cooperate. However, they had no idea that Robin had already planned his next move. When he returned to his apartment, his wife was temporarily away. Robin left a note for his wife and a message for the police detailing his involvement in the attack on Andrea Lohigian. Then, he disappeared without a trace. 2 days later, Robin was declared missing after he failed to show up. On November 4th, 2016, a hunter discovered his body in the mountains. Robin's mutilated body was found at the bottom of a deep ravine. It appeared that Robin had taken his own life, so unable to cope with the guilt he committed in his youth. In his final note, Robin described the horrific details of the crime. Robin never knew why David started the attack, as David never shared his reasons with him. Despite this, Robin was able to recall the rest of what happened during the incident. According to Robin, they had no prior connection to the victim, Andrea Lohigian. When Andrea was walking along a small road near a club, she met Robin and David. The attack was a sudden and spontaneous act of aggression. Andrea probably chose that route to get to the party quickly and save time. When Robin thought back to the encounter, he remembered exchanging friendly greetings with Andrea alongside his friend David. Initially, Robin intended to continue his journey home, but his plans changed unexpectedly. David suddenly and aggressively attacked Andrea, catching both her and Robin off guard. After the assault, Robin and David concealed Andrea's body in a nearby outbuilding adjacent to the youth center. They covered the body with construction materials and then left the area. According to Robin's account, there was no apparent motive for the attack, such as theft or personal gain. The act seemed to be driven by a senseless and extreme aggression. Robin and David both had encounters with drug dealers while they were in school. Additionally, they were both under the influence of drugs on the night the incident occurred. Peter Lemon, the head of the youth center that Andrea was planning to visit, had fond memories of her. He described Andrea as a well-behaved guest who did not drink alcohol and mainly came to the center to play billiards and socialize with friends. Peter was deeply shocked by the violence against Andrea and provided full cooperation to the authorities investigating the incident. Peter had also been told about Robin and David. They often seen loitering near a shed a short distance from the club. There were numerous negative rumors going around about these boys, but Peter couldn't bring himself to believe that such young people were capable of committing such severe offenses. However, it turned out that these very juveniles had been roaming freely. For 20 years, Andrea's disappearance remained unsolved. Despite a written confession from Robin and witness testimonies placing Robin and David near the scene of the crime, the investigation lacked direct evidence against the suspects with no DNA or fingerprints found. Detectives carefully analyzed every word from Robin, including their social media posts and phone contents. The investigators were looking for clues that might suggest the suspects discussed or admitted to the crime. Shortly before his death, David's online accounts revealed ominous posts that seemed to hint at his involvement in Andrea's disappearance. But these leads were considered secondary evidence. It is presumed that David knew the investigation had reopened and was consumed by guilt. Although he did not intend to surrender to authorities, his life had spiraled downward due to his struggle with drug addiction. David's mother believed her son's death was a sign from fate. She had been afraid to turn him into the police, and David and his friend Robin were hesitant to share information about their past because they feared revenge from people they had previously associated with. This fear was legitimate, considering David had a history of violent behavior and convictions for drug-related crimes. Despite accumulating indirect evidence, one aspect of the case horrified detectives. How could two ordinary 13- and 14-year-old boys commit such a heinous crime against Andrea? As a result, Andrea's relatives and the investigators began to suspect that a third person, an adult, might have been involved in the crime, guiding Robin and David. The investigation showed that Andrea's death resulted from a severe head injury caused by a blunt object. The seriousness of the injury suggests it would have required considerable physical strength to inflict. The detectives questioned whether Robin and David could overpower an older girl and cause such an injury. This led them to consider the possibility of an adult accomplice, a theory supported by additional evidence. A new suspect emerged, an older man associated with Robin and David's social circle. However, his name was not disclosed. Robin's testimonies and pre-death note did not mention a third accomplice, and David's mother rejected the idea. Despite this, some witness statements indicated an adult might have been involved. Specifically, several witnesses reported seeing a truck driver around the suspect's age near the shed at the time of Andrea's disappearance. Investigators were able to identify this individual and link him to the case. In reality, Andrea and her killers, Robin and David, attended the same school. However, due to their age difference, they did not share classes, participate in the same activities, or have mutual friends. They may have crossed paths in the hallways or cafeteria. Andrea might have had prior conflicts with Robin and David, which intensified their dislike for her. Robin and David both came from difficult and unstable households, which led them to begin using alcohol and drugs at a young age as a way to cope. On the night of the incident, they may have been under the influence of alcohol or drugs, which could have made them more aggressive. What is more striking is that Andrea's remains were found on a plot of land owned by a relative of one of the killers, her ex-boyfriend's grandfather. Some believe this connection cannot be a coincidence and suspect the involvement of her ex-boyfriend in the case. The public was shocked and outraged when it became known that these very teenagers were responsible for the murder. The revelation led to widespread criticism, primarily because detectives had initially dismissed the case in the 1990s, citing the suspect's youth. Had detectives investigated these teenagers as suspects at the time of the crime, it is likely that the victims' bodies would have been found much sooner. An earlier investigation could have enabled authorities to bring the killers to justice. The autopsy results indicated that Andrea had suffered a fractured skull, but the object used to cause the injury could not be determined. The investigation relied solely on a few small bones of Andrea, as the rest of the skeleton had decomposed. The inquiry into the juvenile offenders depended heavily on testimonies from David's mother and notes from Robin, since no direct physical evidence existed. One of the main concerns for detectives after reopening the case was whether David and Robin had committed any additional crimes during the more than 20 years they had remained free. Although it seemed unlikely, the detectives could not dismiss the possibility. They spoke with local residents. However, the detectives did uncover a history of minor offenses committed by David and Robin. Further investigation into these incidents revealed unsettling secrets. As detectives examined Robin's potential connection to a recent serious crime, they uncovered a troubling incident. In January 2014, a French student named Louise vanished after meeting with friends at the university hospital. Louise had arranged to meet her friends over the phone shortly before leaving home, but she never arrived. When Louise's friends tried calling her, her phone did not answer. Believing she had urgent matters to handle, her friends returned home, but when Louise failed to appear for work the next day without explanation, they grew worried, as this was uncharacteristic of her. Louise was a responsible person, yet one evening her phone became unreachable and her location remained unknown. Later, Louise's body was found, and the primary suspect in her murder was identified as Robin, a juvenile previously linked to Andrea's murder and who had later taken his own life. What made the situation even more disturbing was that Louise personally knew Robin, yet she had no knowledge of his dark past. As a result, she became his second victim. Despite the suspicions, establishing Robin's responsibility for Louise's murder proved difficult due to the absence of direct evidence. The case remains unresolved, and many have criticized the police for discontinuing their investigation into Robin and David, suspects in Andrea's 1993 murder, because of their young age at the time. The carelessness displayed in handling the case enabled criminals to commit new crimes with a high likelihood. Robin's earlier offenses were disregarded, and his case remained unsolved, ultimately resulting in Louise's death. Years earlier, Andrea's body had been left to decompose, and her case was also neglected. Andrea's family believes that the young perpetrators never received the punishment they deserved for their crimes. Even though the killers are dead, they still had the opportunity to live freely for a period and enjoy the simple pleasures of life. The motives behind Andrea's murder, like many other aspects of the case, remain unclear due to a lack of evidence. This case demonstrates that the belief that young people are incapable of committing serious crimes is incorrect. Although the truth will eventually emerge, it may come too late to achieve justice. Andrea's youth, filled with potential and hopes for the future, was tragically taken. Moving on to the next case. The case of Lisa Holm. Lisa Holm was born on February 7, 1998, in the small Swedish town of Hue, where she grew up in a peaceful environment with her parents and older sister. Lisa was a kind, positive, and determined individual with a strong personality. She had already decided to study architecture in Australia before completing her education. Lisa's love for travel was sparked by numerous trips with her parents to various countries, which also instilled in her a sense of independence from her teenage years. To earn her own money, she took on part-time jobs. In the summer of 2015, at the age of 17, Lisa landed her first job at a cafe located about 40 minutes from her home. Initially, her parents drove her to work, but soon her father gifted her a scooter. The scooter was a welcome gift, allowing her to commute to work independently. However, for the first few weeks, her father accompanied her to ensure her safety, as she had limited experience driving on the roads. Lisa only worked on weekends, and her father always took her to and from the cafe. However, on June 7th, her father decided to let her drive herself. On that particular day, her parents visited her at work during lunch when the cafe was very busy. They had a quick snack together before returning home. Later that day, at 6:23 p.m., Lisa sent her father a text saying she was leaving work. 3 minutes later, he received a call from her, but there was no answer when he picked up. He heard a soft voice over the phone and the sound of a car door closing, leading him to believe that Lisa had accidentally dialed his number while talking to a coworker. Despite calling out her name several times, he got no response and eventually ended the call, expecting her to arrive home soon. However, as the minutes passed, Lisa failed to show up, causing her parents to grow increasingly worried. It was her first time driving the scooter alone, and her father was deeply concerned for her safety. He attempted to call her multiple times, but her phone was turned off. After waiting a few more minutes, Lisa's father decided to drive along the route she would have taken, hoping to meet her along the way. He drove slowly, scanning the road for any sign of her, fearing she might have been in an accident. Despite his efforts, there was no sign of Lisa. He arrived at the cafe where his daughter worked, but she was not there. However, her scooter was parked outside, which initially calmed his nerves. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her scooter keys were still in the ignition and her helmet was hanging from the handle. This discovery raised his concerns, as Lisa would never leave her scooter unattended. Around the same time, Lisa's mother contacted the cafe owner, hoping to get information about her daughter's whereabouts. The cafe owner claimed to be unaware of Lisa's location and explained that she had spoken to her employees earlier, who said they were closing the cafe. The cafe owner then drove to the cafe and met up with Lisa's father. Together, they began searching the cafe and its surroundings. The cafe owner also enlisted the help of 4 friends who lived nearby. As the search continued, Lisa's mother and older sister checked the bus schedule, thinking it was possible that Lisa might have taken the bus instead of her scooter. They drove to the bus stop in their town, but unfortunately, Lisa was not on the bus. Despite their efforts, Lisa's family was still unable to locate her, and their concerns continued to grow. Lisa's relatives quickly contacted the police after realizing she was missing. It was nearly 1 p.m. Police immediately conducted an extensive search. A crucial discovery was Lisa's scooter, which had been left in the parking lot with the keys still in it, leading the police to suspect that she might have been abducted. Abductions are extremely rare in Sweden, particularly in Lisa's rural hometown, so the police responded swiftly by deploying multiple search teams with dogs and having officers canvass every nearby house. As news of Lisa's disappearance spread, her classmates and friends took to social media to raise awareness and potentially gather witness accounts. Despite the overnight search, no progress was made. On Monday morning, the police publicly announced Lisa's disappearance and urged anyone with information to come forward. Around the same time, a man working at a barn across from the cafe found a motorcycle glove on the floor and reported it to the police. Detectives re-examined a barn previously inspected on the evening of Lisa's disappearance and discovered a glove. They presented the glove to Lisa's parents, who identified it as their daughter's, providing further evidence for the abduction theory. Police intensified the search by sending additional personnel and equipment to assist. By then, Lisa's disappearance had made national headlines, drawing hundreds of volunteers to the search. On Tuesday, the police received multiple leads. A group of volunteers searched a dirt road near the cafe, finding a phone case, receipt, ticket, and broken smartphone screen. After discovering these items, investigators confirmed that they all belonged to Lisa, so they concentrated the search in that area. Further investigation yielded additional parts of the broken smartphone, Lisa's ID, and more receipts. These items were all scattered along the same dirt road, increasing the police's certainty that Lisa was indeed a victim of abduction. The search for Lisa quickly gained widespread attention and support, with the number of people involved growing significantly each day. The case became the main news story in Sweden. Hundreds of volunteers from across the country flocked to participate in the search. A group of local volunteers specializing in finding missing people also joined the search for Lisa. This made Lisa's search operation the largest in Sweden's modern history, with over 1,000 people involved. The police received numerous calls with potential leads. A woman reported a suspicious incident while she was jogging. The day before Lisa went missing, a man standing next to his car stopped her on the road and asked for directions to an unfamiliar city in English. When she tried to help him using Google Maps, the man asked her to get into his car to show the route on his navigator. The woman found this request suspicious and refused, continuing her jog instead. She shared this crucial detail with the police. She believed she had seen the man before among the workers repairing a barn across the road from the cafe where Lisa was last seen. On the day Lisa went missing, her co-workers noticed something unusual. A witness saw two men standing across the road from the cafe, staring at the shop. Although the witness did not think much of it at the time, she shared this detail with the police after Lisa's disappearance. The following morning, Lisa's father and some friends searched the dirt road where her belongings had been found. As they went further, they discovered Lisa's driver's license and house keys. It appeared that Lisa's abductor had been throwing her belongings out of a vehicle. Despite all efforts, police and volunteers found no other clues in the area. That evening, a friend of Lisa's father was driving home from the search when he noticed that the police tape had been removed from the barn where Lisa's glove had been found. He decided to re-examine the barn for clues. The friend retrieved a flashlight from his car as it was getting dark and searched the barn for several minutes. He soon spotted something shiny on the floor, which turned out to be a woman's earring, along with an identical earring nearby. The man reported his discovery to the police, who then showed the earrings to Lisa's parents. After confirming that the earrings belonged to their daughter, the police conducted a more thorough search of the storehouse. Initially, the detective explained that the primary focus on the first day of the search had been finding Lisa herself. As a result, the barn had not been thoroughly inspected, and small items like earrings may have been overlooked. This time, however, numerous forensic experts and search dogs were brought in to aid the investigation. During the more extensive search, the police found a piece of evidence behind one of the walls that initially seemed unrelated to the case: human feces. Forensic experts, however, proposed an intriguing theory. According to them, in the aftermath of committing severe crimes, the perpetrator's body often releases a significant amount of adrenaline, sometimes leading to a sudden and uncontrollable urge to defecate. It is not uncommon for perpetrators to lose control of their bodily functions due to adrenaline during a crime. Given that Lisa's glove and earrings were discovered in the storehouse, investigators suspected that if she had been abducted, the perpetrator might have taken her to the storehouse. They considered the possibility that the perpetrator, under the influence of adrenaline, might have relieved themselves and left behind feces. These feces were subsequently sent for DNA analysis. On Friday, the search area was expanded, and volunteers searched a farm approximately 2 miles from the cafe. The farm consisted of several large buildings with many employees, and the search team decided to inspect each one. Shortly after their arrival, 2 men appeared, communicating only in English as they did not speak Swedish. One of them claimed that the police had already searched the farm, but the search team leader was skeptical. He believed he would have been informed if the police had indeed visited the farm, so he decided to proceed with the search. The 2 men observed the volunteers for a while before leaving. About an hour later, the search team discovered a pile of branches behind the cow shed. Upon closer inspection, they found a motorcycle helmet, jacket, and headphones hidden underneath. The police swiftly arrived at the scene and confirmed that the items found were indeed Lisa's. To gather more evidence, forensic experts were dispatched to the farm for a thorough investigation. Detectives also investigated the story about the 2 suspicious men who had attempted to deter volunteers from searching the farm. During their inquiry, police revisited a report from a woman who had encountered an English-speaking man while jogging. The police had a potential suspect in mind. In the early stages of the search, they had visited nearby houses, including a house where 2 Lithuanian brothers lived with their wives. What caught the police's attention was that these 3 individuals did not speak Swedish and communicated in English, making them the only people in the area who did not speak the local language. Additionally, the police had other indirect reasons to suspect them. The brothers worked at a barn near the cafe and the farm where Lisa's helmet was found, indicating they were familiar with these locations. Furthermore, the dirt road where Lisa's belongings were discovered led directly to their house. The police decided to question the 3 individuals, as they were the prime suspects. Meanwhile, forensic experts and volunteers arrived at the farm to continue their inspection. Their attention was drawn to an old, neglected trailer surrounded by tall grass, which appeared to have been abandoned for years. However, the flattened grass near the door suggested recent activity. Trapped grass under the door also indicated it had been opened recently. Upon opening the door, the forensic experts were met with a strong smell of decay. Inside, they found a changing room with multiple clothing lockers, all locked except one. This led them to suspect that Lisa's body might be inside one of the locked lockers. However, they eventually found Lisa's body in an unlocked closet, hidden behind a pile of old clothes and rags. Despite the small space, the perpetrator had managed to fit Lisa inside. A rope was around her neck, and her head was covered with a large amount of tape. Her pants were pulled down, and her shirt was pulled up. Medical experts concluded that Lisa's cause of death was strangulation, with no evidence of sexual assault. Her clothing was sent to the lab for further examination. As news of her body's discovery spread rapidly across the country, the case had already been making headlines in Sweden. The brutality of Lisa's murder shocked the entire nation, as such crimes are extremely rare in Sweden. A strange and disturbing discovery was made on YouTube the same day her body was found. A video titled 13, featuring a countdown timer, had been posted 13 days before the murder. What made this video even more alarming was that it had been uploaded to a channel called Lisa Home. News of the video spread quickly through the media, leaving many people stunned by the series of coincidences. Some speculated that the murder had been predicted, but it was later revealed that the channel name and video title had been changed after Lisa's body was discovered, explaining the eerie coincidence. This raised concerns that it could be a joke or an attempt to create another conspiracy theory. Meanwhile, the police worked tirelessly day and night to catch Lisa's murderer and solve the case as quickly as possible at the time of the discovery. Investigators had already questioned 2 brothers and a woman, all of whom denied any involvement in the murder. The 3 individuals claimed to have been at home at the time of the abduction, providing alibis for one another. According to their accounts, the older brother, Narages, was asleep in his room while his wife was preparing dinner, and the younger brother was using the computer. Narages also stated that around 8 p.m., he woke up and went to a gas station to buy pizza and cigarettes. The police were skeptical of their alibis, as it was possible that the 3 were covering for each other. DNA samples were collected, but initially, no evidence directly linked any of them to the murder. However, this was short-lived. Forensic experts were working diligently in the storehouse and on the farm, utilizing all available resources, and soon their efforts paid off. In the storehouse, a small office-like room was discovered with a large window overlooking the cafe. Upon investigation, experts found 15 semen stains on the walls and floor near the window, suggesting that someone had been standing there watching the cafe employees, including Lisa, and engaging in self-gratification. The semen samples were sent to the lab for analysis, and DNA profiles were quickly extracted. All 15 samples matched the DNA of 35-year-old Narages. Additionally, the feces found in the storehouse also belonged to him. In the adjacent room, previously used for storing cow's milk, forensic experts noticed a pipe about 2 feet above the floor with a thick layer of dust, except for a small strip. The size of this strip matched the rope used to strangle Lisa. Blood was also found on the pipe, and DNA analysis confirmed it belonged to Narages. On the floor beneath the pipe, a piece of the same rope was discovered. Experts analyzed it and found 2 DNA profiles, Lisa's and Narages. This discovery was an important clue for the police. It indicated that the rope used to kill Lisa was connected to Narages. A crucial piece of evidence was discovered in the room where Lisa's body was found, a hair belonging to her. Further investigation revealed DNA traces from Narages on Lisa's jacket, leading the police to believe she was killed in that location. Police have been studying the evidence and using it to piece together what might have happened. Narages had been watching the cafe for some time and waited for an opportunity to strike. When Lisa was alone in the parking lot, he approached her, possibly asking for directions or using another tactic to gain her trust. He may have then asked her to get into his car to enter the route into the GPS system. Given Lisa's kind nature and willingness to help others, it is likely she agreed to assist him. Once she was in the car, Narages taped her mouth shut and drove her to the storehouse. There, he bound her with a rope. According to medical experts, the killer's adrenaline rush at the scene may have caused him to lose control of his bodily functions, resulting in defecation on the floor. After Lisa's death, the perpetrator placed her body in the car and drove to the farm, discarding her belongings along the way. He then hid her body in the trailer locker, covering it with old clothes. The entire ordeal, from abduction to hiding the body, took the perpetrator less than an hour. Narages maintains his innocence despite mounting evidence against him. His wife and younger brother were released due to lack of evidence and promptly returned to their home country, Lithuania. The trial preparations were intense, with Narages claiming his DNA was found at the crime scene because he had worked in the storehouse for a long time. He also provided an alibi, which was corroborated by his wife and brother, although their credibility was questionable. This defense may have some weight in court, but the finding of his DNA on Lisa's clothing suggests direct contact on the day of the murder. Furthermore, a witness reported seeing Nerridge's car near the cafe around the time of Lisa's abduction, contradicting his alibi. The car was seen driving back and forth between the cafe and the farm. While Nerridge's claimed to have been sleeping at home, according to his brother and wife, months after Lisa's body was discovered, experts continued to analyze the evidence using advanced equipment. They found Nerridge's DNA on nearly all of Lisa's clothing, including her underwear. Given the high-profile nature of the case, investigators sought additional clues to solidify the evidence against Nerridge's. As part of their investigation, they traveled to Lithuania to re-question Nerridge's wife and brother. Nerridge's wife maintained her initial alibi, claiming he was at home between 6 o'clock and 8 p.m. However, when detectives spoke with Nerridge's younger brother, they finally obtained the information they needed. After being presented with the evidence against Nerridge's and the details of the crime, the younger brother revealed that Nerridge's was not at home that evening. According to the younger brother, Nerridge's returned around 7:30 p.m., covered in dirt, and immediately washed his clothes. When the police began questioning the residents and approached their house, Nerridge's instructed his brother to tell police he was home at the time of the crime. Nerridge's later explained that he was afraid of being wrongly accused due to his immigrant status and lack of alibi during the abduction. The younger brother initially believed Nerridge's innocent, but after learning about the evidence, he realized this was not true. A month after the murder, a large crowd attended Lisa's funeral, far exceeding the church's capacity of 130 people. To accommodate the mourners, organizers set up benches and large screens outside, allowing everyone to watch the ceremony. Months later, the trial began. Nerridge's lawyer argued that his client's DNA on Lisa's clothing could be explained by his work in the storehouse. However, the prosecution countered that this explanation did not hold up, especially regarding Lisa's underwear. The only plausible way Nerridge's DNA could have ended up on her underwear was through direct contact. The lawyer failed to provide any evidence supporting Nerridge's innocence. At one point, lawyers suggested an alternative theory that Nerridge's younger brother was the real killer. The defense failed to address the possibility of DNA manipulation during the trial, which lasted a month and resulted in Nerridge's being found guilty of murder. He was subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment in a high-security Swedish prison, which offered relatively comfortable living conditions. Nerridge's lawyer attempted to appeal the verdict, but was unsuccessful. In 2017, Nerridge's made a surprising decision when he requested to be deported to a prison in Lithuania, despite Lithuanian prisons being notoriously worse than Swedish ones. The court granted his request, probably because it would result in substantial cost savings for Swedish taxpayers. It did not take long to understand the reason behind Nerridge's decision. He appealed to the Lithuanian court and successfully had his sentence reduced from life to 15 years. However, this victory was short-lived, as the court later overturned the decision, reinstating his life sentence. Unfortunately for Nerridge's, he was now stuck in a Lithuanian prison with no chance of returning to the more comfortable Swedish prison. In August 2022, 5 years after his initial imprisonment, Nerridge's was transferred to another prison in Lithuania, where he encountered another life-threatening situation. During a block transfer, an inmate attacked Nerridge's with a shank, causing severe injuries that ultimately led to his death en route to the hospital. Regarding Nerridge's wife, the question of her involvement in the crime remains unclear. Although police believe it is highly unlikely that she was directly involved in the abduction or murder, they do not rule out the possibility that she may have been aware of her husband's actions and provided a false alibi to help him. If she had been directly involved, experts would have likely found her DNA on Lisa's clothing or belongings. Additionally, Nerridge's younger brother has raised suspicions. Cafe employees reported seeing 2 men, likely Nerridge's and his younger brother, standing near the barn and watching the employees. However, the younger brother's DNA was not found in the barn or on Lisa's clothing, making his involvement in the murder unlikely. It is possible that the brothers were indeed observing the employees and discussing inappropriate topics, but only Nerridge's ultimately committed the crime. Moving on to the next case. The case of Candace Rogers. Candace Rogers, also known as Candy, was born on July 18, 1949, in Spokane, Washington. She was an only child, and shortly after her birth, her parents divorced. Despite this, Candy maintained a close relationship with her father, who lived in the same city, allowing her to see him frequently. Candy was a bright and cheerful child who enjoyed spending time outdoors with friends, exploring nature, and playing with her dog. She had a strong desire to join the Campfire Girls, a well-known organization that provided girls with opportunities to learn new skills, go on hikes, and form lasting friendships. In 1959, at the age of 9, Candy finally had the opportunity to join the Campfire Girls, and she was overjoyed. As a member, one of her responsibilities was to sell mints door to door in her neighborhood, and the organization provided her with boxes of sweets to sell. On Friday, March 6th, Candy planned to sell mints after school. After returning home, having dinner, and playing with her dog, she packed 8 boxes of mints and set out around 4 p.m. Candy intended to go door to door in her neighborhood, offering sweets to her neighbors. To prevent overlapping efforts, she and the other girls in the area had assigned specific streets to visit. However, when Candy did not return home by 6 p.m. as expected, her mother began to worry. As night fell, her mother and grandfather set out to search for her, scouring the neighborhood streets but finding no sign of Candy. Soon, some family, friends, and neighbors joined the search, but despite their combined efforts, no trace of Candy was found. At this point, her mother decided to contact the police for assistance. By the time the police arrived, the streets were dark, and concerns grew that something might have happened to Candy. The police began their investigation by questioning neighbors and soon discovered that Candy had sold only 1 box of mints, suggesting that something may have occurred shortly after she left the house. A resident reported seeing a girl matching Candy's description on a nearby street around 6:30 p.m., which was unusual, as Candy's mother had already begun searching for her by that time. Candy's grandfather also had a strange experience while searching on the same street. He narrowly avoided being hit by a speeding green 1953 Ford, which struck the curb, but he was unable to see the license plate number. The police issued a detailed description of the vehicle and launched a search, but they were unable to locate it. Later, around 9 p.m., several mint boxes were discovered scattered along the road near a bridge. These boxes belonged to Candy, heightening concerns for her safety. Authorities concentrated their search in this area, thoroughly combing both riverbanks and a small wooded area on either side. Despite an all-night search, Candy was not found. By morning, news of her disappearance had spread through local newspapers and was soon covered by statewide media. In 1959, child disappearances near their homes were extremely rare, and the townspeople were deeply worried. To address this alarming situation, police intensified their search efforts. They deployed mounted officers, all-terrain vehicles, helicopters, and military personnel to conduct a thorough examination of the area. Additionally, over 1,000 volunteers joined the massive search from both local communities and nearby cities, making it one of the most extensive search operations of the time. Despite these efforts, Candy remained missing. The situation was further compounded when a search helicopter struck power lines and crashed, resulting in the deaths of 3 crew members. Nevertheless, police remained dedicated and relentless, working around the clock on the case. With so many investigations ongoing, officers scrutinized every detail, following nearly 750 initial leads. Regrettably, none of these investigative trails yielded definitive proof regarding Candy's whereabouts. 2 weeks after Candy's disappearance, 2 military personnel from a local base went on a hunting trip in the woods west of Spokane. They came across children's shoes on the ground, which immediately reminded them of Candy's case. Many military members had been involved in the initial search and were familiar with the details of her disappearance. The military personnel reported their discovery to the police, who then showed the shoes to Candy's grandfather for identification. He confirmed that the shoes belonged to his granddaughter. Police promptly launched a search operation in the woods. Within minutes, an officer spotted a foot protruding from the underbrush and discovered Candy's body, lying in the foliage and partially covered with pine branches. A medical examination determined that the cause of death was strangulation, and marks were observed on Candy's hands and feet, indicating that she had been bound, although no ropes were found near the body. Medical experts further concluded that Candy had been sexually abused. During the investigation, police found a green car seat cover near the crime scene. Additionally, a small purple stain was detected on Candy's clothing, which smelled like grape-flavored chewing gum. However, authorities were unable to establish any connection between the stain and the crime. Investigators continued searching for possible clues to identify the killer, examining tips and investigating hundreds of individuals, including neighbors, suspicious characters, and previously convicted criminals. Their attention eventually turned to a 50-year-old man named Alfred Braves. Alfred became a suspect due to unusual circumstances. He took his own life on the same day Candy's body was discovered, in his car near the location where the mint boxes had been found. He also lived close to Candy's home. When police found Alfred's body, they discovered a rope and women's hairpins in his car. After searching Alfred's house, police discovered numerous newspapers related to sexual crimes against women and girls. They also learned that several women had accused him of harassment, and his wife suspected him of being involved in Candy's murder. However, investigators were unable to find any evidence directly linking Alfred to the crime. Despite their suspicions, detectives had to remove him from the suspect list because there was insufficient evidence to prove his guilt. Consequently, they began investigating other potential suspects. Several months after the murder, police had compiled an extensive list of suspects, but despite their diligent efforts, the investigation made no significant progress. Later, investigators turned their attention to a new suspect, a serial killer named Hugh Morse. Hugh had been arrested in 1961 for a string of crimes, and two factors made him relevant to Candy's case. Firstly, he was known for constantly chewing grape-flavored gum, which was similar to the substance found on Candy's clothing. Additionally, Hugh had killed two women in Spokane just a few months after Candy's death. His history of violence also raised concerns. His first arrest had been for assaulting a woman, but he faced no serious consequences, only being discharged from the Army, where he had been serving at the time. Hugh later committed a series of robberies in Los Angeles, but served only 6 months in jail. After his release, he lured two 8-year-old girls to a secluded area with the promise of ice cream and sexually assaulted them. Despite being arrested again, he managed to avoid prison time. A medical commission evaluated him and deemed him a sexual psychopath, resulting in his placement in a mental health facility. 2 years later, doctors declared him cured and released him from the facility. Hugh then moved to Spokane, where he began spying on women through their windows. In November 1959, he broke into the home of a 28-year-old woman, assaulted her, and ultimately killed her. 10 months later, he entered the residence of a 69-year-old woman and repeated the same violent actions. A month after that, he attacked another woman, stabbing her multiple times, though she survived the assault. Hugh continued to travel from city to city, committing numerous crimes, including attacking women and girls with a knife, sexually assaulting them, and killing 2 more victims. His crimes eventually drew the attention of the FBI, and he was added to the list of the country's 10 most wanted criminals. He was eventually captured and sentenced to multiple life terms in prison. While serving his sentence, Hugh attempted suicide but was saved by prison guards and continued serving his sentence. Detectives investigating Candy's case visited him in prison multiple times, but he consistently denied any involvement in her murder. A polygraph test was administered, which suggested he was telling the truth. However, lie detector results are considered only relatively accurate and not definitive. Despite the lack of evidence, investigators initially considered Hugh a primary suspect due to his violent background and the fact that he lived in Spokane at the time of Candy's murder. He continued to deny involvement, and police were unable to find evidence linking him to the crime. The investigation then shifted focus to another suspect, 49-year-old Howard Barnett, who had been arrested in February 1960 on suspicion of molesting a minor girl. Before taking his own life in his cell at the Spokane police station, Howard Barnett wrote a cryptic message on the wall in his own blood, stating, "I have a sin before the Lord." Detectives subsequently began investigating Barnett's potential involvement in Candy's murder, but once again, they were unable to find any evidence of his guilt. Despite this, Howard remained a primary suspect in the case due to his proximity to Candy's residence. Over the years, police continued to follow new leads and examine other potential suspects. At one point, a woman came forward claiming to have seen a green car following Candy on the day she disappeared. Police refocused their efforts on locating the vehicle, but this lead ultimately produced no results. It was notable that the woman waited many years before sharing this information. The case was reopened multiple times, but each time investigators reached a dead end. Throughout the investigation, police not only pursued new leads, but also had to verify the validity of confessions. 13 people gave false confessions to the crime. However, none were able to provide specific details that only the actual killer would have known. Instead, they often repeated information previously reported in the media. High-profile cases frequently exhibit unexpected behaviors, such as false confessions. In Candy's case, numerous detectives worked on the investigation over the years, but none were able to solve it. The crime stood out as one of the most prominent and mysterious in the city and state. Before the murder, parents felt safe letting their children play outside, but the case caused many to reconsider their views on safety. Years later, in the early 2000s, the case was reopened, and a new detective decided to apply modern technologies to re-examine the evidence. Fortunately, police had carefully collected and preserved evidence in 1959, including a sample of male semen found on Candy's clothing. Despite being stored for decades, experts were able to re-examine the sample, although the process was extremely challenging due to its age. After a lengthy investigation, experts successfully extracted a DNA profile from the evidence and uploaded it to the FBI database. However, a search of the database yielded no matches. Further cross-examination of the profile with numerous suspect samples also proved unsuccessful. For many years, suspicion had fallen on Hugh Morse, but forensic evidence revealed no connection between him and the crime. This lack of progress brought the investigation to a halt once again. Although the police possessed the killer's DNA, they struggled to identify the perpetrator. In 2021, a new detective reopened the case and decided to employ a novel approach, genetic genealogy. This innovative method had already solved numerous cold cases and offered hope for finally resolving the long-standing mystery surrounding Candy's murder. The detective reached out to multiple laboratories specializing in this type of analysis, but was met with disappointment each time. To use this method, experts required the original DNA sample, which proved challenging. Several labs attempted to work with the semen sample, but each concluded that it had degraded too much, making it impossible to extract the necessary information. The detective then consulted a final laboratory, which led to a long-awaited and significant breakthrough. With the aid of state-of-the-art tools, the experts successfully analyzed the sample and obtained the perpetrator's DNA profile. This profile was then uploaded to a genealogy database to begin searching for relatives of the DNA owner. After a thorough investigation involving thousands of individuals, researchers pinpointed one family as the likely source of the DNA sample. They discovered that the DNA probably belonged to one of 3 brothers, all of whom were deceased. However, the team found that one brother had a daughter, and the police reached out to her for assistance. The daughter was shocked by the possibility that her father might be the killer, but immediately agreed to help. She provided a DNA sample, confirming that she was closely related to the person whose semen had been found on Candy's clothing. With this new information, detectives obtained a court order to exhume her father's remains. A DNA profile extracted from the exhumed remains revealed a complete match with the DNA found on Candy's clothing, identifying the killer as John Hoff, 62 years after the crime. Hoff had never been a suspect, despite hundreds of others being investigated over the years. Detectives investigating Hoff's background uncovered his involvement in multiple crimes. At the time of Candy's murder, Hoff was 20 years old and lived less than a mile from her house. He was also a soldier in the army, stationed at a nearby base close to where Candy's body was found. 2 years after the murder, he attacked another woman, binding and sexually assaulting her before attempting to kill her. However, the woman survived. Following his arrest, Hoff received a 6-month prison sentence and was dishonorably discharged from the army. After his release, Hoff started a family, having 2 sons and 2 daughters, and lived an ordinary life. He changed jobs several times and at one point suffered a severe chemical burn to his face while working at a food packaging plant, leaving a lasting scar. Hoff's life ended in June 1970, 11 years after Candy's murder, when he took his own life without leaving a note. Further investigation revealed that Candy might have known Hoff, as she had been friends with his 10-year-old sister at the time. Years later, Hoff's sister told detectives that she had cried in Hoff's arms after Candy's murder, unaware that he had been the one responsible for her death. Candy's parents did not live to see the day the killer's identity was revealed. Her mother passed away in 2006, and her father had taken his own life in 1963, for years after the tragedy. The reason behind his death remains uncertain, though there is speculation that he was unable to cope with the loss of his daughter. Despite this, the case was eventually solved, marking one of the longest investigations in history, spanning more than 62 years and involving multiple detectives across different generations. At the press conference where the killer's name was announced, only one officer who had worked on the case in 1959 was present. He expressed gratitude for having lived long enough to learn the truth. Hoff's daughter initially struggled to accept that her father had committed such a horrific crime. However, she eventually came to terms with it, referring to her father as a monster who had taken an innocent life. She expressed regret that he had not been held accountable during his lifetime. A chilling coincidence is that Hoff took his own life when his daughter was 9 years old, the same age as Candy when she was killed. Moving on to the next case. Cody. At 23 years old, Cody was seeking a long-term partner. He confided in his friends about wanting to marry a woman who shared his values, specifically someone with a religious upbringing. On Halloween in 2011, he met Jordan, who would later become a significant figure in his life. Born in August 1991, Jordan was raised in Kalispell within a deeply religious family. She attended the Faith Baptist Church, where she worked with families and children, and her main aspiration was to become a stay-at-home mother. When Cody and Jordan first met on Halloween, they quickly developed a connection. Though initially shy, Jordan opened up to Cody about her dreams of starting a family and her love for nature. Cody became infatuated, but Jordan, only 20 at the time, was not ready for a serious relationship. They went on a few casual dates, but kept the relationship strictly platonic. However, Cody's feelings for Jordan only grew stronger, and he made a determined effort to win her affection. He joined her church, First Baptist, and started spending time with her friends and community. Before long, their friendship turned into something more. Cody and Jordan officially began dating in November 2011, and Cody became completely captivated by her, wanting to be with her constantly. Cody was certain he wanted to marry Jordan just weeks into their relationship, even though she wished to remain chaste until marriage. People close to them noticed Jordan didn't seem as emotionally invested in Cody as he was in her. While some believed this was due to her shy personality, others worried about the imbalance in their relationship. They rarely showed affection in public, didn't hold hands, and didn't flirt. So when Cody proposed in December 2012, many of Jordan's friends were surprised she accepted. They felt she wasn't ready for marriage after only a year of dating, but they were still happy for her. Jordan eagerly posted her engagement ring on Instagram, captioning the picture, "He proposed. Best early Christmas present ever." The wedding was scheduled for June 29, 2013, and preparations began right away. Cody was heavily involved, along with Jordan's best friend and matron of honor, Kimberly Martinez. Still, it was Jordan who appeared most enthusiastic about planning the wedding, even performing a song with custom lyrics by Elizabeth Shee, which would later seem strangely prophetic. Whenever anyone, including Kimberly, brought up the idea of actually being married to Cody, Jordan's mood would quickly decline. She repeatedly asked Kimberly, her matron of honor, whether she was making the right choice. On her wedding day, Jordan's true feelings about the marriage were apparent. She felt anxious and avoided making eye contact with Cody, frequently looking down. Although she managed to regain her composure for the wedding photos and their first dance, her unease continued. The morning after the wedding, Jordan confided in a friend through text from their honeymoon hotel room. She revealed she had not consummated the marriage and had rejected Cody's advances, not just on their wedding night, but for the next 6 nights as well. Jordan felt anxious about Cody's expectations and did not want to be intimate. She planned to claim her period had started, hoping it would work, as she feared being pushed into something that would make her panic. Jordan had an intense fear of sex because of her faith and her reservations about Cody, causing her to feel anxious about intimacy with him. This anxiety reached its peak on July 7th, 8 days after their wedding, when Cody canceled his golfing trip with friends at the last minute because Jordan had arranged a surprise for him. After going to church and spending some quiet time on the lake, they had dinner with friends at Dairy Queen. Cody then returned home with Jordan, and this was the last time anyone saw him. When Cody did not show up for work, his co-worker Cameron Fredrickson grew worried. As a dependable and punctual employee, Cody's absence was unusual. Cameron decided to go to Cody's new house, which he had bought with Jordan before the wedding. After knocking without a response, Cameron let himself inside and searched the house for any signs of where they might be. However, he found nothing. Cameron's concern turned into alarm when he found Cody's phone in the garage. It was unlike Cody to be without his phone, and this raised serious concerns. After making several calls, Cameron learned that no one had seen Cody since dinner at Dairy Queen at 8:30. He went straight to the police station to file a missing persons report, and authorities treated the case seriously from the beginning. Officer Chaz Zimmerman, one of the first to speak with Cameron, immediately noticed his distress. Zimmerman found it strange that Cameron's boss, rather than his wife Kimberly, had reported him missing. Later that day, Kimberly finally contacted Jordan, who claimed that Cody had left with friends in a black car with Washington plates. According to Jordan, Cody had received a troubling phone call at the restaurant, so she decided to give him space. However, that night, Kimberly retrieved her phone charger from their car and found a text from Cody. The message said that Cody planned to go for a ride with friends from out of town who were visiting. Cody did not specify who these friends were, but he always took visiting friends to Glacier Park. Jordan told police she didn't recognize the men involved in Cody's disappearance and that they had not argued that night. She suggested that Cody might have gone joyriding with out-of-town friends as a possible explanation for why he was missing. When asked why she hadn't reported Cody missing, Jordan explained she didn't want to upset him by filing a report if he intended to return within a few hours. However, as hours became days, Cody's friends and family gathered at the family home, confused about his sudden disappearance. It didn't seem like something Cody would do, leaving his wife without any explanation. Jordan continued telling the same story until Kimberly confronted her about it. As the conversation went on, Jordan grew increasingly uncomfortable. Eventually, she became so agitated that she threw her wedding ring across the room. While some believed this was just her unusual way of coping, Kimberly became convinced that Jordan was hiding something. The next day, she went home and called her friend. Meanwhile, Jordan was called to the police station, where officers confronted her about the inconsistencies in her story. One of the officers said, "Jordan, I've gathered information that contradicts what you're telling me. I've spoken with several people, and it's essential that I know you're being truthful." Jordan replied, "I understand, and I think there's more to the story." Around the same time, Sher Johnson met with the police, bringing Cody's phone records from the day he disappeared. She was worried about her son and hoped that the mysterious man Cody had called might provide clues about his disappearance. However, it turned out that the mysterious caller was simply a friend returning a tool to Cody. Police quickly ruled him out as a suspect because he had a solid alibi. His wife was in labor at the time Cody went missing. With every other lead exhausted, the police shifted their focus back to Jordan. It was evident she was hiding something, but her story still didn't make sense. On July 10th, a major breakthrough surfaced in the case. An unexpected email arrived from someone named Carmen Tony 607, claiming Cody was dead and that there was no reason to keep searching. The message said, "Hello Jordan, my name is Tony. There is no bother looking for Cody anymore. He is gone." Jordan showed the email to Hannah, remaining expressionless as she shared the news. According to the email, Cody had supposedly fallen off a cliff in Glacier National Park while with unidentified companions. Hannah was devastated after reading it and urged Jordan to report it to the police immediately. Hannah later recalled her reaction. "I was freaking out, asking what was going on. I read the email, and it said Cody was gone." Jordan showed no emotion, didn't even cry. "She simply handed me the email, and I started shaking. I told her to go to the police, and she did, but I kept rushing her, saying, 'Go move.' What are you doing?" Detective Corey Clark was frustrated that the investigation was still ongoing and that an anonymous email hadn't provided the closure they needed. In fact, the email appeared suspiciously convenient, offering precisely the information they had been looking for and instructing them to stop the search. What bothered Clark even more than the content was Jordan's reaction, or lack of one. She appeared entirely unfazed by news implying her husband had died. Jordan's behavior became even stranger when she arranged a trip to Glacier National Park with her friends and family to look for Cody. According to Hannah, Jordan was oddly cheerful during the whole drive to the park, waving her hand out the window as they traveled. Although nothing was found on the first day, they resumed searching on the second day. It was then that Jordan abruptly claimed she had found Cody's body. Her announcement was met with skepticism. "I think he's down there," she said, leaving Clark puzzled as to why Cody would be in that spot. "It's baffling that someone would do such a thing. This wall exists for a reason, after all." The autopsy later revealed that the victim's head and arms sustained the most severe injuries from the fall. Cody's loved ones were devastated by his death, but according to Hannah, Jordan felt a sense of relief. Now that a body had been located, the authorities would finally close the case. However, there was still a major problem. The police had no idea who the man behind Tony 607 was. When Jordan was first questioned about the mysterious message, she directed investigators to Tony Stockup, a fellow car enthusiast and acquaintance of Cody's. Although Tony hadn't seen Cody in several months, he was so worried about him that he gave the police full access to all his accounts. The police were unable to locate the email address they were searching for, and Jordan's and Cody's phone records offered very little information. As a result, they had to contact Google to obtain the IP address connected to Carmen Tony 607. While waiting for these details, the police re-interviewed Cody's friends and family. During these conversations, Kimberly finally told the police about Jordan's fragile emotional state before marrying Cody. She had voiced doubts and fears about marrying him, asking Kimberly repeatedly whether she should go through with the wedding. Jordan confided in Kimberly about her dread and fear of having sex with Cody, even regretting that she had married him and wishing she could undo everything. When Kimberly suggested Jordan be honest with Cody about her feelings, Jordan replied, "I should be happy, but I'm not. If I tell him, it's going to break his heart." 2 days before Cody vanished, Jordan wrote a disturbing message. "He held me down the other night, and he was in my face." On July 7th, the police uncovered another revealing exchange in which Jordan planned to speak to Cody but was terrified of how he might react. Jordan went to her friend Kim's house later that day and recounted her conversation with Cody, which had gone poorly. Cody became furious, and she left to give him space, eventually staying the night at her step-parents' home. When the police learned this, they became even more suspicious of Jordan. Around the same time, they received information from Google linking the email address Carmen Tony 607 to her stepfather's computer. Although brief interviews with each member of the Graham family suggested Jordan was responsible for the email, it wasn't definitive proof. However, cell phone records and security footage gave investigators a clearer understanding. The records showed both Cody's and Jordan's phones were near Glacier National Park on the night Cody disappeared. Security cameras even recorded them entering the park at 9:17 p.m. Despite Jordan initially denying she had been with Cody that night, the evidence suggested otherwise. On July 18, 2013, the police brought Jordan in again and presented her with the evidence. She began crying and finally revealed her account of what happened on July 8. According to Jordan, she admitted her doubts about the marriage to Cody, which led to a huge argument. Jordan and her friend decided to go to Glacier National Park and walk to the Loop Trail. Jordan described what happened next in her own words. If her friend hadn't intervened, Cody would have fallen forward down the hill. The detectives then asked her why she turned around and pushed him. Jordan believed it was because her emotions were overwhelming at the time. She felt immense pressure, anger, and every other emotion all at once. The detectives were intrigued by her mention of a blindfold, suspecting it might be connected to a stray scarf found near the scene. However, Jordan offered no further explanation, and the scarf was eventually proven unrelated. Jordan insisted that Cody's death was an accident and that she had not planned any kind of assault. She explained that she hadn't intended to kill her husband. Instead, the situation escalated, and in the heat of the moment, she pushed him off the bridge. When questioned about the incident, Jordan admitted that Cody had turned his back to her, facing the cliff, and she pushed him with both hands. She also confessed to creating a fake identity, Carmen Tony, and sending messages from her stepfather's house. Despite her confession, the police did not charge Jordan that day, and she walked out of the station as a free woman. However, they later arrested her at Cody's funeral on July 22nd, after she was seen texting on her phone, showing a level of disrespect that eroded any remaining sympathy for her. Rumors spread that Jordan had killed Cody to escape their marriage without the humiliation of divorce. Her behavior at the funeral, including texting, seemed to reinforce these suspicions, suggesting she cared more about herself than grieving Cody's death. Jordan's motives came under scrutiny as people questioned whether she ever truly loved Cody. She was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and making false statements. After examining the evidence, the jury added premeditated first-degree murder to the charges. Her trial began on December 9, 2013. From the beginning, the prosecution aggressively challenged Jordan's account, highlighting inconsistencies and raising doubts. They questioned why she lied to Cody's family and friends, and whether she felt any genuine remorse or was pretending. The prosecution's questioning was relentless, and Jordan's situation became increasingly grim. Testimonies from Cody's loved ones further harmed her case, portraying her as a callous wife who killed her husband to avoid intimacy. Her defense team tried to argue self-defense, but their chances of success appeared slim. Facing the risk of a far harsher outcome, Jordan chose to accept a plea deal, agreeing to a 30-year prison sentence without parole in exchange for the first-degree murder charge being dropped. Before sentencing, she attempted to withdraw her guilty plea after learning the prosecution planned to pursue premeditated first-degree murder, which carried a maximum sentence of 50 years. The decision fell to District Judge Donald Malloy, who had to choose whether to accept her original plea or begin a new trial. On December 13, 2013, Judge Malloy sentenced Jordan Lynn Graham to 30 years and 5 months in federal prison. Despite her attempt to take back her plea, her case was neither reopened nor reconsidered. The federal prosecutors sought to set a precedent with her case, sending a message that anyone who commits murder under federal jurisdiction will face swift and harsh punishment. As a result, Jordan will not be released from prison until she is over 52 years old. Moving on to the next case. The case of Denise Huskins. In the late hours of Sunday, March 22, 2015, 29-year-old Denise Huskins was alone in her Vallejo apartment in the San Francisco Bay Area of California. She had planned to spend the evening by herself, but her phone buzzed with a message from her ex-boyfriend, Aaron Quinn, asking to meet up for a discussion. Denise felt apprehensive, especially since their relationship had ended and she was hesitant to engage with him due to his past behavior. Denise initially declined, telling Aaron it was too late and suggesting they talk another time. However, after receiving another message from him, she sat on the sofa, contemplating her next move, reflecting on how she had met Aaron the previous summer. Originally from Boston, Massachusetts, Denise held a doctorate in physical therapy and had moved to Vallejo to join Kaiser Hospital, which specialized in treating individuals with head and spinal injuries. It was there that she met Aaron, a tall, athletic man with dark hair and striking eyes. Denise and Aaron quickly became acquainted and began chatting with each other. At first, they shared stories about their pasts. Aaron had been engaged before, but the relationship ended when he discovered his fiancée had cheated on him. Denise listened sympathetically, yet found herself developing feelings for him as well. As they spent more time together, their friendship evolved into love. By autumn 2014, they were officially a couple. However, matters took a turn in March 2015 when Denise discovered that Aaron had been secretly contacting his ex-fiancée, asking her to take him back. This revelation deeply upset Denise, prompting her to sever ties with him entirely. Although they shared many common interests and had even considered marriage, the betrayal hurt her profoundly. The sense of betrayal and hurt overshadowed her love for Aaron, leaving her heart aching. She tried to ignore the constant stream of texts from him, each one asking to meet and discuss their situation. His persistence left Denise torn and uncertain. Despite her emotional pain, she ultimately gave in to his repeated persuasion and agreed to meet him. Denise rose from her sofa and prepared to leave her residence. Around 5:30 p.m., she got into her car, stopping on the way to purchase a pizza. Upon arriving at Aaron's two-story house on the 500 block of Kirkland Avenue, she took the pizza from the passenger seat and grabbed her purse before approaching the entrance. The following day, a workday for both at the hospital, Denise called in sick around 7 a.m., citing illness. She also texted her supervisor, explaining she would be absent that week due to family matters. This was unusual for Denise, who had never missed a day of work before. Her supervisor reminded her of an upcoming scholarship deadline, but she did not respond. He assumed something serious had occurred in her family. The following Monday, when Denise and Aaron did not show up to work, the Vallejo Police Department received a call from 30-year-old Aaron. His account was confusing and difficult to believe. When officers arrived at the scene, they detected a strong chemical odor among numerous empty beer containers, and Aaron appeared disheveled. When questioned about illegal substance use, Aaron admitted to using them but claimed he had been forced by kidnappers. The officers were doubtful, so they continued their search, moving upstairs to the master bedroom. Upon entering, the chemical odor became stronger. The room seemed to have been recently cleaned, with immaculate floors, except for a substance on the mattress. Just as they were about to leave, they spotted a small red bloodstain on the bed. The officers went back downstairs to re-examine Aaron's account. He began to recount his story. The incident started at his residence around 3 a.m., where he and his girlfriend Denise were staying. A group of men wearing black aquatic gear stormed in, bursting into the house and shining a bright light directly into their eyes. Aaron could not determine the exact number of intruders, but they quickly restrained him and Denise with nylon cable ties. The assailants also forced them to wear swim goggles with an opaque coating, preventing them from seeing beyond the goggles. The attackers carried laser targeting guns, electroshock devices, and powerful flashlights. As they moved through the house, intense light and laser beams intertwined, making it impossible for him and Denise to see anything. Aaron and Denise were instructed to wear headphones that played strange, calming music. A voice then spoke to them through the headphones, saying they were not in danger and that this was merely a robbery. The voice assured them that if they remained calm, no harm would come to them. Believing the voice, Aaron and Denise stayed silent and still. Later, Aaron's headphones were removed, and he was ordered to move to another room. In this room, the thieves demanded that Aaron provide his bank account information and other financial details. Aaron quickly gave the information, realizing that his money was likely gone for good. Aaron and Denise were returned to the living room by the burglars. One of them checked their blood pressure and then forced them to drink a mixture from a mug containing a sedative combined with another substance. Before the sedative took effect, he heard the burglars' final orders. Cameras had been installed to monitor the house. He was warned not to contact the police and threatened that if he did, Denise would be taken as a hostage. The burglars promised to send further instructions later. Shortly afterward, the sedative took effect, and Aaron lost consciousness, unaware of what was happening around him. When Aaron woke up, he discovered Denise was missing. He struggled to free himself, managed to untie his hands, and then grabbed the phone to call for emergency assistance. The police found the story he recounted suspicious, so they devised another theory that Aaron might have been involved in Denise's disappearance, or worse, her death. They suspected he may have hidden her body and then thoroughly cleaned the house to eliminate any evidence. The strong odor of bleach and other cleaning chemicals appeared to support their suspicion. He had also turned to alcohol, as evidenced by the empty bottles and his incoherent speech. To appear innocent, he might have delayed reporting the incident and fabricated a story about mysterious abductors in water gear to cover his involvement. However, the police were unconvinced by his account and regarded it as a possible diversion. They instructed him to prepare to go to the station for questioning. Following a 17-hour interrogation, the police were unable to uncover any concrete evidence to substantiate Aaron's claims that Denise was still missing, despite his persistent insistence that she was. The Vallejo police immediately launched a thorough search, employing K-9 units, divers, and numerous volunteers. After speaking with Denise's roommate, they learned that Denise and Aaron had recently broken up, which could provide a potential motive. However, before suspecting Aaron, they had to consider the possibility of an actual kidnapping. The police meticulously examined every detail of Aaron's account, looking for any information regarding the alleged kidnappers, such as their appearance and what they said. As the investigation progressed, they observed that Aaron's story became increasingly implausible. According to Aaron, he had provided his banking information to the individuals who kidnapped him, but the investigation revealed that his money remained untouched. Furthermore, just 2 hours before Aaron reported the incident, he had attempted to withdraw a large sum from his account, claiming he intended to purchase a boat. However, when questioned by detectives, Aaron stated that his kidnappers had actually demanded a ransom of $8,500. Unable to convince the bank of this, he fabricated the boat purchase story. The idea that the kidnappers would capture him and Denise solely for this amount of money cast further doubt on his narrative. During his interview, a detective noted that Aaron's pupils were unusually dilated, which could indicate drug use or a mental health condition, such as schizophrenia. It was also possible that his bizarre account of being abducted by alien-like individuals was a hallucination. Due to the complexity of the case, the Vallejo police requested assistance from the FBI. Upon arrival, the agents administered a polygraph test to Aaron, which he failed. Consequently, he became suspicious in the investigators' eyes and promptly hired a lawyer to safeguard his rights. With the support of his legal team, Aaron allowed the police to search his home, electronic devices, clothing, and even provided blood and fingerprint samples. The following day, the police organized an extensive search in Vallejo, involving over 100 teams. A police sonar detected an object in the bay resembling a human body, but divers were unable to locate it. Meanwhile, Aaron had retained a lawyer and was no longer in police custody. The search for Denise intensified, with her photograph widely circulated across various media platforms and displayed throughout the city. However, the detectives and FBI agents faced significant obstacles. On the afternoon of March 24th, a journalist at the San Francisco Chronicle received an unusual and unexpected email. The sender claimed to be the individuals who had broken into Aaron's home dressed in diving gear. The email asserted that Denise was safe and included an audio recording of her summarizing recent news articles as proof. This evidence initially alleviated concerns about her safety, indicating that she was alert, at least until that morning. Nevertheless, two aspects of this evidence raised suspicions. First, Denise's message appeared unnaturally calm, resembling a news anchor reporting a story. Secondly, the email was sent from an account belonging to Aaron, which caused authorities to suspect that he and Denise might have been involved in orchestrating the kidnapping. The police grew even more suspicious when Aaron provided his phone records, showing calls from the alleged kidnappers. However, these calls originated from an untraceable phone, meaning the caller's identity remained unknown. Investigators traced the purchase location of this disposable phone to a store near Aaron's home. Surveillance footage from the store clearly showed an individual matching Aaron's physical description: tall, athletic build, and dark hair. This finding further implicated Aaron in the suspected kidnapping plot involving Denise. 2 days after disappearing, Denise reappeared at her mother's home in Huntington Beach, California, approximately 400 miles from Vallejo, where she was supposedly abducted. As she recounted her ordeal, her story became even more extraordinary than Aaron's account. Denise claimed she was kidnapped by 4 men who kept her confined in a small space. They told her their actions were carried out under instructions from a client. Despite this, Denise stated that her captors treated her relatively well, providing basic necessities such as food and water and allowing her to maintain personal hygiene. Denise initially cooperated with the police, but she became defensive and sought a lawyer when she sensed the officers doubted her account. This left investigators confused and skeptical of her story. They suspected that Aaron and Denise might have fabricated the abduction to gain attention, become famous, or temporarily escape their problems. The detectives struggled to understand why 2 successful individuals from wealthy families would invent such a complex and false story. The Vallejo police held a news conference to reassure the public that there was no need to be concerned about recent assaults in the area. Although no suspect was identified and the existence of an abductor was not confirmed, they maintained that residents had nothing to fear. The media remained highly engaged with the case, drawing comparisons to the film Gone Girl, in which the main character stages her own disappearance. Authorities expressed disappointment that Aaron and Denise had fabricated the story, wasting valuable time and resources. They requested that Aaron and Denise issue a formal apology to the residents of Vallejo. However, both stuck to their story, insisting they were being truthful. In the early hours of June 5, 2015, a crucial clue emerged in the Denise case. A police officer in Alameda County, Northern California, responded to a reported burglary at a residence. The homeowner and his wife stated that an intruder had broken in under the cover of darkness, attempting to restrain them. The homeowner fought off the attacker while his wife locked herself in the bathroom and called for help. The intruder fled the scene but, in his haste, left his smartphone in the hallway. The police determined that the phone was registered to an individual through a telecommunications provider. They traced the registered address but found the property vacant, with the mailbox full of uncollected mail. 3 days later, the police used the discarded smartphone to trace a lead 200 miles northeast of Vallejo, arriving at an isolated cabin near South Lake Tahoe, California. The officers cautiously entered the cabin, where they found a tall, athletic man with dark hair amid cluttered piles of leftover food, trash, and clothing. At first, they overlooked the vehicle parked outside. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the car had been reported stolen and contained several unusual items, including flashlights, a plastic gun with laser sights, a modified headset, and a black diving suit. A laptop belonging to Aaron was also found in the trunk. This evidence led to the capture of one of the individuals responsible for Denise's abduction. The man, who bore a striking resemblance to Aaron but was not him, had no prior connection to Denise or Aaron. The abductor was identified as Matthew Muller, a 38-year-old disbarred attorney who had graduated from Harvard University and was a former Marine with a previously respected reputation in the legal community. Matthew had begun engaging in strange and unlawful behavior. Authorities linked him to a home invasion in Dublin and discovered his involvement in Denise's abduction from Aaron's home. The unusual story Aaron and Denise had told law enforcement was largely accurate. Their only error was believing multiple people in diving gear had carried out the attack. In reality, Matthew masterminded the crime and acted alone. It is likely that Aaron and Denise were half asleep and confused, which led them to believe more than one person was involved. The intense light further caused them to perceive multiple attackers. This illusion was amplified by a pre-recorded message played through headphones, in which the attacker claimed to be part of a professional debt recovery team. Matthew had also been connected to a 2009 home invasion in Palo Alto, but avoided consequences due to insufficient evidence. A highly intelligent and trained lawyer, Matthew had carefully constructed an elaborate and outlandish scheme that initially led authorities to suspect that Denise and Aaron were staging a hoax. His actions reflected careful planning and intelligence, despite his mental health issues, including bipolar disorder and psychosis, as well as his belief that he had Gulf War syndrome, which made it difficult for him to distinguish reality. One day, Matthew randomly encountered Aaron and Denise and became fixated on them. He used a drone to secretly monitor their movements for 3 weeks before abducting them. Aaron had noticed a bright light in the sky the night before the incident, which he suspected might be a drone, but he could not imagine someone was actually spying on him. Matthew put his plan into action, breaking into Aaron's home at night while wearing a diving suit. He restrained both Aaron and Denise, covering their eyes with goggles and playing a pre-recorded message through headphones to convince them multiple people were involved. Matthew then separated them, keeping them in different rooms. He assaulted Denise, taking advantage of her vulnerability, and locked her in the trunk of his car. He then drove her to a remote cabin in South Lake Tahoe, where he held her for 2 days before releasing her near her parents' house. Matthew also stole Aaron's laptop, which he later used to send an email to a journalist at the San Francisco Chronicle using specialized software. Upon waking the next day, Aaron faced the devastating reality that Denise's kidnapping was real. Desperate, he contacted his bank to request a large sum of $88,500 to pay the ransom. Panicked and seeking to protect Denise, he gave a false explanation to the bank, claiming he needed the money to buy a boat. Later, Aaron contacted Kaiser Hospital and left a message for Denise's supervisor, informing them she would be absent from work, following Matthew's instructions. The investigation also uncovered a disturbing video recorded by Matthew, showing him physically abusing Denise. After reviewing the evidence, the Vallejo police issued an apology to Denise and Aaron, acknowledging that they had initially believed the kidnapping story was fabricated. Denise and Aaron chose to sue the city of Vallejo, citing the mistreatment they endured during the investigation. The lawsuit ultimately resulted in a $2.5 million settlement, recognizing the errors made in handling the case. Matthew Muller was found guilty of kidnapping and in 2017 was sentenced to 40 years in prison. During his trial, Matthew expressed remorse for his actions and the suffering he caused. Following the kidnapping, Denise faced skepticism and was even accused of fabricating the incident. Ironically, Matthew, the perpetrator, came forward to defend her. He sent 2 anonymous letters to the media asserting that the kidnapping had indeed occurred. Denise also endured persistent nightmares and struggled to cope with the trauma. She waited until Matthew's conviction in 2017 before openly discussing the incident. Denise reported being held by multiple men, which Matthew corroborated by admitting he had accomplices, although he refused to reveal their identities. Aaron and Denise grew closer, got married, and had a child. They later co-authored a book titled Victory F, recounting the story of their experience. Moving on to the next case. Heather Maples. Everything changed on January 7, 2015, when Heather Maples failed to show up for work. Her lifeless body was found in her apartment, partially unclothed. Who had the right to take Heather Maples' life? Detectives faced a challenging investigation because Heather had no known enemies, and the motive for this crime remained unclear. Were it not for one small detail, Heather Maples' death could have remained unsolved, allowing the perpetrator to escape justice. On a typical morning at the real estate agency in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, on August 7, 2015, Kelsey Price arrived at work and began her usual tasks. Heather, her friend and colleague, was running late, which did not surprise Kelsey, as Heather was known for her lack of punctuality. Kelsey started calling Heather to wake her up, but received no answer. The previous night, Heather had planned to go to a bar with some friends and had asked Kelsey to come get her if she overslept or didn't answer her calls. Therefore, Kelsey wasn't concerned and went to Heather's apartment to wake her up. The girls' apartments were located in the same complex where they worked. Upon arriving, Kelsey found the front door unlocked. Entering easily, she saw her friend lying on the bed, sleeping on her stomach, wearing only a crop top and no underwear. Assuming Heather had a wild night, Kelsey tried to wake her, but there was no response. She then tapped Heather's foot, attempting to rouse her from her sleep, which no one would ever interrupt again. Heather's foot was so cold that Kelsey literally jumped back in horror at the realization of what had happened. In horror, Kelsey Price stepped out of the apartment and called 911. Emergency services soon arrived on the scene. Detective Tommy Massey was one of the first to reach the crime scene, and the forensic team meticulously examined the apartment. Heather was indeed partially undressed, with visible blows on her face. Her hair was soaked in blood, which was also splattered across the walls. It was clear she had been brutally beaten, tortured, and sexually assaulted. Massey and his colleague Detective Maples, coincidentally sharing Heather's surname, recalled this crime as a horrifying nightmare. That is understandable, as witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene is extremely difficult. Heather Nicole Maples was born on August 23, 1992, in Ocala, Florida. Her mother jokingly called Heather a hurricane baby. This nickname was entirely justified, as many envied the energy and courage that Heather possessed. In 2004, Jennifer Hunter gave birth to her second child. Heather welcomed her brother, Ryan, into her life with great joy. However, Ryan was later diagnosed with significant developmental delays, and the older sister, of her own accord, dedicated all her free time to him. She cared for him, happily spending time with him, teaching him to speak, walk, and eat independently. Heather was in the 7th grade at the time and devoted all the following years until graduation to Ryan, demonstrating immense love and dedication to her brother. At the age of 22, Heather Maples made the bold decision to leave her Texas home and begin a new chapter in Tennessee, pursuing her dream of becoming a psychologist. The journey began with a call from her former classmate, Chaz, inviting her to join him in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, where he was studying. According to him, it was the perfect place for Heather, a small college town where she could gain a great opportunity to prepare for college. Heather accepted, and in January 2015, the future student went to Chaz in Murfreesboro. By the way, their relationship soon turned romantic. A completely different life began for the girl. With the support of her best friend Kelsey, Heather found a job in the office of the residential complex where they lived. Maples was balancing work with her college preparations. Her friends and family supported her. Everything seemed to be going well. But soon her relationship with Chaz began to crumble, leading to a breakup, and Chaz moved away. At the beginning of August, she excitedly called her mother to share this wonderful news. She had been accepted to college. Her mother, filled with pride, was thrilled for Heather's achievement. However, a week later, Heather failed to show up for work, sparking concern and uncertainty. The detectives understood that considering the nature of the crime, it could have been related to Heather's personal life. At that point, most of her friends were considered suspects, and frankly speaking, there were reasons for that. Upon examining the apartment, there were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Heather likely knew her attacker and possibly let them in herself. After a thorough investigation of the crime scene, several important pieces of evidence were discovered. Unknown DNA and a hair that did not belong to the victim. All of this was sent for analysis to identify the suspect. However, the most significant piece of evidence was a clear bloody fingerprint on the right side of Heather's bed. Detective Massey explained that if someone had deliberately dipped their finger in ink and intentionally left their mark, it wouldn't have been so clear and precise. Of course, this print was sent for analysis as well. Additionally, Heather's mobile phone was found in the apartment, but without the password, accessing its contents was impossible. This is where Kelsey came in handy. She played a crucial role, not only helping with the phone, but also deciding to inform Heather's mother of her death, believing it would be better coming from someone who loved and cared for Heather. Detective Massey hoped to get a lot of information about Heather from her friend Kelsey Price. He wanted to know everything about the victim's personal life, especially her relationship with Chaz. Kelsey told the detective that the relationship was quite tense, as Chaz had obvious anger management issues. Sometimes, he was too aggressive and cruel towards Heather, so the girl decided to end the relationship herself. Therefore, the police immediately decided to investigate Chaz. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. A young man named Michael was determined to access the crime scene despite the caution tape. He had keys to Heather's apartment. According to Michael, on the evening before her death, Heather called him and invited him for dinner, which he accepted. Immediately after dinner, Michael went home, unlike Heather, who went to a local bar with friends. But later, Heather reached out to Michael for help. As Michael recounted, Heather was in trouble. A young man named Ortavio was bothering her and was quite aggressive. Immediately after the incident, Michael offered to drive Heather home. As per his statement, it was around 2:30 in the morning on August 7th, the last time he saw Heather. Additionally, during the interrogation, Michael mentioned that Heather's front door should have been unlocked because he had her keys since she was dressed in a dress and didn't have pockets to carry them, and he simply forgot to return them after unlocking the door. Michael was very disappointed and did not seem like a liar at all, but investigators had to take his fingerprints and a DNA sample. They also contacted the bar to obtain surveillance footage, which confirmed everything Michael had said during the interrogation. Analysis confirmed that the fingerprints and DNA found at the crime scene did not match his. After Michael was cleared as a suspect, investigators turned their attention to the man who had been with Heather that night, Ortavio. With Kelsey's help in unlocking Heather's mobile phone, interest in Ortavio significantly increased. Detectives discovered that Heather had messaged Ortavio, a friend of hers, inviting him to her apartment just hours before she was found dead. Why did Heather call Ortavio to her home after Michael had saved her from him? The answer was simple. They were friends and became more persistent than usual at the bar. Heather was caught off guard. She wasn't prepared for this. Now the detectives needed to speak with Ortavio to get his side of the story. The detectives immediately realized that Ortavio was unaware of Heather's death. But what if he was somehow involved in this case? Meanwhile, the interrogation continued. Ortavio was shocked by what he heard. It seemed he genuinely didn't know what had happened to Heather. Following the interrogation, he willingly agreed to a DNA test, confident that it would clear his name. The results proved him right, as the DNA found at the crime scene did not match his, leading to his exclusion as a suspect. Without any leads, the detectives worked practically around the clock, reviewing surveillance footage, scrutinizing every detail provided by witnesses. On the 9th day of the investigation, as Detective Massey was preparing to leave the office late at night, he received a crucial call from one of the directors of the forensic laboratory. Massey finally got the answer regarding the bloody fingerprint that was lifted from Heather's bed. It belonged to a young man named Brandon Bowling, whose fingerprints were on file due to his employment at a company where he previously worked. It seemed that Brandon understood he was caught, but he continued to deny any involvement in Heather's death. After questioning, detectives requested a DNA test from Brandon, suggesting that if he was innocent, the test would prove it. Brandon did as he was asked, perhaps hoping to be released from police custody, but that did not happen. The investigators decided not to wait for the test results. The match of the fingerprint provided substantial grounds for the next step. The police immediately sent a request to the court for permission to access Brandon's phone, which could help the investigation confirm his movements, track calls, and texts on the night of the crime. However, they were unprepared for what they found on his phone after the court approval. The video from Brandon Bowling's phone was one of the most shocking, even to the most experienced detectives. In this video, the room of the corpse Heather was captured. Brandon recorded everything, from intimate acts to beatings. Heather was still alive at the time of the recording. In February 2018, Brandon Richmond Bowling pleaded guilty to the attack on Heather Maples. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison without the possibility of parole. On the day of the verdict, Heather's mother, Jennifer, made a speech that surprised many. When the trial ended in the corridor, Jennifer approached Bowling's mother. Jennifer simply hugged this woman, saying that they both lost their children that day. Unfortunately, Brandon Bowling never explained his motives. What are your thoughts on this? What do you think Brandon's motive was, if there was one? Moving on to the next case. The case of Brandon Duran. Brandon Duran was born in 1980 in San Diego, California. His father was a motorcycle enthusiast and a former member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club, which the FBI recognizes as the second largest criminal organization in the world after the Hells Angels. When Brandon was about 10 years old, his parents divorced, yet they stayed on good terms and shared the responsibility of raising him. During his upbringing, Brandon developed a passion for motorcycles much like his father's. At 25, he owned a motorcycle that he had built himself and valued immensely. Brandon's life took a difficult turn in April 2005 when his father died suddenly. To cope with his deepening depression, Brandon felt the need for change. He set out on a new journey by riding his motorcycle to Las Vegas. After living in Las Vegas for about a year, he met Amber Andrews, a 24-year-old woman who helped him forget all his worries. Their whirlwind romance led to marriage just 2 months after meeting. Around this time, Amber was pregnant, and in December 2006, she gave birth to Brandon's son, Brando. The birth of their child became a crucial turning point in Brandon's life. He grew into a caring, responsible husband and father, putting his family above personal interests and seeking a well-paying job. In contrast, Amber's lifestyle remained unchanged. She continued to prioritize her social life, often attending biker events and parties, appearing indifferent to the presence of their child. Consequently, the relationship between Brandon and Amber deteriorated quickly, frequently resulting in heated quarrels. The collapse of their relationship ultimately ended in divorce 4 years after their wedding. Brandon was awarded full custody of their son, mainly because he could provide a stable home for both himself and Brando, something Amber was unable to offer. After their divorce was finalized in 2010, Amber moved back to her hometown of Meeker, Oklahoma, while Brandon returned to San Diego with their son. He felt content being back with his family. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Who assisted him in raising Brando? Over time, the emotional scars from his failed marriage started to heal, and Brandon once again became hopeful about the future. However, during the summer of 2012, he was surprised to find Amber standing at his doorstep. His ex-wife wanted to reconcile, pleading for another chance at their relationship. The emotions Brandon had worked hard to bury came flooding back. He trusted Amber's sincerity and decided to start anew. Their son Brando was about to begin kindergarten, and Amber suggested the three of them visit her parents in Oklahoma, who wished to see their grandson. Brandon agreed, and they began getting ready for the trip, planning to stay in Oklahoma for roughly a week. Just a few days before Brandon, Amber, and Brando were to return to San Diego, Van Emblome contacted the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Emblome reported that his friend had sought his help to dispose of a body, claiming it belonged to Brandon Duran. The person who requested Emblome's help was Justin Hammer, a 30-year-old from Garvin County. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation notified the local sheriff's office about a possible crime, prompting the sheriff and his deputy to visit Justin's farm. The police also reached out to Brandon's relatives in San Diego, who informed them that they had not heard from Brandon for several days. The police chose not to reveal details to Brandon's family until they confirmed the information given by Emblome. During questioning, Justin unexpectedly admitted to killing Brandon Duran. However, Justin insisted he acted in self-defense, portraying Brandon as an intimidating biker gang member who had threatened him. According to Justin, on August 7th, Brandon arrived at his house on his motorcycle, kicked the door open with his foot, entered, and began issuing threats. Justin claimed to have a close relationship with Amber, which appears to be the reason for Brandon's visit. He said Brandon ordered him to stay away from Amber, warning that if he refused, Brandon's biker club associates would ensure he disappeared forever. Brandon also allegedly threatened to harm Justin's relatives if he did not obey. In response to these threats, Justin claimed he grabbed a handgun nearby and fired. After Brandon died, Justin feared retaliation from the motorcycle club and chose not to contact law enforcement. Instead, he attempted to hide all traces of the event. Justin moved the body to the bathroom, where he used a saw to dismember it, then placed the remains in 5 paint buckets and sealed them with cement. However, because the buckets became extremely heavy once filled with cement, Justin was unable to lift them into his pickup truck alone. He sought help from his friend Emblem, who helped him but then immediately reported Justin to the police and left. Justin then drove to his farm and dumped the buckets into a small pond. After disposing of the body, Justin thoroughly cleaned the house and burned all the cleaning materials, gloves, and rags he had used. To get rid of Brandon's motorcycle, Justin gave it to a relative who unknowingly dismantled it for spare parts without realizing where it had come from. Police later arrived in Meeker to inform Amber of the devastating news after the 5 submerged buckets were recovered from the pond. She was shocked to learn of Brandon's death, even though they had been separated, as the couple had been planning to reconcile and resume life together. Amber explained that she had argued with Brandon the previous day because he discovered her relationship with Justin. After their argument, Brandon left on his motorcycle, declaring that he would personally confront her lover. This version of events initially appeared believable, but the case soon took a new turn. Criminologists examining Justin's home uncovered evidence that contradicted his story. Justin had first claimed Brandon kicked the door in, but investigators later found that the door had actually been kicked outward from the inside. Footprints on the door matched the soles of Justin's own sneakers, showing that he was the one who kicked it. Additional findings included a gun safe containing a list of supplies needed to dispose of a body, along with a pistol and a shotgun. This discovery implied that the crime may have been planned in advance rather than committed impulsively. Furthermore, a doghouse recovered from the pond was filled with cement and contained debris that did not belong to the 5 buckets previously found. Justin was charged with first-degree murder based on the evidence gathered. A forensic pathologist examined 25 pieces of Brandon's remains and concluded that he had been shot 4 times in the head. The autopsy showed that Brandon was shot 3 times with a pistol and once with a shotgun, with the shotgun being the final shot. According to the expert, the shotgun wound occurred after Brandon was already dead and lying on the floor. However, this contradicted Justin's statement, in which he claimed he had fired only 1 shotgun blast. Police found his account suspicious because he did not explain why he would use a shotgun after firing 3 pistol shots, especially when Brandon was already deceased. This contradiction raised numerous questions and suggested that another individual might have been involved. Brandon's mother, Cindy, was devastated when police informed her of her son's death. After calming herself, Cindy clarified that Brandon had never been part of the Bandito Motorcycle Club. She attributed his interest in motorcycles to his father, who had passed down the hobby. Yet Cindy's account revealed an important detail. Brandon's motorcycle had broken down before the trip to Oklahoma, so he placed it in the bed of his pickup truck, intending to repair it upon arriving there. Cindy also said that her son disliked confrontation and believed that his ex-wife, Amber, was the source of his troubles. Amber's infidelity had damaged their relationship from the very beginning, and even after the birth of their son, she continued her unfaithful behavior. Whenever Brandon expressed disagreement, Amber would react aggressively and initiate fights. This ultimately led to their divorce, after which Brandon received full custody of their son, something that deeply angered Amber. As a result, she abandoned her child for over a year, showing no concern for Brandon's life. Therefore, when she suddenly reappeared and asked for another chance, both Brandon and his family were stunned. To better understand the situation, investigators shifted their focus to Amber, aware of her relationship with Justin. Amber initially claimed that Brandon had left on his motorcycle following an argument, but Brandon's family disputed this because the motorcycle had broken down. The question arose: if the motorcycle was not seriously damaged, why would Brandon transport it to Oklahoma instead of repairing it at home? As for Amber, she never mentioned that Brandon was working on the motorcycle. She also claimed she had gone to see a doctor after Brandon left to confront Justin. However, police found no records showing she visited any medical facility in the city that day. This meant Amber lacked an alibi. Investigators made a key discovery when they learned that Amber had asked a friend to babysit her son on the day Brandon died. The friend arrived around 3 p.m., at which time Amber and Brandon left together in Brandon's pickup truck, with the motorcycle still loaded in the back. Amber intentionally left her phone at home and did not return for 8 hours. When she finally came back, neither Brandon nor his motorcycle were in the truck. After accessing Amber's phone, investigators found a text message received shortly before she and Brandon left the house. The message, sent by Justin, read, "Ink is ready." Police believed this implied that everything was prepared to deal with Brandon. Officers interviewed Amber's close friends, who said she never intended to reconcile with her ex-husband and frequently spoke poorly of him. Amber resented Brandon for gaining custody of their son and viewed him as strict and inflexible. However, a forensic handwriting analysis confirmed that Amber had written a note found in Justin's safe listing materials needed to dispose of a body. When police reviewed surveillance footage from a local store, they discovered that the crime had been planned and organized in advance. The video, recorded the day before Brandon's death, showed Justin buying buckets and other items from the list Amber had written. While awaiting trial, Justin continued to claim that he acted alone and in self-defense. He insisted he was trying to protect Amber, who had not yet been arrested. Justin said that the items on Amber's list were meant for home repairs, not for disposing of a body. He also stated that he used 2 different weapons, claiming he held a shotgun in one hand and a pistol in the other, a statement police found highly suspicious. A trial expected to last several weeks concluded much sooner, as the jury deliberated for only about an hour and a half before reaching a verdict. They recommended a life without parole sentence. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Austin expressed satisfaction with the outcome, saying the verdict was appropriate and brought justice to the family of the victim, Brandon Duran. Cindy Ware, Brandon's mother, was relieved by the jury's decision after nearly 2 years of waiting. In October 2014, Justin Hammer was sentenced to life in prison without parole. 2 months later, Amber was arrested and charged with first-degree murder of her husband Brandon, desecration of human remains, and conspiracy to commit a crime. Amber pleaded not guilty and sought release on bail. She sat in the courtroom, handcuffed and wearing a prison jumpsuit, expressing her desire to be home with her son. Hoping to remain with her son until trial, Amber requested bail. However, District Judge Jeff Virgin, who traveled from Norman to oversee the jury trial, granted the prosecution's request to deny her bail. The trial began in the spring of 2017, more than 2 years after the crime. Amber Andrews pleaded not guilty, with her attorney arguing that she had not been present at the crime scene. However, prosecutors Christy Miller and Jennifer Austin argued that Amber had the sole motive to kill Brandon Duran. Prosecutor Christy contended that Amber orchestrated the crime by luring Brandon to her lover's home, where Justin shot him 3 times with a pistol. Amber then allegedly delivered the final shotgun blast. Christie emphasized to the jury that all witness testimony and evidence presented at trial directly implicated Amber in the murder. She stated that the only person who wanted him gone was Amber Andrews, the only person with a motive, and the only person who needed him out of the way was her. Amber needed Brandon not only dead, but gone without a trace. She had a clear motive, and her boyfriend Justin had a place where the crime could be carried out. They believed they had devised the perfect plan. According to Christie, Amber's motive was to eliminate Brandon so she could regain custody of their young son. Amber was gone for 8 hours on the day Brandon died, and there was no solid evidence supporting her alibi. Prosecutor Christie argued that Amber helped Justin dispose of the body and clean the house. She did not want to hand her son over to a man she despised, and since she could not win custody through the court system, she decided to remove Brandon permanently. Defense attorney Jay Mendros countered that the prosecution had failed to present any evidence directly connecting Amber to the murder. He stressed this point to the jury, saying the lack of evidence had caused prosecutors to unfairly attack Amber's character. He argued that Amber was not a cold-blooded killer and had not planned the murder. According to attorney Jay Mendez, Justin carried out the crime because he feared losing Amber, especially since Brandon had traveled to Oklahoma to reconcile with her, while Justin, who had been dating Amber for a year, felt threatened by the possibility of losing her to her ex-husband. The defense argued that Justin had a clear motive to kill Brandon because he was entangled in a complicated love triangle. The attorney claimed the prosecution had misinterpreted the testimony and actions of everyone involved. The defense insisted that a person cannot be convicted based on speculation and suspicion. In this case, the only concrete evidence was Justin Hammer's confession, in which he accepted full responsibility and claimed he acted alone. After listening to more than 4 hours of closing arguments at the Garvin County Courthouse, the jury delivered a guilty verdict. They recommended a life sentence for 35-year-old Amber Andrews. Sentencing was set for June 12, 2017. On the day of the trial, Amber Andrews appeared in a cheerful mood. Brandon's mother, Cindy Ware, tearfully took the stand to share how her son's death had impacted her and her grandson. Cindy addressed Amber directly, saying that Brandon's death had destroyed all her dreams. She emphasized that Brandon had only wanted to be with his family, and Amber's actions had taken that away from him. Cindy also said that Brandon would never get the chance to teach his son how to snowboard, something he had always wanted to do. She looked at Amber, nodding her head, and said it was the work of the devil. The judge sentenced Amber Andrews to life in prison without the possibility of parole for her role in the first-degree murder of Brandon Duran. She also received additional prison sentences: 7 years for desecrating Brandon's remains and 10 years for conspiracy to commit a felony. Amber Andrews is currently serving her sentence at the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in Oklahoma, while her co-defendant, Justin Hammer, is serving his sentence at the Oklahoma State Prison. Brandon's son, Brando, was placed in the care of the Oklahoma Department of Human Services in August 2012 and is currently living with a foster family. In January 2013, after Brandon's family challenged the court system, Brando was allowed to return to San Diego to live with his grandmother. After 5 years of legal battles, Brando's grandmother Cindy finally won full custody of him. It was only after the trial that Cindy and her family felt it was time to tell Brando the truth about the court's decision and what had happened to his mother, Amber Andrews. Moving on to the next case. The case of Diana D. Aiello. Diana Aiello was born in 1959 in Tustin, a suburb of Los Angeles. Her father served in the military, and her mother worked at a local garment factory. At the age of 19, Diana met Kevin Green under dramatic circumstances. She was being harassed by several men at a bar, and Kevin intervened, chasing the men away. Grateful for his assistance, Diana bought him a drink, and they went on a date a few days later. Their relationship quickly developed, despite Kevin being in the process of divorcing his first wife. Kevin and Diana eventually moved in together, and Diana became pregnant. After Kevin's divorce was finalized, they married. While awaiting the birth of their daughter, they rented an apartment in Tustin. Kevin worked as a helicopter mechanic at a nearby Marine Corps base, while Diana stayed home preparing for the baby, having previously worked alongside her mother in the garment factory. By late September 1979, Diana was nearly 9 months pregnant. On the evening of September 30th, Kevin and Diana had an argument after watching a movie together. The stress of the impending birth had strained their relationship. To calm himself and avoid further conflict, Kevin decided to drive to a nearby restaurant. About 40 minutes later, he called the local police to report that Diana had been shot and needed urgent medical attention. Police arrived quickly and found Diana lying on the bed, covered in blood, with a head wound that initially appeared to be a gunshot. However, paramedics later determined that the injury was caused by blunt force trauma. First responders provided aid until Diana could be transported to the hospital, at which point Kevin was asked to leave the room to give a statement. Kevin explained that he had left the apartment during their argument to calm down and buy burgers at a fast food restaurant. In his haste, he realized he had left his keys inside but chose not to return for them. Instead, he locked the door and drove to his car. On the way, he noticed a truck with its back door open and an African-American man walking back and forth nearby. It was late. Around 2 a.m. Kevin first went to a busy fast food location, but finding it crowded, drove a few miles to another branch. After purchasing his meal, he drove home for approximately 40 minutes. Upon arrival, he discovered the front door wide open and Diana covered in blood, prompting him to immediately call the police. Although aspects of Kevin's story seemed suspicious, the police verified the details. The fast food bag contained warm food, and the receipt confirmed the time and location of the purchase, supporting Kevin's account. He was allowed to go to the hospital, but was asked to provide a blood sample for the investigation. While DNA analysis was not available at the time, Experts could still compare the blood at the scene with Kevin's blood type to assist in the inquiry. When Diana arrived at the hospital, doctors concluded that her head wound was not caused by a gunshot. Instead, it was probably inflicted by a small, heavy object. Unfortunately, Diana fell into a coma. The medical team worked tirelessly for several hours to save both her and her unborn child. After many hours of intense care, they managed to stabilize Diana's condition, but she still required surgery. During the investigation, police asked medical experts to determine whether Diana had been sexually assaulted. The experts confirmed that Diana had indeed been sexually assaulted, discovering semen on her body. However, Kevin testified that he and Diana had had sex just hours before the argument. Diana and Kevin's family stayed in the hospital all night. The next morning, the baby's condition suddenly worsened. Doctors tried, but the baby did not survive. Although Diana remained in a coma, her chances of survival had improved. However, doctors warned that she could suffer long-term effects. Although Kevin had an alibi, police were not quick to clear him due to several inconsistencies in his story. He had argued with Diana just hours before the attack, left his front door unlocked, and spent much of the time on a quick trip to a fast food restaurant. His claim of seeing a suspicious person near his home at night also raised doubts. However, there was no concrete evidence linking Kevin to the crime. Police are investigating another suspect in a series of similar crimes in the area. A year earlier, a series of break-ins and assaults had occurred in Tustin and surrounding areas with a similar modus operandi. In December 1978, a 17-year-old girl was killed after being beaten with a piece of wood and sexually assaulted. 4 months later, a 21-year-old woman was murdered and sexually assaulted. In July 1979, a woman was attacked in her apartment but survived, although she remained in a coma for several weeks. Her testimony provided no new leads. Prior to Diana's attack, a similar assault occurred in September 1979 when a 34-year-old woman was murdered. A series of crimes happened, all bearing striking similarities to the attack on Diana. Police believed they were dealing with a serial killer and focused their efforts on capturing him. To address growing concern, the police decided to issue a public warning through the media, specifically targeting women living alone and those residing in low-rise apartments, who appeared to be the serial killer's preferred targets. The warning caused panic, and in response, police increased night patrols in the area. They began by interviewing residents and soon received their first leads. Several victims' neighbors reported seeing a suspicious white man with thick black hair near their homes. Although the description was somewhat vague, police identified several men who matched and investigated them. Unfortunately, these leads did not result in any cases. A week after Diana was attacked, her doctors informed her loved ones that she had finally regained consciousness. However, there was serious concern that Diana was unable to speak or remember anything. According to her doctors, her brain was still in the process of recovering. Around the same time, another attack occurred in Tustin. An unknown assailant broke into the apartment of a 24-year-old woman, striking her multiple times with a piece of wood and sexually assaulting her. Tragically, the victim died, and the police were once again unable to apprehend the perpetrator. Diana spent several days in the hospital recovering from her injuries. During this time, her mind slowly cleared, but she had lost nearly all of her memory. Doctors informed her family that her memories might return, but warned them not to remind her of anything, allowing her to recall events on her own. After being stabilized, Diana was discharged from the hospital and her family took her home. Her husband, Kevin, had to work at the military base, so Diana was sent to live with her parents. 2 weeks later, another attack occurred in the city, similar to the one on Diana. This time, the attacker killed a 17-year-old girl. Diana began attending physical therapy sessions, and her condition gradually improved. Although she still could not speak or remember the attack, a breakthrough occurred 6 weeks later during a therapy session. The doctor asked Diana if she could remember who had attacked her. To the doctor's surprise, Diana suddenly pointed to her wedding ring. The doctor shared this information with Diana's mother when she came to pick her up. Diana's mother asked her daughter if her husband, Kevin, was the one who attacked her, and Diana nodded. Diana's mother immediately took her to the police station to speak with the chief. After asking Diana a few more questions, the police confirmed that she remembered her attacker and identified him as her husband, Kevin. This new information dramatically changed the course of the investigation. Police suspected that Diana's attack was related to a series of similar incidents in the area committed by a serial offender. However, Kevin matched the suspect's description, leading police to question whether Kevin could be the perpetrator behind these attacks. The police asked Diana and her mother to pretend that Diana had not recovered her memory and to return home with Kevin, and they agreed to do so. Meanwhile, the police kept a close watch on Kevin, monitoring his every move in the hope of finding evidence linking him to the serial murders. Crime scene testing revealed evidence under Diana's fingernails, where they found bloody skin particles in addition to the attacker's semen. After analyzing the evidence, police found a match between the attacker's blood type and Kevin's blood sample, indicating that Kevin was the one who attacked Diana. Regarding a motive, police suspected that Diana's refusal to have sex with Kevin may have prompted the attack. Although Kevin insisted that they had sex earlier that night, the police spoke to Diana, and she remembered the attack clearly, confirming that Kevin was her assailant. During the conversation, her mother expressed that they could no longer live with Kevin, and the police decided to arrest him. To protect Diana's family, Kevin was arrested at a store rather than at their home. Despite his arrest, Kevin continued to maintain his innocence. Preparations for the trial lasted 10 months, during which time Diana's health gradually improved. She regained her ability to speak. Diana was cleared of any charges, and her husband was found guilty of assaulting her. Kevin's defense team attempted to rely on his fast food alibi, but it was insufficient to disprove Diana's testimony. As a result, Kevin was convicted in November 1980 of the child's murder and assault on Diana. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Police discovered that 2 similar crimes had occurred in their district before Kevin's arrest, but both victims had survived. Although the identity of the attacker remained unknown, these incidents raised suspicions that Kevin may have been involved in other crimes. The attacks ceased abruptly after Kevin's arrest. Following Kevin's sentencing, Diana promptly filed for divorce, which Kevin did not contest. Diana then focused on her recovery. When Kevin became eligible for parole, the committee denied his request, a decision that was repeated 3 more times. The serial killer case remained unsolved until 1996, when police reopened the investigation. Semen samples from the victims, which had been stored in a laboratory, were retested. Police sought to determine the true culprit, and DNA analysis produced a surprising result. Gerald Parker, a man arrested the same year as Kevin, was found to have a DNA match to the serial murders. After the DNA match confirmed Parker's involvement in the serial murders, investigators re-examined the attack on Diana. Parker and Kevin had worked together on a military base, and Parker owned a dark-colored van similar to the one described in the attacks. During his initial police interview, Kevin reported seeing an African-American man near a dark-colored truck in front of their home on the day of the attack. This information led police to consider the possibility that Parker was involved in the assault on Diana. While Kevin remained in jail, the local prosecutor updated him on the progress of the bedroom basher serial murder investigation. The prosecutor requested that Kevin provide a DNA sample, which he quickly agreed to. While the DNA analysis was underway, police visited Parker in prison to discuss the case. Although they had not yet formally charged him with the attacks, they aimed to gather more information. Parker initially denied any involvement in the crimes, so detectives concentrated their questioning on the attack on Diana. During questioning, Parker revealed that on the night of the incident, he drove his truck to Kevin's house intending to circle the neighborhood, looking through ground-floor windows for a victim. However, this time he heard screaming coming from Kevin and Diana's apartment, and when Kevin left the house, Parker noticed the door was unlocked. He waited a few minutes before entering the apartment and attacking Diana. Parker admitted that he did not know Kevin's wife personally, as they worked in different areas of the military base. He also confessed to committing 6 murders and 3 non-fatal attacks. After Parker's confessions, DNA evidence confirmed his guilt and Kevin's innocence. The prosecutor swiftly moved to overturn Kevin's sentence, and he was released from prison after 16 years. The case caused widespread outrage, not only because an innocent man spent nearly half his life in prison, but also because it took so long for police to identify the real killer. When Kevin was released, the state of California paid him $10,000 in compensation, a relatively small amount. Years later, he received an additional $100 for each day he had spent in prison, totaling $620,000. Despite Kevin's exoneration, his wife Diana initially refused to believe he was innocent. She had previously claimed that Kevin was her sole attacker. However, after DNA evidence from her body matched Parker's, she revised her account. Diana reported that Kevin attacked her before leaving the apartment, and then Parker entered and attacked her as well. However, Parker stated that when he entered the house, Diana was lying on the bed without any injuries or signs of distress. He also admitted to hitting her on the head. Diana's family proposed an alternative theory, suggesting that Kevin might have conspired with Parker to commit the crime, which would explain why Kevin left the house that night, leaving the door open. However, Parker denied knowing Kevin, emphasizing that the military base was large and many people did not know each other personally. Kevin also denied any involvement with Parker, insisting that he would never harm Diana or their unborn daughter. He explained that he left the door open because he did not want to return for the keys after their argument and still blames himself for that decision. As for Parker, he was sentenced to death in 1999, but this sentence has yet to be carried out. After years of waiting on death row, California imposed a moratorium on executions. As a result, Parker remains incarcerated to this day. Moving on to the next case. Gabriela Elcano. Gabriela Elcano was born on May 17, 2001, in Santiago, Chile, to Federico Elcano and Carolina de los Ocampos. She was their only child and the first grandchild in a large, loving family. Her uncle Rodrigo became her godfather and was very close to her, as was her grandfather Carlos, who cherished her deeply. Gabriela grew up in a middle-class family that valued education and provided her with a solid upbringing despite not being wealthy. When Gabriela was just 5 years old, her parents divorced, and she went to live with her mother, who dedicated herself to raising her. Her father remarried and had 2 younger sons, but he continued to support Gabriela and her mother financially and remained actively involved in her life. Gabriela was a kind, friendly, and open child who was somewhat shy and modest, but she made friends easily and got along well with her peers. She had a lovely appearance that earned her admiration and delight from everyone around her. Gabriela excelled in school and loved music, dancing, and drawing, and her parents encouraged her talents. She enjoyed spending time with her younger brothers at her father's house, which was nearby. Overall, her childhood was happy and carefree, surrounded by loving family members. At 15, Gabriela fell in love for the first time with Fabian, a fellow student at her school who was only a year older. They began as a happy couple, walking hand in hand, eating ice cream, and stealing kisses. Fabian came from a good family, and his parents were well respected and wanted the best for him. However, Fabian himself was quiet and secretive, avoiding eye contact and preferring not to talk to others. This led many to assume he was shy, though it is likely he struggled with social anxiety. When Gabriela introduced Fabian to her father, he approved of her choice, seeing Fabian as calm, responsible, and rational. Her father had a serious conversation with Fabian, asking him to take care of Gabriela and promising not to harm her or let others harm her. Fabian promised to do so. At first, their relationship was loving and calm, with Fabian genuinely trying to be attentive and caring. However, this peace did not last. After a few months, Fabian's true nature emerged, and he became controlling and cruel. He attempted to dictate every aspect of Gabriela's life, became jealous, and decided who she could and could not spend time with. He monitored her phone, demanding immediate responses to his calls and messages, and would throw tantrums if she did not comply. For the first 6 months of their relationship, Gabriela downplayed Fabian's frequent outbursts of anger and jealousy, thinking they were temporary and that he would eventually return to being the kind and caring person she had fallen in love with. She tried to accommodate all his demands, hoping his behavior would improve. However, Fabian only became more aggressive and volatile over time. He began to emotionally wear Gabriela down, and his abuse eventually escalated beyond verbal aggression. He would physically intimidate her, slapping her, pulling her hair, and grabbing her hands. Although these actions often left no visible marks, friends began to notice bruises on Gabriela's wrists and shoulders, evidence of Fabian's rough handling. As Gabriela struggled to cope with the abuse, she became withdrawn and depressed. Her friends and family observed the change in her, seeing the tears in her eyes and the sadness that had replaced her former smile. She began distancing herself from others, avoiding contact with people Fabian had forbidden her from speaking to. Gabriella repeatedly tried to have conversations with her boyfriend Fabian, but these attempts were unsuccessful. She even broke up with him multiple times, only to be coerced back into the relationship by Fabian. This pattern of breakups, stalking, and threats continued for over a year. In 2017, Fabian got into trouble for physically attacking a classmate outside of school. He was accused of abuse and assault and faced potential jail time. However, the case was settled out of court, and Fabian was expelled from school, forced to complete his education through homeschooling. After this event, Gabriella finally decided to end the toxic relationship for good. Fabian, however, refused to accept it. He apologized, made empty promises to change, and begged her to take him back. When Gabriella rejected him, Fabian resorted to stalking, blackmail, and threats in an attempt to control her and maintain the relationship. He stalked Gabriella at her school and home, even attempting to break into her bedroom through a window. He bombarded her with dozens of calls, texts, voice messages, and social media messages, making constant threats and tearful apologies in an effort to dominate her. Despite his harassment, Gabriella remained firm in her decision to end the relationship. Fabian would occasionally disappear for weeks, giving Gabriella a glimmer of hope that he had finally moved on. However, he would inevitably reappear, terrorizing her and refusing to leave her alone. He followed her everywhere, showing up unexpectedly and creating disturbing scenes. As a result, Gabriella became terrified of being alone, always ensuring she was accompanied by friends or family. She would go to her mother's workplace after school, and they would return home together. When she needed to travel, she would ask her father or uncle to escort her. This ordeal continued for months, leaving Gabriella drained and exhausted, though she tried not to show it. A series of tragic events began in early 2018 when the Alcano family was devastated by a terrible crime. A burglar broke into Federico's home, where his second wife lived, and murdered her while the children were at school and Federico was at work. The perpetrator, a neighbor with a prior criminal record, was apprehended immediately. Gabriella and her mother stepped in to support Federico and his children during this difficult time. This tragedy temporarily shifted Gabriella's attention away from Fabian, who had mysteriously disappeared around the same period. Meanwhile, Gabriella was also busy preparing for entrance exams, driven by her ambition to attend one of Santiago's top universities and pursue a career in journalism or advertising. This tragedy was only the beginning of a series of devastating events for the Alcano family. By May 2018, Fabian, Gabriella's ex-boyfriend, began stalking her relentlessly. He would climb over her home's fence or appear at the supermarket or mall, making her feel unsafe wherever she went. Gabriella was terrified and sent screenshots of threatening messages from Fabian to someone, pleading for help. She admitted her fear for herself and her loved ones, but chose not to inform her family about the stalking and threats, worried about causing them distress. On June 10, 2018, the Alcano family gathered at Carlos' house to celebrate his 80th birthday. However, this joyful family occasion would ultimately become the last day of life for Gabriella and her mother, Carolina. The evening seemed happy and uneventful, filled with laughter, music, and a large family meal. Gabriella played with her younger brothers and cousins, but appeared troubled and distant. Her uncle Rodrigo noticed her distress and asked if everything was all right. Gabriella merely smiled sadly, shrugged, and said she was nervous without explaining why. Her uncle chose not to press the issue, thinking she would open up when ready, but he would later deeply regret this decision. After the party, Federico drove his ex-wife and daughter home. He kissed Gabriella on the forehead, told her he loved her, and assured her she could count on his support in any situation. Then he returned home with his younger children. This was the last time he saw his eldest daughter and his first wife alive. At around 4 a.m. on June 11th, Fabian, armed with a hunting knife, jumped over the fence of his ex-girlfriend Gabriella's house. He planned to sneak into her bedroom through the window and attack her. But just as he was about to enter, the lights turned on and the back door creaked open. Carolina, Gabriella's mother, had been awakened by the noise and went to check on the commotion. Fabian attacked her, pushing her back inside and stabbing her repeatedly. In total, he inflicted 36 stab wounds, mostly to her chest, neck, and head, leaving her no chance of survival. Carolina managed to scream briefly, which woke Gabriella, who rushed downstairs to investigate. As she descended, she saw Fabian covered in blood and enraged. He grabbed her and dragged her down. Gabriella desperately tried to call emergency services on her phone, but Fabian stopped her. He then stabbed her in the chest, piercing her heart, which proved to be fatal. Fabian moved Gabriella's body to the kitchen, where Carolina's lifeless body lay. He attempted to erase his traces by wiping fingerprints and cleaning bloody footprints. He then washed himself and the murder weapon in the bathroom. Finally, he quietly left the house around 5:30 a.m. without being noticed by the neighbors. After Carolina failed to show up for work for 2 days and did not answer her phone, her colleagues grew concerned. She had been a responsible person and would not disappear without reason. Her boss contacted Federico, her partner, to ask if he knew what was happening. Federico was shocked and tried calling Carolina, but her phone went unanswered. He also tried calling his daughter Gabriella, but her phone was turned off. He then contacted his brother Rodrigo, who had not seen or spoken to either of them since Carlos' birthday party. Federico rushed to Carolina's house, which appeared empty, although the car was still in the garage. He walked around the property, knocking on doors and peeking through windows, but hesitated to enter, even though he had a spare key. Instead, he called the police and asked them to check the house. When the officers arrived, they questioned why Federico had not used his spare key to go inside. Federico admitted that he was afraid of what he might find. At 11 a.m., he finally opened the door and entered the house with the officers. That was when they discovered the bodies of Carolina and Gabriella on the kitchen floor. They had been dead for more than a day. Federico was overwhelmed with grief and desperately called for an ambulance, pleading with someone to save his loved ones. However, the officers had to calm him down, and his agitated behavior raised suspicions. As a result, he was taken outside to a police car for further questioning. When Federico tried to leave the vehicle and found the door locked, he demanded to know why. It was then that he realized he was being treated as the prime suspect in a double murder investigation. Rodrigo soon arrived at the scene and was shocked to find that his brother was being held by the police. He was devastated by the news of his niece's death and could not understand why there was no ambulance or medical assistance being provided. Both Federico and Rodrigo were taken in for questioning, and their alibis were thoroughly examined. Fortunately, they were eventually cleared of any wrongdoing, as it was established that they had been with their family at the time of the crime. Further investigation revealed that Gabriella had been stalked by her ex-boyfriend, with friends providing evidence in the form of threatening messages and voice recordings. Federico remembered the obsessed suitor his daughter had tried to break up with, but he never imagined that the seemingly harmless boy she had introduced to him was capable of such a horrific crime. The police investigation into Fabian Caesar revealed that he had disposed of the murder weapon and thrown away clothes with bloodstains. Despite this, his shoes still had tiny drops of blood on them, and the pattern on the soles matched prints found at the crime scene. Furthermore, 4 of Gabriella's classmates came forward to testify that they had heard Fabian threaten Gabriella, stating he would rather kill her than let her go. As the evidence and witness statements mounted, Fabian was forced to admit to the crime. However, he attempted to portray himself as a lovesick individual who had not intended to harm Gabriella, claiming he only wanted to talk to her. He stated that things got out of control, and he ended up attacking her mother, who unfortunately became an unintended witness. After completing the autopsies and necessary forensic tests, the authorities returned the victims' bodies to their families for burial. At the funeral, hundreds of people gathered to pay their respects and offer condolences to the grieving relatives. Gabriella was buried in the white dress she had always wanted to wear, while Carolina's casket was closed due to the severe mutilation of her face. Fabian's family hired an experienced lawyer who built a strong defense, promising a reduced sentence during the preliminary hearings. The lawyer emphasized Fabian's young age and clean criminal record, arguing that the dispute with his classmate had been resolved out of court. However, the victim's family demanded that Fabian be charged with femicide. The prosecution rejected this charge, as under Chilean law, femicide only applies when the perpetrator and the victim are spouses or live together, which was not the case for the 2 teenagers. Fabian's lawyer claimed that he had acted impulsively and under distress, which could result in a potential 15-year sentence for double homicide and assault. The Alcano family, understandably, sought the harshest punishment for him. Following the initial court hearings, the judge gave both the prosecution and defense 6 months to gather evidence. Fabian's lawyer requested that he be released pending trial, but the judge denied the request, keeping Fabian in custody. Gabriella's father was furious, having lost 3 women close to him to violent deaths. The lawyer attempted to blame the victims, and the authorities seemed willing to entertain this defense. In response, Gabriella's father and uncle, together with women's rights organizations, developed a proposal for Gabriella's law. This law would expand the definition of femicide to include cases in which the victims were in romantic relationships with their killers, even if they were not married or living together. The proposed bill faced opposition because it would mean that perpetrators already serving prison sentences for similar crimes could face new charges and lose eligibility for early release. However, feminist organizations across the country supported the Alcano family, staging marches and demonstrations in favor of Gabriella's law. In August 2019, Chile's government introduced amendments to its femicide legislation, over a year after the devastating murders. These amendments, known as Gabriella's Law, included 15 key changes that were later approved by Congress. Under this new law, femicide is defined as any violent act, injury, or murder committed against a woman due to gender-based hatred, regardless of her relationship with the perpetrator. The law also considers additional circumstances, such as the victim being a minor or having health issues, as aggravating factors. In April 2022, Fabian Caesar went on trial for attacking his ex-girlfriend and her mother 4 years earlier. Thanks to Gabriella's law, the defense had no grounds to challenge the charges. Fabian was subsequently convicted of femicide under aggravating circumstances, as one of the victims was a minor, and also of double homicide and assault. On April 20th, Fabian received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Moving on to the next case. The case of Isabella Rodriguez. Isabella Rodriguez was born in Colombia in 1975 and relocated to Florida with her family in the 1990s. They gained U.S. residency and eventually citizenship in 2002, when Isabella was 27 years old. She married William Hellman, but they divorced in 2015 after being together for a decade. Isabella later met Louis Bennett online, and they began a romantic relationship. In 2016, Isabella and Louis had a daughter named Amelia. 6 months afterward, they bought an apartment in Delray Beach, a city on Florida's Atlantic coast. They married the following month, in February 2017. At that time, Isabella worked as a real estate agent, and Louis owned a small solar panel company. On April 30th, 2017, Isabella flew to the Caribbean island of St. Martin to meet Louis, leaving their 9-month-old daughter with relatives. They intended to spend a week on the water, returning home to Florida aboard Louis's sailing catamaran. After stopping in the British Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, they arrived in Cuba, where they stayed for a few days. On May 14th, the catamaran departed from Varadero, Cuba, bound for Florida. Isabella called her sister 3 hours later to say she would be home the next day. Around 1 a.m., Louis sent out a distress signal to the U.S. Coast Guard, reporting that his ship had collided with an unknown object and was sinking. He also reported that his wife, Isabella, was missing. A Coast Guard helicopter crew located Louis in a life raft around 4 a.m. and took him to Key West Island, the southernmost part of Florida. The catamaran was discovered floating upside down at dawn, but had not yet sunk. During an interview with investigators, Louis explained that he and Isabella took turns keeping watch. At the time of the accident, it was Isabella's turn, and Louis was asleep in his stateroom. He awoke to the sound of the collision and rushed on deck, but could not locate Isabella. He called out her name, but she did not respond. Louis suspected that the loose mast might have knocked her overboard. Louis also stated that the last time he saw Isabella, she was wearing a life jacket. When he was rescued, a Coast Guard rescue swimmer noticed that Louis's backpack was unusually heavy. Upon inspection, officers found 225 collectible coins in the backpack, but their origin was unclear. Isabella Hellman went missing on May 15th, prompting a 4-day search and rescue operation by the Coast Guard. As no signs of her were discovered, the operation was officially concluded on May 18th. Authorities grew suspicious when Louis Bennett, Isabella's husband, requested a letter from the Coast Guard stating that his wife was presumed dead just 24 hours after the search had ended. The Coast Guard denied the request, as it was beyond their jurisdiction to issue such a certificate. 6 days later, Louis announced on TV that he was traveling to Cuba to rent a boat and continue the search for his wife independently. However, Just 3 days after making this statement, Lewis claimed to have already returned from Cuba and met with Isabella's sister, stating he had checked hospitals but found no signs of her. Lewis expressed his despair and resignation over the situation, stating he was struggling to accept that his wife might be gone. He described Isabella as his soul mate and someone he thought he would be with forever. The next day, Lewis and the police attempted to retrieve his daughter from his wife's family, but they refused to hand her over. Lewis ultimately gained custody of his daughter with the assistance of the police, despite the scandal surrounding him. During the dispute, Isabella's sister repeatedly accused Lewis of being responsible for Isabella's death. Lewis's composed behavior and actions following his wife's disappearance raised suspicions among both Isabella's family and the police. Investigations revealed that Isabella and Lewis had frequent arguments after the birth of their child. Family, friends, and neighbors all confirmed this. Isabella had confided in loved ones that Lewis wanted to move to Australia, but she opposed leaving the United States. On May 30th, Lewis gave an interview in which he denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance. He stated that they had planned a happy life together, but now he was alone and their daughter would grow up without a mother. While investigating Isabella's disappearance, the police also examined the origin of valuable coins found among Lewis's belongings. It was discovered that Lewis had previously worked as a first mate on a yacht. The captain of that yacht had a collection of 617 rare coins valued at around $100,000, which had been discovered a year earlier. While the yacht was unoccupied and docked in the Caribbean, thieves broke in and stole the coins on board. Although the perpetrators were not caught at the time, the yacht's captain later identified the coins found on Lewis Bennett as part of the stolen loot, now that the FBI was investigating their origin. This new information prompted the FBI to obtain a search warrant for Lewis's apartment. Previously, 225 coins had been discovered among his belongings when he was rescued. On June 16, 2017, the search of his apartment uncovered an additional 162 gold coins hidden in a closet. Meanwhile, Lewis had relocated to England, where his parents lived, and had taken his daughter with him. However, due to financial difficulties, he returned to the United States and settled into an apartment valued at $125,000 while also receiving insurance payments for the lost catamaran. On August 28, 2017, Lewis Bennett was arrested in Florida and charged with stealing coins. He pleaded not guilty. A few days later, a federal judge set his bail at $250,000, which Lewis was unable to pay. As a result, he remained in custody while awaiting trial. Additionally, Lewis attempted to have his wife declared dead. Lewis benefited from Isabella's disappearance by gaining control of their shared property and bank accounts. However, the judge refused to declare Isabella dead twice, as the investigation into her disappearance was ongoing. In a separate case, Lewis pleaded guilty to stealing coins and transporting them to the United States in November 2017. Lewis's parents asked the judge to be lenient during sentencing, citing the fact that his daughter had already lost her mother. In February 2018, Lewis received a sentence of 7 months in prison, followed by 3 years of probation. On the same day, Lewis was charged with second-degree murder in Isabella's death. Authorities believed he deliberately caused the catamaran they were on to crash, which was allegedly a staged event to conceal the crime. The prosecutor's case was built on the assertion that Lewis wanted to inherit Isabella's wealth to pay off his debts and take their young daughter to live in Australia. Isabella had expressed fear of her husband in text messages a few months before her death, stating that she felt he no longer respected her. She also expressed fear about returning home. In a message sent months before her disappearance, Isabella wrote, "If you no longer like or love me, let's resolve this immediately. It's sad how you treated me the entire time." An inspection of the catamaran before it sank revealed that the portholes below the waterline had been left open. The damage to the dual holes appeared to originate from within the vessel, near the waterline. The waterline is the point where the surface of the water meets the hull of a floating vessel. An expert hired by the FBI analyzed photos and videos taken by the U.S. Coast Guard of the catamaran prior to its sinking. The expert concluded that Lewis's account of the events was not credible. The analysis suggested that the vessel did not sink due to accidental damage, but rather appeared to have been intentionally scuttled. A professor of nautical architecture and ocean engineering at the UDOT's Coast Guard Academy testified in court that the Coast Guard found no evidence of a collision that could have caused the catamaran to sink. Divers inspecting the vessel were cautious due to the risk of collapse, and eventually, the catamaran sank to a depth exceeding 4,000 feet, preventing a detailed examination. 2 years after Isabella Hellman's disappearance, a judge officially declared her dead. Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Scott Suskauer issued a series of orders stating that Isabella was presumed to have died on May 14, 2017. Despite the passage of time, Isabella's body has not been recovered and she has not contacted her family. Based on the available evidence, she is presumed deceased. The statement indicated that in January 2019, UDOT's District Judge Federico Moreno suspended Lewis's February sentencing hearing in Miami and rescheduled it for May 28, stating he would not act until Isabella's family could personally visit her daughter, Amelia, who turned 3 in July. In November 2019, Lewis pleaded guilty to manslaughter, and the second-degree murder charge against him was dropped. Before the plea deal, he faced a potential life sentence for second-degree murder, but the new charges limited his maximum sentence to 8 years in prison. According to a document filed with the court, Lewis claimed he did not remember what he was doing when he discovered his wife was missing. He did not search for her on the catamaran or in the water, nor did he use flares to signal for help. Instead, Lewis packed his belongings onto a life raft and then intentionally damaged the catamaran to make it flood, allowing him to escape on the raft. Prosecutors stated that Lewis waited 45 minutes after realizing his wife was missing before calling for help. Notably, the U.S. Attorney's Office emphasized that Lewis was an experienced sailor with training in emergency procedures, having previously sailed from St. Martin to Australia. It is difficult to understand why he failed to apply his knowledge to respond appropriately to the emergency situation. The prosecutor stated that Lewis admitted to being negligent in handing over control of the catamaran to his inexperienced wife, Isabella, which resulted in her falling overboard and drowning. Despite being an experienced sailor with a Royal Yachting Association certification, Lewis failed to ensure that Isabella wore proper safety equipment. In contrast, Isabella had no formal sailing training or experience, and Lewis was aware of this. Lewis had received training in emergency procedures, including man-overboard protocols and night sailing safety, but Isabella had not. The prosecutor noted that only Lewis knows the full story of what transpired on the catamaran that night. Following Lewis's guilty plea, Isabella's family, through their lawyer, expressed their immense pain and asked Lewis to show remorse. They stated that while Lewis could never undo the harm caused by taking Isabella away, he continued to inflict additional pain by preventing them from contacting his and Isabella's daughter, Amelia. Isabella Hellman's family is grieving and missing her deeply. Although they had limited contact with Amelia through 3 FaceTime calls, they had not been able to see or hug her in a long time. They longed to be reunited with Amelia and provide her with love and care. As part of their family, they wished to be with her. They urged Lewis Bennett to do the right thing. Lewis Bennett, Isabella's husband, was sentenced to 8 years in prison on May 28, 2019, after pleading guilty to manslaughter in connection with her death. During his sentencing hearing, Bennett sincerely apologized to Isabella's family for causing them immense pain. He acknowledged that his actions had led to a devastating tragedy for which he felt genuine remorse. Lewis admitted to making poor decisions that worsened the situation. He expressed regret in federal court in Miami, where he waived his right to appeal as part of his plea agreement. Before the judge delivered the sentence, Lewis requested the opportunity for early release from prison so that he could continue caring for their daughter, Amelia. Lewis expressed a desire to raise his daughter, saying, "I want to raise her in a way that honors my late wife's wishes." However, the judge denied his request, sentencing him to 8 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. As a result, Amelia will remain with her paternal grandparents in England for the time being. Moving on to the next case. The case of Jessica Knott. Jessica Knott was born on June 22, 1986, in Allamont Springs, Florida. She grew up in a cheerful household with an older brother, a younger sister, and loving parents. Her father often traveled for work across several states, so he was not always at home. As a child, Jessica was active and happy. She enjoyed spending time outdoors with her friends and siblings and had a strong fondness for animals. On April 5, 1996, when she was 9 years old, her family decided to visit her grandparents for Easter. That morning, her Her father left the house to run errands while her mother stayed behind to clean and prepare for the trip. After school, Jessica returned home and asked her mother if she could go outside to play in the apartment complex. The area was considered fairly safe because it was far from the main road and had many trees surrounding it. Her mother agreed, but told Jessica to stay only in the yard. A few hours later, around 6 p.m., Jessica's father came home and asked his wife where Jessica was. She was surprised because her daughter was supposed to be in the yard waiting for her father, but he insisted that she was not there. The parents went outside and searched the yard, but did not find Jessica. Feeling worried, they decided to ask the neighbors, hoping someone had seen their daughter. One neighbor said he had noticed Jessica in the front yard, sitting on the couch and reading a book. But that information did not help them find Jessica. When night fell and their daughter was still missing, they decided to call the police. The police arrived within minutes and began searching and speaking with the neighbors. Despite their efforts, they were unable to locate Jessica, so they extended the search to the surrounding streets. A few hours later, the police station received an unexpected call. The caller's voice was muffled by loud noise, but the operator could still hear it. The caller stated that the police would find the missing girl near a water pump station a few miles from her home. The police rushed to the pump station to follow the caller's directions and came upon a heartbreaking sight. Lying near the station was the body of a girl, hidden in a black trash bag. Only a few meters from the road, the pump station was located under a bridge and could not be easily seen. The police quickly identified the victim as Jessica Knott and handed her body over to the medical examiner. Meanwhile, investigators focused on finding the person who placed the 911 call and reported the information, believing the call came from the killer. But there was a challenge. The call had been made from a public phone at a gas station less than a mile from the crime scene, and by the time the police arrived, the perpetrator was gone. Detectives tried to recover fingerprints from the phone, but it was extremely difficult. A public phone could contain many fingerprints. Additionally, investigators realized that the criminal might have wiped the phone after placing the call or worn gloves. Experts concluded that Jessica had been killed elsewhere and that her body had been moved to the water pump station. Marks on the ground in front of the pump station indicated that the killer might have pulled Jessica's body from a car and dragged it across the ground. Jessica's clothes were undamaged except for one missing shoe. Police could not locate it in her pockets or anywhere in the surrounding area. The only clue discovered at the scene was tire tracks on the ground. Police could not be certain they belonged to the killer's vehicle, but they photographed them. Medical experts conducted an autopsy and concluded that Jessica died from strangulation based on the marks on her face and neck. It seemed that the killer had done it with his bare hands. A hamburger was also found in her stomach, eaten less than an hour before she died. Her mother stated that she had not given Jessica anything like that to eat that day, which led police to believe the food had been given to her by the killer. Experts also identified no signs of sexual assault, leaving the killer's motive uncertain. Police initially suspected Jessica's parents because neither had a solid alibi for the time she went missing. Jessica's mother said she had been packing their belongings in the apartment while her father went shopping. However, both theoretically had the opportunity to commit the crime. Police were trying to understand how the killer had managed to remove Jessica from the complex's courtyard without anyone noticing or without her calling for help. This caused them to consider the possibility that the killer may have known the victim and that she had left with him willingly. Another factor supporting this assumption was the tone used by the killer during the 911 call. Although experts attempted to clear the recording, they still detected sadness and remorse in the caller's voice, as if he genuinely regretted what he had done. The killer's behavior when calling 911 revealed a great deal. It was possible that he did it for the thrill of playing with the police and influencing the investigation, or that he truly regretted his actions and wanted to relieve that guilt in some way. However, upon closer analysis, investigators leaned toward the second possibility, that the killer sincerely regretted his actions. Police examined Jessica's father's car and found a significant detail in the trunk. It was a roll of black garbage bags similar to the one in which the victim's body had been discovered. However, after analysis, experts determined that this bag did not match the bags found in the father's car. As a result, Jessica's father was cleared as a suspect, and investigators redirected their focus to other individuals. Forensic experts examined the victim's clothing and body for clues. They identified several important traces. A large amount of dog hair was found on the victim's body, which was unusual because Jessica's family did not own a dog. This suggested that the dog might belong to the killer. They also found human hair on the girl's body, belonging to an unidentified white male. However, it took several days for experts to extract the man's DNA profile. 2 types of unusual fibers were also discovered on the victim's clothing. After analysis, experts determined that one type of fiber might have originated from a car seat cover and the other from the carpet. This further reinforced the theory that the victim had been killed somewhere else and transported to the water station by car. Experts tried to identify the dog breed from the hairs found on Jessica's clothing using an FBI database. This database contains microscopic images of hair from numerous dog breeds and has been effective in solving criminal cases. The process of determining the dog's breed involves comparing the hairs with samples in the database and eliminating each breed one at a time. They eventually concluded that the hair on the victim's clothing came from a Shar-Pei. This suggested that the killer might have owned such a dog, and that the hair had gotten onto Jessica's clothes either while she was in the killer's car or at their home. Investigators formed an initial theory that the killer could have enticed Jessica into his car, taken her to McDonald's for a hamburger, then taken her to his home and killed her. Meanwhile, experts were also attempting to enhance the phone call recording. However, this was a difficult task. To address the issue, detectives sought assistance from NASA. NASA possesses advanced technology for enhancing recordings, originally created to improve audio captured in space. They agreed to assist and provided the police with a higher quality version of the recording. Experts then needed a voice sample from the suspect to compare with the call and determine a match. Because detectives suspected that the killer might have known Jessica, they decided to play the call recording for her mother. Jessica's mother listened to it and said the voice sounded familiar, but she could not recall who it belonged to. However, after listening a second time, Jessica's mother recognized the voice as that of a neighbor who lived in the same complex. She also informed detectives that the man frequently walked a Shar-Pei in the yard. Police quickly identified the man as James Crow, 35. During the initial investigation, investigators had already interviewed him along with other neighbors. He stated that he had seen Jessica in the yard while walking his dog. They spoke briefly, and then he left. Detectives examined his background and found that James had no criminal history. He lived with his wife, who worked as a nurse, and he was currently unemployed, spending much of his time walking around the neighborhood with a Shar-Pei named Pumpkin. The detectives understood that James's voice and the fact that he owned a dog of that breed were not sufficient reasons to arrest him. Therefore, they obtained a search warrant for his car. During the search, they uncovered 2 concerning clues. Beneath the front passenger seat, they found an empty Happy Meal bag, which raised suspicion because Jessica had eaten a hamburger. Experts also observed that his car had brand new tires, appearing barely used. Police learned that James had replaced the tires on the day of Jessica's murder, even though his previous set was not very old and could have lasted several more years. James claimed that he had left the old tires at a car repair shop, which seemed unusual because they were not old at all. The police went to the service center to verify his statement. When they arrived, only one of James's tires remained. They compared its tread pattern with the tracks found near the body. However, the results showed that the patterns did not match. Detectives were not completely certain that the tire marks on the ground had been made by the killer's vehicle, since it was possible that they belonged to a maintenance vehicle that regularly visited the area. Police then searched James's apartment and found a box containing rolls of trash bags that matched the bags used to wrap the victim's body. Although this was not direct evidence, detectives decided to investigate whether it was possible to determine if the bags from the scene and those from James's home had been produced by the same manufacturer. Identifying the bags was challenging because they lacked any distinctive markings and hundreds of manufacturers produced similar products. To solve this problem, detectives contacted Roberts, the person responsible for quality control at a trash bag manufacturing company. Roberts was able to identify the factory that produced the bags in James's apartment by examining the code printed on the cardboard box that held the rolls. The product had been manufactured at a facility in Virginia. Experts discovered that small amounts of iron or titanium were present in the bags depending on their color. Because the materials continuously change during production, the ratio of plastic to iron or titanium also changes daily. Detectives chose to examine the bags from James's apartment and those from the crime scene by measuring the ratio of elements in the plastic with high-intensity X-rays. This provided a highly precise measurement. Careful analysis showed that the ratio of iron to titanium in both bags was identical, indicating that they were produced on the same day and even within the same batch. The process of manufacturing garbage bags often leaves tiny bits of debris on the machinery, which is normal. However, when the plastic sheets are cut into bags, this debris creates small streaks that are visible to the naked eye. Each roll of bags contains a unique pattern formed by these streaks. The pattern on each bag was created by particles of debris traveling along the conveyor belt, which were eventually replaced by new particles. As a result, the same pattern would remain consistent across several hundred feet of material. This meant that the two bags were not only produced in the same batch, but also within a few hours of each other. When comparing the bags from the suspect's apartment with those from the crime scene, experts found that their streak patterns matched remarkably well. Additionally, after production, the bags were rolled into bundles by a machine, but the rolling process was often uneven. Without close inspection, these irregularities were barely visible, making the rolls appear smooth. When the edges of the bags were examined, there were small folds and wrinkles that formed a unique pattern similar to the streaks. Experts compared them and found that the pattern on the bags from James's apartment matched exactly with the pattern on the bags from the crime scene. This indicated that, with high probability, the bag found at the crime scene had come from James's apartment. Additionally, forensic analysts compared fibers discovered on Jessica's clothing with fibers from the carpet in James's apartment and the seat cover of his car. The results showed that both samples were a match. Furthermore, an audio specialist compared the recording of the 911 call with James's voice sample and determined that they matched. Although the experts had gathered a substantial amount of evidence, the detectives still faced the major issue that all of it was circumstantial. However, the police felt confident in James's involvement in Jessica's murder and decided to arrest him. Because James continued to deny any wrongdoing, the case proceeded to trial. The prosecution presented their theory of how the crime occurred. James spent a lot of time outside with his dog, and all the neighborhood children knew him well. They often played with Pumpkin, James's dog, and therefore trusted him. Jessica was no exception, and this trust may have led her to become a victim. The police explained what they believed happened on the day Jessica disappeared. At that time, James was walking his dog and saw her sitting alone on a bench. He approached her, began talking to her, and then invited her to McDonald's to buy her a hamburger. Jessica was familiar with James, so she agreed. According to the police, James saw Jessica alone on a bench while walking his dog that day and started a conversation. He offered to take her to McDonald's and promised to buy her a hamburger, and Jessica agreed because she knew him well. After they ate at the restaurant, he may have brought her back to the apartment complex and invited her inside his home. He may have asked her to play with Pumpkin. The presence of carpet fibers from his living room on Jessica's clothing indicates that she was there on the day she died. According to the investigation, James may have planned to attack Jessica, but something went wrong. Based on the autopsy findings, the perpetrator not only strangled her with his bare hands, but also pressed his palms over her face. This may indicate that she attempted to scream, causing the perpetrator to panic and attack. After Jessica's death, James placed her body in a garbage bag and put it in his car to transport it to a disposal site without drawing suspicion. James drove several miles to a nearby water station where he left Jessica's body. He then returned home, possibly after stopping at a gas station to make a phone call. During the preliminary hearing, James' lawyers attempted to dismiss all existing evidence, arguing that there was no solid proof of their client's guilt. However, in capital cases, the standard of proof is much higher. In James' situation, he had a strong chance of avoiding the death penalty. Based on these circumstances, a plea deal was offered to James. Under this agreement, James would plead guilty to second-degree murder and receive a 40-year prison sentence without the possibility of parole, thereby avoiding the death penalty. In the summer of 1998, 2 years after the killing, James accepted the deal. Although he was not required to provide details of the crime, James stated that part of his decision was to spare Jessica's family the prolonged ordeal of a trial. The prosecution believed James had shown remorse, as reflected in his 911 call. However, the purpose of this call is still uncertain. The only reasonable explanation is that James genuinely wanted to lessen his guilt for such a grave crime. Jessica's parents were dissatisfied with the deal because they wanted their daughter's killer to receive the death penalty. They were also upset that James refused to confess to the crime. What was even more disappointing was that James did not serve his full prison term due to poor health. He died in November 2011 at the age of 49, taking with him the secret of Jessica's murder. Moving on to the next case. The case of Liga Scrimen. India is the only country in the world where cultural and religious traditions have continued uninterrupted since ancient times, which is likely why it draws tourists from across the globe. But in our story, we will examine India as if it were a coin, showing a different image on each side. On April 20th, 2018, at dawn, two young men went fishing down a river toward a mangrove forest. They took a long boat ride downstream until they reached a secluded and quiet location. One of them jumped into the water to tie up the boat, but his attention was drawn by a sharp, acrid odor that was very near. They went ashore and followed the smell. Curiosity led them to a horrifying discovery. There was something that appeared to be a human body hanging from a tree branch, with a skull lying nearby. The men abandoned the boat and ran to the nearest village to report the dreadful find. A team of investigators, forensic experts, and police officers promptly arrived at the scene. The experts confirmed that the suspended body was indeed human. It was clear that it had been hanging for a long time and had already begun to decompose. The flesh on the arms and legs had torn away, and the skull was found nearby. Next to the body were packs of cigarettes, bottled drinking water, and a lighter, which probably belonged to the victim. An investigation was conducted at the scene that same morning. The evidence discovered was collected, and the remains were sent for examination. The modest remnants of clothing still identifiable on the victim revealed that Liga Scrimen, a 33-year-old hiker, was the victim of a tragic accident. But who was Liga Scrimen, and what had happened to her on the riverbank? Liga Scrimen was born in Latvia in 1986. She grew up in a large, warm family with an older brother and a younger sister. The sisters were very close and shared all joys and hardships from childhood. Growing up, Liga moved to Ireland, but always maintained strong ties with her family. It was in Ireland that she met Andrew Jordan. It was not love at first sight, as the reserved Liga had difficulty communicating with new people. But after 5 years, Liga and Andrew became a married couple with great plans for the future. Although Liga worked in a hotel and lived modestly, she dreamed of opening her own yoga retreat center in Portugal. Andrew supported his beloved's vision, and together they saved money for 4 years to realize their dream. Yet fate had other plans. In early 2018, Liga was struggling with the effects of an aggravated skin condition that caused her physical and emotional discomfort. To help her sister recover from this ailment and restore her emotional well-being, her sister Ilza invited Liga on a trip. So in February 2018, Liga and Ilza traveled to Tiruvananthapuram, the capital of Kerala, so that Liga could receive Ayurvedic treatment for depression. Kovalam is the premier Ayurvedic resort area in Kerala, India. The name Kovalam means grove of coconut palms in Hindi, and it is a small village offering everything needed for comfortable rest and comprehensive treatment. Ayurveda, the system of medical knowledge on which the treatment is based, originated more than 5,000 years ago. It relies on the universal laws of nature and the interconnectedness of all things. Ayurvedic programs aim to restore balance and harmony to the body. Among these programs, Panchakarma is considered the most effective for modern individuals visiting Kerala. Panchakarma works to reboot the body efficiently. Many people who undergo the Panchakarma course in Kerala repeat it annually, and not without reason, as regular Panchakarma can help shed excess weight while contributing to decades of healthier living. Since 1985, Ayurveda has been recognized by the World Health Organization as the most effective system of alternative medicine globally. However, it is important to note that while Ayurveda offers multiple benefits, it is an alternative approach rather than a guaranteed path to longevity. The 33-year-old Liga and her sister came to Kerala seeking spiritual enlightenment and hoping to overcome Liga's depression through the Ayurvedic programs. Their 6-week treatment schedule included yoga classes, meditation, therapeutic herbal drinks, and guidance on nutrition and massages. The sisters were treated together at an Ayurvedic clinic in Kovalam and had already completed several sessions of their course. On the morning of March 14th, Liga refused to attend yoga class with her sister, citing a headache. When Ilza returned to their room later, she discovered that Liga was not there. With the assistance of hotel staff, they learned that Liga had left the hotel around 11:30 a.m., wearing leggings and a yoga t-shirt, and had hired an auto rickshaw to go to Kovalam Beach for a walk. The beaches around Kovalam are popular among both domestic and international tourists, and are usually crowded. However, Liga could not be found. She wandered the beach late into the night, showing her sister's picture to passers-by, but no one reported having seen her. This was unusual, as Liga was a tall, fair-skinned woman who would have stood out on the beach. After an unsuccessful search, Ilza went to the local police station to report her sister missing. Unfortunately, the Indian police showed little concern for the disappearance of a foreign tourist. They complacently suggested that the girl might have wandered off or would return the next day. They were not swayed by the fact that Liga, according to her sister, had psychological vulnerabilities that could make her an easy target for criminals. Although the police registered a case, the investigation began with little urgency. In fact, it could be said that it hardly began at all. Liga had traveled extensively throughout Kerala, visiting Kollam, Vakala, and finally arriving in Kovalam. She considered herself an experienced traveler in India and had brought her sister along to share the country she loved so much. However, the trip took a tragic turn. After several days of inaction by the Indian police, her sister Ilza began searching for Liga on her own. She enlisted friends to help and also informed Liga's husband, Andrew Jordan, who immediately flew to India. The search gained momentum after Andrew and Ilza contacted the local press and launched an online campaign to locate Liga. Ilza also reached out via Twitter to India's foreign minister, Sushma Swaraj, writing, "Please help my sister, a Latvian citizen. She has been missing for 8 days. We are very worried." In desperation, Ilza offered a reward of 100,000 rupees for any information leading to Liga's whereabouts. Liga's friends, including Alexa, who traveled to India after hearing about her disappearance, put up posters in the Kovalam Beach area, where Liga had last been seen. They distributed flyers and asked locals for help, and numerous residents became actively involved in the search. A key concern was that Liga suffered from depression and had difficulty interacting with strangers. On the day of her disappearance, she had taken an auto rickshaw to the beach and was never seen again. She had approximately 8,000 rupees with her, but no passport, preventing her from leaving the country. The local police, led by station head Kumar, initially had no leads. They repeatedly claimed that the tourist had either wandered off or eloped and would return on her own. However, persistent requests from Liga's sister and husband forced the authorities to conduct a search in the Kovalam Beach area, where she had last been seen. At one point, police speculated she might have drowned after the body of an unidentified woman washed ashore in Kachal, Kanyakumari district. Liga's sister examined the body, but did not recognize it as her sibling. The drowning theory was never confirmed, and the search continued. Andrew was convinced that Liga had been kidnapped by local gangs with the intent of selling her. He attempted to gather information from these gangs, but was exposed and warned that continued contact could force him to leave India. A month after Liga's disappearance, there were still no significant leads. Ilza continued to search daily, visiting Kovalam Beach and observing the area. On one occasion, she noticed a boat and theorized that it might have been used to move someone off the beach unnoticed. On April 17, 2018, Andrew returned to India after a temporary break to continue the search. The couple faced an ongoing struggle to locate Liga Scromine, whose body remained missing. The search was further complicated by the fact that she was a foreign tourist. The Latvian Foreign Ministry confirmed that the embassy maintained constant contact with Liga's family and worked closely with Indian authorities. They also requested assistance from India's Ministry of External Affairs and involved the Honorary Consul of Latvia in India, whose jurisdiction covered the region where Liga had disappeared. At the request of the Kerala state government, the Indian Navy and Air Force joined in the search for the missing Latvian citizen. The search operation included an An-32 transport plane, Gemini inflatable boats, underwater sonar, and 5 deep-sea divers. Yet even this extensive effort did not yield the desired result, and Liga remained missing. The search persisted, and by that time all local residents were aware of the missing tourist from Latvia. They offered support and sympathy to Andrew and Liga. On April 20, 2018, Liga's phone received the most long-awaited yet horrific call of her life. A body had been discovered in the mangrove jungle. She and Andrew drove to the assigned location, where the police were waiting for them. During the boat crossing, Liga's heart pounded like never before. She felt as if, for that moment, she would have to traverse the path that Liga had taken to her demise. Upon arrival, horror engulfed her. Liga recognized her sister's clothes. She identified the shirt and leggings on the body, though the jacket and shoes did not belong to Liga. It remained unclear how, with whom, and why this had happened. Liga had reached a place accessible only by passing through Panader from Samudra Beach. 2 women confirmed witnessing Liga traveling alone into the mangrove forest. But why would a girl, already alone and being treated for depression, take a boat to such a remote forested area? The body was transported to the Medical College Hospital, where it underwent an autopsy recorded on video. Police stated they could not confirm the body's identity until DNA analysis was complete. According to the city police commissioner, the body was severely mutilated, with the head lying nearby. Police tentatively identified the deceased as the missing tourist, Liga Scrumain. Supporting the investigators' conclusion was the fact that Liga's relatives recognized the victim by her hair and clothes. One theory proposed by rescue services in India was poisoning. Poisonous pong-pong trees exist in the mangrove forest, and she could have accidentally or intentionally ingested their fruit and poisoned herself. Between 1989 and 1999, more than 500 people died from poisoning by these fruits in Kerala alone. However, this theory appeared nonsensical, as the person had been found hanging upside down, but the head was missing. Clearly, if Liga had been poisoned, her body would have been in an entirely different position, and the head would have remained intact. The Indian authorities' claims seemed utterly absurd. Considering Liga's complex psychological history, investigators also explored the possibility that she had voluntarily ended her own life. Liga feared that the police might present her sister's murder as a voluntary departure from life. Although a rope had been found at the scene, suggesting the hiker had hanged herself, Liga demanded a separate explanation for the missing head. "Don't tell me it's lost," Liga said sarcastically in yet another online appeal. Breathlessly, Liga and the anxious public awaited the forensic results. The findings were overwhelming. The report indicated areas of blood pooling in part of Liga Scrumain's brain, as well as bruising in the neck region. The autopsy revealed that the woman had been strangled by multiple people and was killed during an attempted violent attack. There were external injuries on the body, likely sustained during a struggle. However, the presence of violence could not be definitively confirmed, as the body was already in a state of decomposition. There were characteristic injuries to the cartilage in her throat, indicating that someone had forcibly squeezed it. The trauma was severe enough to be fatal, according to forensic experts. Blood clots in her brain confirmed strangulation. They also noted bruises on her neck and legs. In total, 9 wounds were recorded on Liga Scrumain's body. In light of this evidence, the police no longer considered the possibility of voluntary death. The autopsy concluded that Liga had been murdered after resisting or struggling. Ilse breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the police would soon apprehend her sister's killers. However, complications remained. As part of the investigation, the police began looking into local drug dealers and card players. Additionally, during interviews with local residents, 2 women stated that they had seen Liga walking alone toward the location where her body was later found. The police admitted that they did not fully trust their statements. Meanwhile, Liga's relatives accused the Indian police of incompetence, claiming that if the girl had been searched for immediately, the tragedy might have been prevented. The 33-year-old Latvian tourist is believed to have been taken from a nearby beach and transported by boat before being strangled. A special team of investigators began searching for those responsible for the crime. Around 40 suspects were interviewed. Arrests were planned for a few days later, once law enforcement had gathered sufficient evidence. The Indian police conducted an investigation that resulted in the arrest of 2 men, who were eventually accused of killing Liga Scrumain. Police revealed that Liga had been lured by the 2 men, who then abused her before dismembering her body. The alleged assailants, now in custody, are local dealers of illegal substances. The suspects fully confessed under torture. Both accused were pimps and also involved in drug dealing, according to the police. The autopsy revealed little evidence because Liga's body was badly decomposed. Andrew Jordan filed a petition in the Superior Court requesting a review of the felony murder case. He believed that more people were involved in the woman's murder. In the petition, he pointed out that both defendants later recanted their guilty pleas. According to Jordan, the men may have confessed because they were tortured, which, as it turns out, is a common practice in India. However, the Supreme Court of India denied Andrew Jordan, the murdered woman's common-law husband, a review of the case due to a lack of direct evidence. The trial was postponed for 2 months, but Andrew was outraged by the authorities' attitude. He had previously accused the Kerala authorities and police of incompetence and of attempting to cover up Liga's murder to avoid frightening tourists. Both suspects requested and were granted a postponement by law. They have the right to delay the case once without providing any reason. The more they postponed, the more Andrew was convinced that the case was compromised. However, both suspects remained in custody. The investigation revealed that 32-year-old Umesh and 28-year-old Ajay offered Liga Scrimain weed, and after she was drugged, they used it to strangle and decapitate her. It is noted that the 2 men arrested for Liga's murder had previously committed similar crimes on multiple occasions. Both worked for a food delivery company in the Kerala capital and earned additional money as illegal tour guides. Umesh and Ajay have been charged with destruction of evidence, murder, poisoning, kidnapping, and rape. The location where Liga's body was discovered had previously served as a pleasure ground for Umesh. He used to bring men there. 13 criminal cases have been filed against him, including 6 for sexual assault and 1 for attempted murder. Several of Umesh's victims testified against him. Liga Scrimain, along with both men, was seen in the area by several witnesses. Initially silent, the men confessed to everything after the body was found. The detainees admitted to police that they committed the murder during an attempted act of violence. They were apprehended, but had previously claimed they had only seen Liga Scrimain in Kovalam. The men pleaded guilty after repeated interrogations. On December 6, 2022, the court finally sentenced both men to life imprisonment. The court also ruled that the criminals must pay compensation of 65,000 rupees, each to Liga Scrimain's sister, Ilse. It should be noted that there has recently been a series of such crimes in the country. Young girls are regularly subjected to violence. The crime problem in India is severe. Due to the high number of sexual offenses against minors, the government has introduced the death penalty. It is also worth noting that if Liga's relatives, especially her sister, had not been persistent, and had they not involved the press by organizing a press conference and enlisting the support of an influential MP, it is unlikely that the local police would have conducted a serious investigation. Initially, a theory was proposed that Liga had allegedly died voluntarily. As it now turns out, this is not the first incident in the same area where her body was found. After recounting this story, I would like to once again warn all women who are careless about the dangers of traveling alone in India. Do not seek spiritual enlightenment in distant, dangerous, and uncharted regions. Take care of yourself. Moving on to the next case. The case of Nicole Lobby. Nicole Lobby, 29 years old, lives with her husband Chris and has a large family in Oregon, USA. Nicole was a beautiful woman, a loving wife, an amazing mother, and a friend. She was not afraid to share her faith or her opinion with anyone. Her goal was to ensure that she left this world a better place. When Nicole met Chris, she already had an older daughter. Chris also had 2 daughters, and after they married, they had a son. Nicole was known for being adventurous, brave, and always looking forward. She overcame a rare cancer and subsequently became very passionate about fitness. Nicole's goal was to become a fitness trainer. She had recently started a new job, and no one anticipated that she would be in danger at work. At about 5 p.m. on August 19, 2014, Portland Emergency Services received a call from a man reporting that a woman had been stabbed in the chest. The victim was still alive, but was having difficulty breathing. The witness requested that an ambulance be sent to Timber Creek Apartments as soon as possible. Police quickly arrived and spoke with the man who called 911, who provided further details about the incident. He stated that he and his wife were walking down the stairs of their apartment building toward the parking lot when they heard screaming. He turned to his right and saw a woman running toward them, screaming, "He stabbed me, he stabbed me." She told the couple that she did not know the attacker, but he was wearing camouflage pants and a black hoodie. The manager of Timber Creek Apartments identified the victim as Nicole Lobby, 29, a co-worker. Nicole was a leasing consultant and had been working there for several weeks. On August 19th, during her work hours, she drove a trolley around the complex delivering letters requesting lease renewals. Along with each letter, Nicole handed each resident a balloon tied to a bag of popcorn. When she finished, she marked each apartment on a map in the trolley. Based on Nicole's notes and the map, detectives determined that the attack may have occurred on a specific stairwell in Timber Creek at the time residents heard Nicole screaming. The attacker may have been waiting for her under this stairwell. There was also a trail of blood from the stairwell and flyers scattered at the bottom of the stairs. During the Washington County Sheriff's Office investigation, several witnesses reported seeing a suspicious young man wearing a black hoodie and camouflage pants near Timber Creek at the time of the attack. By combining the reports and the timing of the sightings, detectives reconstructed the suspect's route through Timber Creek. More than 20 officers participated in this intensive investigation, assisted by canine units. The Washington County Search and Rescue Team combed the woods along Cedar Mill Creek, a stream that runs through the Timber Creek residence. During the search, they found several items that were sent to a laboratory for analysis. Detectives did not disclose the exact findings, but stated that they were investigating every possibility. Investigators are attempting to determine what caused the attack, which took place in broad daylight at an apartment complex with more than 1,000 residents. They contacted Nicole's husband, Chris Lobby, and informed him of the incident. The police took several steps to identify the attacker. It was not a robbery, and the assailant did not attempt to remove her clothing. This suggested that the motive for the attack might have been a personal dispute. This theory led detectives to her husband, Chris. Chris cooperated with the police and answered questions regarding his 4-year marriage to Nicole. Investigations revealed that he was at daycare picking up his son at the time of the attack. Therefore, Chris could not have been the attacker. Meanwhile, while interviewing residents at Timber Creek Apartments, the police found 2 more witnesses who saw a man wearing a black hoodie and orange pants. They reported seeing this man, who had features similar to the suspect, running across the street without looking back. Around the time the attack on Nicole occurred, a hooded man was seen running toward the houses across from Timber Creek Apartments. Detectives, working with witnesses, drew up a sketch of the suspect and quickly circulated it throughout the city, even appearing on television news. The city urged anyone who recognized the familiar facial features to report the incident. Detectives also worked with informants to gather clues about the killer. The sketch produced several leads. A man reported that his son knew someone who matched the sketch. His name was Taylor, and he had recently threatened others with a knife. Police located Taylor and brought him in for questioning. Taylor said strange things and appeared to have mental problems. When asked about McCall, he did not hesitate to claim that he had killed her. However, Taylor's testimony was inconsistent, as he only mentioned information that had already been published in the newspaper and added irrelevant details. Consequently, the police eliminated him as a suspect. After the suspect's sketch appeared in the newspaper, police received a tip about a man named Nick who had a criminal history. Nick resembled the suspect in the sketch. However, he had never committed anything similar to what happened to Nicole. Although he had prior run-ins with the law, he had never physically harmed anyone. Police interviewed Nick and found his behavior unsettling. When questioned about Nicole and the crime, he denied any involvement and requested a lawyer. Police then obtained a search warrant for Nick's home. They found a black hoodie and orange pants, but the hoodie did not match the witness description because it had a bright white logo on the front. Nick's clothes were sent for analysis, but no evidence linked him to the crime. Phone records also showed that he was not near the scene at the time of the attack. As a result, the police eliminated Nick as a suspect, and the case went cold. Nicole's family endured a very difficult time. In an interview with reporters, Chris Lobby shared that he could not stop thinking about what happened to Nicole. He stated that the hardest part was that there were so many unanswered questions. I keep thinking about what happened, different scenarios, and there are no answers to any of them. Police were concerned that the perpetrator might strike again, and their fears soon became a reality. 3 weeks after Nicole's death, on September 13, 2014, the Eugene Police Department received an alarming call. Eugene is a city approximately 100 miles from Portland. On that day, a resident was attacked while leaving a bar near Autzen Stadium. Heather Miller, 39, had gone to a bar near the stadium to watch the game. Around 8 p.m., when the game ended, Heather decided to head home. The streets were nearly deserted. As she left the bar, She attempted to call a taxi, but realized her phone was dead. She then decided to walk closer to the stadium to make catching one easier. As she walked along the sidewalk, she noticed someone following her. Crossing the street and turning around, she saw the man behind her was still following. She quickened her pace, but was suddenly struck in the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. When she regained consciousness, she found herself face to face with her attacker, who had pulled down her pants in an attempt to sexually assault her. Heather tried to reason with her attacker. She told him she had a daughter and begged to see her again, but he continued to beat her. Heather explained that every time she spoke, she was punched in the face. Eventually, she realized that the only way to survive was to pretend to be dead. She closed her eyes and remained silent. When the attacker believed he had achieved his goal, he fled. Despite the brutal assault, Heather found the strength to stand and step into the street. A minute later, a car stopped. The driver called 911, and an ambulance arrived to rush her to the hospital. Heather regained consciousness and spoke to a detective who arrived shortly afterward. At that moment, neither Heather nor the detective knew that the attacker had already been arrested at the police station. A park was located near the scene of the attack. A police officer on duty that night observed a man running, stopped him, and saw that his hands and shoes were covered in blood. The police arrested him and called a patrol car to transport him to the station. Jamie Tinoco, 17, was young but had been noted by police multiple times. At the time of his arrest, he was on probation for illegal possession. Jamie had been using drugs since the age of 12, and his parents had no control over him. He had dropped out of high school during his freshman year and had been arrested for driving without a license the day before Heather's attack, but was released shortly afterward. During questioning, Jamie confessed to attacking Heather. He remained completely calm and nonchalant, believing he had done nothing wrong. His actions led the Eugene Police Department to suspect that Heather was not his first victim. Police released his photo, hoping that other women affected by him would come forward. Soon after, detectives investigating Nicole Lobby's death saw Jamie's photo released by Eugene Police. They believed Jamie matched the sketch of the suspect they had. Further investigation revealed that Jamie lived with his parents in Portland, and their apartment was across the street from Timber Creek, which further fueled suspicions that he was involved in Nicole Lobby's death. Detectives questioned Jamie about Nicole's case, hoping he would admit to assaulting her as he had confessed to attacking Heather Miller. However, Jamie insisted that he had nothing to do with Nicole's death and refused to answer any questions. Police needed to find evidence to connect him to Nicole Lobby's death. As mentioned earlier, Jamie lived across the street from Timber Creek Apartments with his parents. Consequently, police obtained a search warrant for his parents' apartment. They discovered a black hoodie and orange pants in Jamie's room and sent them to a laboratory for analysis. However, the lab results were disappointing, showing no trace of Nicole's DNA on any of Jamie's belongings, and the investigation appeared to reach a dead end. While there was no evidence proving that Jamie killed Nicole, there was sufficient evidence linking him to the attack on Heather Miller. He did not deny his actions and seemed proud of being a young thug. At his trial in connection with the attack on Heather Miller, he smiled and stated he had no remorse for his actions. Jamie had separated from a group of delinquent teens on a trip supervised by the Washington County Juvenile Department. He followed Heather, attacked her from behind, and dragged her into the bushes near Autzen Stadium. Heather reported that she still experiences nightmares and flashbacks and chipped her front teeth as a result of the attack. She had to find a new job, and the injuries she sustained, including a broken nose, required reconstructive surgery for recovery. "There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about what happened," she said in Lane County District Court. "I pray that Jamie will never have the opportunity to do this to another person and impact their life the way he impacted mine." Heather Miller held hands with 2 family members as she sat with more than a dozen supporters before reading her statement aloud. Jamie grinned in court as the victim recounted the horrifying details of the assault she endured. When the judge asked why Jamie was smiling, he replied that he did not know. The judge described Jamie's lack of remorse as appalling and labeled him a danger to the community, then imposed the maximum sentence. Heather, comforted by friends and family after the hearing, said his behavior was disrespectful and unrepentant, and that the judge's sentence was fully deserved. A courageous mother of 2, Heather pleaded with the judge that Jamie would never have the chance to harm another person. She did not want him to believe he had won or brought her down, so she maintained her composure from the start. Although the defense attempted to portray Jamie as a young man affected by substance abuse for years, the judge noted that his behavior in court clearly reflected character issues. Jamie's lawyer requested a sentence of 8 years and 4 months, arguing that Jamie was remorseful for his actions. However, Jamie did not apologize when the judge allowed him to speak and refused to make any statements. Judge Deborah Voigt sentenced Jamie to 14 years and 2 months in prison, explaining that his lack of remorse justified the severe sentence. "The community needs to be protected from a dangerous man like this," she said. "As much as people want me to see him as a boy, I cannot." When Jamie becomes eligible for release, he will be in his early 30s and will be required to register as a sex offender for life. As for Heather, her family stated that she is looking forward to starting a new job and moving on with her life. Meanwhile, investigators decided to exploit Jamie's ego to elicit a confession. They questioned him about Nicole Lobby's death, telling him that he would gain more respect in prison if other inmates knew he was not only the coward who attacked one woman from behind, but also the person who killed another. After a few minutes of silence, Jamie began talking about Nicole, saying that he did not intend to kill her. He claimed he wanted to feel the sensation of stabbing someone, but did not mean to kill Nicole, only to hurt her. He explained that when he was walking from his apartment to Timber Creek, he saw Nicole park her car and carry a balloon to her second-floor apartment. As Nicole climbed the stairs, he hid behind the car, then ran up the stairs and stabbed her when she turned around. Jamie said he chose Nicole because he believed she would be an easy target. When asked if he would have tried to force Nicole to have sex, as he did with Heather Miller, he casually replied, "Oh, I've thought about it. I would." He stated that he did not follow through because Nicole screamed when he stabbed her, so he ran away during the reenactment. Jamie demonstrated to investigators how he escaped the scene. Chris Lobby said he was shocked to learn that his wife's killer was only 17. "I have a 13-year-old daughter," he said. "It's unbelievable and hard to understand that someone 4 years older than her could do this." The trial began in 2015. Despite confessing under questioning, Jamie pleaded not guilty in court. His attorney argued that there was no DNA evidence linking him to the scene. "I'm just asking for leniency for a 17-year-old boy with a serious mental illness who has the potential to change with treatment," defense attorney Robert Axford said. The defense's only witness was a psychologist who evaluated Jamie and determined he had symptoms of schizophrenia. However, a psychologist at Oregon State Hospital concluded that Jamie had a personality disorder, not schizophrenia. His video confession and reenactment convinced the jury of his guilt. During the reenactment, he described details that only Nicole Lobby's attacker would know. During the sentencing phase, the jury had 2 options: life in prison without parole or life in prison with the possibility of parole in 30 years. The jury determined that there were no mitigating circumstances sufficient to impose a life sentence with the possibility of parole. As a result, in 2017, Jamie Tinoco was found guilty on all counts. Jamie, then 20, stood in the Washington County courtroom between his 2 attorneys when Court of Appeals Judge Kirsten Thompson asked if he had anything to say before formally sentencing him to life in prison without parole. He put his hands down in front of his waistband, his mouth twitching slightly. "I beg for forgiveness," Jamie said before sitting down. Chris Lobby, Nicole's husband, stated that Jamie's family visited his family after the sentencing to express their condolences and apologize. However, that was not the end of the story. In 2021, the Oregon Court of Appeals overturned Jamie's 2017 conviction. Juvenile law had changed since Tinoco was tried on a Measure 11 charge. Under the new reform, offenders between the ages of 15 and 17 are no longer automatically sent to adult court. The new law requires prosecutors to hold a hearing to determine whether juveniles charged with serious crimes should be transferred to adult court. If the case is retried, Jamie's attorneys could request a lighter sentence. The decision to overturn the conviction came as a shock to Nicole Lobby's family, who had not anticipated it. Nicole's father, Rich Jones, said they would have to endure another emotional ordeal. Jamie remains in prison, but this is not the end of Nicole Lobby's case. Moving on to the next case. The case of Midzi Sanchez. Midzi Sanchez was born on August 10, 1992, in Vallejo, California. She grew up in a large family with 2 brothers and a sister. As a child, Midzi was cheerful and bright, enjoying time outdoors with friends and playing with her siblings. From a young age, she demonstrated independence, often walking to elementary school with her brother without adult supervision, as the school was nearby. On August 10, 2000, Midzi's 8th birthday, she was excited about the celebration party her family had planned. However, when she asked her mother if she could skip school, the request was denied. Upset, Midzi left her home with her brother at around 7:30 a.m. The plan was for her to wait for her brother after classes, and they would walk home together. But when her brother went outside the school, he could not find Midzi. Assuming she had already left without him, he went home alone. However, when he arrived home, Midzi had disappeared without a trace. Midzi's older sister grew concerned when she realized Midzi was missing, particularly since her birthday party was supposed to take place that day. As her absence seemed unusual, the sister called their mother around 4 p.m. to report the situation. The mother immediately contacted Midzi's school and confirmed that Midzi had attended all her classes that day. However, when the mother reached out to family members and Midzi's friends, no one had seen her after school. Midzi's family became worried and began searching for her. Family, friends, and neighbors mounted a massive search effort. Some walked the streets, while others went door to door along the route from her home to school, asking locals if they had seen her. They also distributed flyers with information about Midzi. Despite their extensive efforts, they were unable to locate her, prompting Midzi's parents to call 911 for assistance. The police quickly joined the search, and local media began covering the case. News of Midzi's disappearance spread rapidly, not only through local outlets but across the state. Midzi's family gave several interviews to raise awareness of her disappearance. Her mother desperately pleaded for the safe return of her daughter. The police received a large amount of information, but none proved useful. 24 hours after Midzi went missing, the investigation gained new leads. A man contacted the police to report finding bloody rags at a landfill. Upon further examination, experts determined that the rags were actually bed sheets from a hotel in Vallejo. The evidence was sent to a laboratory for analysis, but it would take several days to obtain results. Investigators also visited the hotel, but were unable to confirm whether Midzi had been there. While awaiting the lab results, they thoroughly searched the landfill for additional clues, but found nothing. However, the following day, August 12th, the police received a call that changed the direction of the investigation. Around 11 a.m., a man called the police to report a disturbing incident. While driving through an industrial area in Santa Clara, he saw a little girl running toward his van, screaming that someone was chasing her. The girl quickly got into the van, and the driver saw a man running in her direction. A young girl had escaped from her kidnapper and sought help from a van driver. As soon as she got into the truck, the kidnapper quickly fled the scene. The girl, who identified herself as Midzi Sanchez, explained to the driver what had happened, and he immediately contacted the police. Officers quickly took Midzi to a hospital for a medical examination. They also arranged for her to speak with her mother over the phone, and soon her relatives arrived at the hospital, where they were reunited with Midzi. The van driver proved to be a crucial witness in the investigation. He was able to provide the police with the license plate number of the kidnapper's vehicle, which he had seen as it sped away. The truck driver happened to be on the road that day, which was fortunate. If he had not been there, the kidnapper might have caught up with Midzi. Police checked the license plate and discovered that the car belonged to 39-year-old Curtis Dean Anderson, a man with a criminal history. Anderson had previous convictions for theft and kidnapping and was also suspected of other offenses. Police took a statement from Midzi about the events. She recounted that on August 10th, she had been excited to finish school and go home to celebrate her birthday with her family. When her last class ended, she decided not to wait for her brother and walked home alone. As she walked, she noticed a car parked by the side of the road a few hundred yards away. Inside, a man was watching her through the rearview mirror. Midzi felt uneasy, but she was not overly concerned because it was daytime and she was walking on a familiar street. Additionally, because she was young, she did not fully recognize the potential danger posed by strangers. Midzi was approached by a man who got out of his car and asked for her help. He claimed to have injured his leg in an accident and needed assistance retrieving a roll of tape from under the car seat. Despite feeling uneasy, Midzi agreed to help, as her parents had taught her to assist others in need. However, as soon as she reached for the tape, the man's intentions became clear. He pushed her into the car, covered her mouth, and slammed the door shut. Midzi tried to scream, but it was too late. The man drove away, forcing Midzi to watch in horror as they passed her home, where her family was preparing to celebrate her birthday. The man eventually stopped in a deserted parking lot, gave Midzi new clothes, and forced her to change. He then discarded her old clothes in a nearby trash bin. He warned Midzi not to attempt an escape, claiming he had a gun and that no one had ever managed to get away from him. For the next several hours, Midzi was driven to an unknown location. She demanded to know why she had been kidnapped, but the man replied that he had experienced a similar situation as a child. When night fell, he stopped the car again and began covering the windows with rags to conceal their location. He then shackled Midzi's leg with a chain and padlock. The man produced a bottle of alcohol and insisted that Midzi drink some. Despite her initial reluctance, she eventually complied. He took photographs of her using a camera and then lay down in the car to sleep. Fearing that she would be at his mercy if she fell asleep, Midzi stayed awake and began devising an escape plan. Her opportunity arose when she spotted a police car driving past the parking lot. However, it was too far away, and she realized that even if she screamed, the officers would not be able to hear her. The next day, the perpetrator continued to drive Midzi around the city, forcing her to sit on the floor of the car and covering her with sheets to keep her out of view. At one point, he briefly stepped out of the vehicle, giving Midzi an opportunity to attempt an escape. She tried to free her leg from the chain, but quickly realized it was impossible. She also found a nail file and attempted to use it to unlock the padlock, but it was ineffective. When the perpetrator returned to the car and drove away, he made a disturbing claim. He had stopped by Midzi's parents' house. Under the pretense of being a good citizen, he asked for flyers to distribute around town, further manipulating the situation. Midzi was left feeling shocked and overwhelmed, knowing she had been so close to home, yet remained in captivity. Over the following hours, the perpetrator repeatedly stopped the car, getting in and out. Eventually, he drove to a remote area outside of town and parked, where he committed a sexual assault against Midzi, leaving her in a state of shock. Afterward, he fell asleep. The next morning, he resumed driving, making several stops to buy cigarettes and alcohol. When he returned to the car and leaned into the cabin, an object fell out of his pocket. He warned Midzi not to look, but she disobeyed. She glanced down and saw a large set of keys. Midzi quickly realized that one of the keys might open the lock on her chain. Although afraid of the perpetrator's potential reaction, Midzi was brave enough to act. She grabbed the keys, selected one that seemed to fit the lock best, and tried it. To her relief, the key worked. Midzi managed to free herself from the chain and moved toward the car door, the final barrier between her and freedom. To escape, she opened the window and tried to climb out. Her body was exhausted, and her legs had almost no strength left. Using the last of her energy, she pushed herself upward and finally jumped out of the car. As she moved around it, she saw her kidnapper, who instantly noticed her as well. He yelled for her to return, but Midzi had no intention of surrendering. She ran in the opposite direction, with the kidnapper pursuing her. As she fled, she attempted to get help from passing cars by waving her hands and screaming, but all the vehicles ignored her pleas and continued driving. Undeterred, Midzi kept running. In her desperate situation, every moment felt like an eternity. She was driven by the fear that if she stopped even briefly, she would be captured by the perpetrator, a fate she was determined to avoid. Finally, she spotted a van and ran toward it, jumping in front to stop the driver. The driver quickly halted, and Midzi climbed into the cabin, exhausted, dehydrated, and starving, but finally safe. At the hospital, she received the medical attention she required, and her family soon arrived to be reunited with her. Midzi's story quickly became top news in town. When she returned home, thousands of people gathered on her street, cheering and shouting birthday wishes she had missed while in captivity. Meanwhile, the police continued searching for her kidnapper, whose location remained unknown. During the investigation, officers showed Midzi's mother a photo of the suspect, and she recognized him. She had seen him twice before. Once prior to Midzi's abduction, when he had been standing on their street staring at their house, and again the day after Midzi's disappearance, when he came to their home requesting flyers. Police eventually arrested the suspect, Curtis. He confessed to Midzi that she was not his first victim, and that no one had ever managed to escape him before. Curtis's careful planning and execution suggested he had experience with similar crimes. Notably, Curtis had a prior conviction for kidnapping a woman in 1991, for which he served time until his release in November 1999. The trial began in April of the same year. Midzi bravely testified in a crowded courtroom, recounting every detail of Curtis's crimes against her. Even though Curtis was present, Midzi remained composed and completed her testimony. As a result, Curtis received a 251-year prison sentence. However, this marked the beginning of a new chapter in the investigation. Detectives regularly visited Curtis in jail, questioning him about potential involvement in other crimes. During one of these visits, they discovered that Curtis had confessed to a fellow inmate about kidnapping and murdering 8 additional girls. The inmate agreed to cooperate with the police, sharing Curtis's confession in detail. However, Curtis himself was reluctant to reveal all his secrets. Rather than denying the allegations, he attempted to negotiate privileges in exchange for information, speaking to detectives in riddles. As for Midzi, she was constantly bullied and ridiculed by her classmates, who labeled her as the kidnapped girl. They even told her she should have died instead of being rescued. The ongoing bullying made her school years extremely difficult and hindered her recovery from the traumatic experience. Midzi could no longer endure the immense pressure and eventually turned to alcohol as a coping mechanism, relying on it increasingly. She eventually lost hope of returning to a normal life. However, a car accident after a party with friends changed her life forever. Midzi suffered serious injuries, including a broken neck and arm, and spent 2 weeks in a coma. Upon waking, she received news from her doctors that she was pregnant with a daughter. This news gave Midzi the motivation to transform her life for the better. She decided to dedicate herself fully to her daughter and to helping other children who were victims of various crimes. Midzi went on to found a non-profit organization that continues to assist those in need to this day. As for Curtis, he passed away in 2007 due to illness, just 6 years after being sentenced. Detectives expressed regret that they were unable to obtain full confessions from him regarding other cases in which he was suspected. Notably, Curtis's son followed a similar path and was also convicted of murder. Unfortunately, his life was cut short in prison in 2019. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.